discharge after serving less than a year, saying his mother needs him to help work in the family business. This is the biggest mama's boy reason I can think of to leave the Army. I can't stay here, Sergeant. I can't. Mama needs me to come home and help make the candy. So mama's boy who desperately needs to be around his mama, whose mama refuses to believe that he is gay. This is not a good psychological situation. Really, really bad one. Very Ed Gein-esque. If there was a time suck serial killer bingo, somebody would have yelled it on the Candyman by now. He's checking off a lot of boxes. And again, this makes me wonder if Mama had somehow accepted him, would he have become the monster he became? I have to think there's a decent chance he wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, I guess also to be fair to Mama, even if she, would have been some remarkably progressive, tolerant, loving, open-minded woman, she still would have had a gay son in Houston in the 1950s and then 60s. He still would have been ridiculed, probably publicly.
I don't think
he became, and also there's a whole another issue. Even if everyone accepted his homosexuality, that's not the problem. The problem is the age of the people he's attracted to. He's not attracted to adult men. He's attracted to boys, to underage boys. And there may have just been other twisted shit in his head that was sending him towards becoming an evil, sadistic fuck of a person that no amount of acceptance from either his family or his culture around him could cure. At the end of the day, he still chose of his own free will to commit the terrible deeds he did. Well, Dean received an honorable discharge less than a year after entering the military, to help Mama make the candy. And then he comes home. He finally tells some of his closest friends that he is gay and that he had a couple of homosexual encounters in the military. However, he doesn't actually publicly come out as gay. Instead, he starts dating a woman named Betty who has 2 kids. Kids start calling him Daddy. Or Betty. Or Betty's kids. This again reminds me of John.
Once I get this page sketched out,
who he really was, not healthy, not healthy at all. 1967, Dean formed the first known relationship that would actually lead.
It'll be good.
For sure, a relationship with 12-year-old local boy David Owen Brooks, a dude whose story would become forever tragically intertwined with Dean Corl's.
Everything's going well, Hart. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's going good. I'm just about to be done with with this part, and then we go to the next part. But we will be finishing the sketches of Chapter 1, and holy hell, it's 35 fucking pages. That's totally fine. It's 6:20 a.m. and Amazon decided now is a good time to do my delivery. Well, you're up and you're hanging out with me, so, can't be all bad.
What, Dean? A swing?
You get to hang out with Goat.
Mama, of all those sexy kids. What did you say, Dean? Did you just call those kids sexy? No, smiling kids, Mama. I meant to say smiling kids, Mama. Just happy after buying so much of your delicious cock. A candy, Mama. Also, the pool table / clubhouse detail reminds me so much of Gacy. Man, sucks 68. Remember when we talked about Gacy? About how he had a pool table in his basement. He would invite teens who worked for him at KFC. Remember, he was managing those KFCs for his father-in-law at the time.
Got a new PC chair, yeah. Nice.
For pool, porn, and beer. And then he'd make weird bets with them, like, if you can beat me in pool, I'll give you a blowjob. Fuck. Well, around the same time, Dean was doing the same type of shit in Texas. Poor young David made the perfect target for Dean.
Do not puke in the bar.
He was hanging out with the creepy
Go
Candyman,
outside.
or didn't check on him enough to know he was hanging out with the creepy Candyman. My son Kyler's 12, and Lindsay and I, have him and Monroe at our house every other week, and for the week, and we would never ever let him hang out with the grown men like that. Get the fuck out of here. And his mom wouldn't either. I would go ballistic if that happened. Man, keep an eye on your kids, or make sure someone you really trust. Keep an eye on them. I know that doesn't guarantee that something bad won't happen to them, but it increases the odds that they will be safe. It for sure does. Well, no one's watching out for David other than Dean, who soon started grooming the boy to be his partner in some unbelievably crime.
How are you?
Dean became a substitute father.
Yeah, nice. But not at 6 a.m. Chimera, it's been a while. I've been in your chat. Hey! Shy, how have you been? How has every little thing been?
Other gifts in exchange for allowing him to perform.
Oh, man. Shy is so cool.
Again, very Gacy-esque.
I would love to draw with him.
Either 69 or 70,
I was not going to bother him. I was waiting till he bothered me.
She made her candy money. Probably sick of trying to pretend that.
I wanted to hang out with him sometime, maybe do some drawings, maybe draw with him a little bit.
The nickname is stuck
an eensy beensy little bit,
he stays in Houston Heights,
a teeny tiny itty bitty butt.
Houston Lighting and Power Company. Now, he's set down
this should go over.
He's been grooming, you know, poor David.
Hope you're doing well, Shy. Hope everything's going to your liking. We're listening to the Candyman suck.
Enough for him. David finds out exactly how
the real Candyman, who's way more horrifying than the actual Candyman.
Walked into a horrifying scene in Dean's Houston apartment, and his decision regarding how to react to this scene would ruin his and so many other young boys' lives. The Candyman had 2 naked teenage boys handcuffed and tied to what would become known as Dean's torture board, and he was in the process of brutally raping them. In exchange for his silence, Dean Corll offered to buy Brooks a green Chevy Corvette. Brooks would later tell police, Dean jumped up and said, "I'm just having some fun," and he promised me a car if I kept quiet. Later, he admitted to David, Dean did, that he'd killed these kids, and then he bought bought David the promised Corvette in exchange for his silence. How much did this fuck David's head up?
All right.
Man, taken in by a father figure who's super cool to you for the first few years.
General, you're incredible. Thank you for being amazing. I've been surviving. I'm doing a little bit better now. Might take something to hopefully help me feel better tonight so I don't miss another stream. Look, dude, if you need to take a break, it's totally fine. People understand.
A part of you knows you should call the police, but he assures you, despite what it may look like, it is consensual. You know, I can see how you might think, well, you know, he's talked me into some weird shit. Maybe he talked these kids into some weird shit. Maybe Dean's paying to use them as well. Then a short time later, you find out that those kids actually were killed. Kids that now you realize you could have saved. You're racked with guilt. You clearly do threaten to tell the cops. If you didn't, why else would Dean bribe you? You know, the monster probably then convinces you that you're an accessory to the fact, or after the fact, of the murders. You know, tells you you're going to go to prison too if he gets caught. Then Dean makes David an offer, a true deal with the devil. The Candyman promises $200.
If you need to take a break, take a break.
Fuck, man.
Don't be forced to do something.
After that,
we will be here when you get back. We're not gonna be. We're not mad at you. Nobody's mad at you.
Or other teens, excuse me, knowingly to their deaths. Does any amount of counseling clean that dirty of a conscience? Maybe Dean made David think that he was gonna,
I'm almost finished with this page, and then at the end of it, I want to have like her just standing in the middle of it and just being like, "Oh my god," and just a bunch of people just like
future murders. Quick word on Dean's torture board. This is a slab of unpainted plywood, 8 feet long and 2 feet wide, with holes drilled.
But yes, we were listening to the Candyman suck. If you don't like super gory, scary shit, I'm doing great, by the way. BRB Chair is here. I'm doing good, thanks. Look, Fox, if you need to get some rest, everybody understands. Everybody will get it.
Accomplices, we're gonna meet here soon. The more Corll liked someone, the longer they stayed alive and were subjected to his sadism. Ugh. And this guy was like a precursor to both Gacy and the Toy Box Killer. His crimes, predate those guys a little bit. Predate Gacy a little bit, predate Toy Box a lot. Speaking again of Gacy, man, the Candyman and one of his victims would often use the handcuff trick to trap his victims. To perform this, trick, both Corll and an additional teenage helper, usually Wayne Henley, would lock themselves in a pair of handcuffs, keep a key in their pockets, then pretend they got out of the cuffs without any help. Then they would convince the victim to try locking themselves in the handcuffs to attempt the trick as well. And when that person couldn't escape, the victim had, just like many of Gacy's victims later on, handcuffed themselves and were ready to be taken to Dean's torture room and tied to the torture board. Gacy would actually later claim in Time Suck 68, after getting caught in 1978.
Yeah, I know. I'm really glad that there is people that understand. I just miss rowing and hanging out with everyone. It's okay. If you need to just look, don't feel like you're stressed out. Just chill out. If you feel like you can stream, go stream. If you feel like you need to take some time and just chill out, go chill out. Nobody's gonna be mad at you. Everybody's gonna understand. People love you, bro. Bro, people care about you and want you to be happy. Oh no.
He met David Brooks and the two became friends.
What happened, Hart?
Skipping school.
What
Around
happened?
the same time, Henley began to realize that many of the boys from his neighborhood, 8 boys between the ages of 13 and 17, had recently just disappeared. He'd actually joined a search party to help find 2 of them in May of 1971. By the time he learned exactly what had happened to his friends, he would later say that he felt like he was in too deep, that he was too concerned over his own life and the lives of his younger brothers to do anything but go along with the Candyman's continued hunting. Feels like a bit of a rationalization, but who knows how I would have felt if I was walking in his shoes, shoes that were walking through some very dark places. Before we move on, let's jump back a little ways now to the first known victim of the Candyman. On September 25th, 1970, 18-year-old college freshman Jeffrey Conan is hitchhiking from the University of Texas to his parents' home in Houston.
Oh no!
People did shit like that.
The box is massive and I can't get it up the stairs. No, that's not laugh my ass off.
Was picked up, of course,
that's, hey, can you help me?
Offered to give him a ride the rest of the way to his parents'
Call one of your roommates or something like that. Do you have any roommates? Do you have any neighbors you could ask?
1973.
Or you could break it, or you could break it down right there, and then piece by piece take it upstairs. You could do that.
Around the time that Conan was
That's what I would do.
The David Brooks walked in on those 2 boys being tied to the torture board we talked about earlier. However, if that's true, what happened to the second boy tied to the board? He's never mentioned as one of the Candyman's victims. I highly doubt he was just let go. And while David would later lead police to the body of Conan, he didn't lead police to the body of the second victim on the torture board. So based on the amount of date discrepancies that occur on Wikipedia and other references to this particular killer, I think David actually walked in on the Candyman's second and third known victims, Jimmy Glass and Danny Yates. It seems to me like he had killed before he recruited David to help him, before David knew. On December 13th, 1970, best friends Jimmy Glass and Danny Yates were attending a youth rally and worship service at the Evangelistic Temple of Houston Heights. Yeah.
I'd help if I could, but I am a tiny lad that would probably get crushed. Bro, I'm pretty sure we are not in the same country as Hart. Hart is in, he's in a completely different country than us. There's nothing we could do. All we can do is give our love through the internet.
Fucking cool kids wearing cool fringe sleeves. Seriously though, good reminder that this kind of thing can happen to anybody. All the more reason to keep a close eye on your kids. Man, the further I get into this suck, the more I want to never let my kids leave the house. Which is also not safe, or reasonable. But man, why do these monsters have to exist? Like why, if you're found guilty of being a child murderer or sexual sadist that attacks children, why can't we just kill you? Like, why risk these monsters ever hurting another child? You don't deserve to be rehabilitated. Why does it feel like good people kill themselves all the time, but these monsters almost never do? Why can't I read more of those stories where somebody, is thinking about doing something like this and then just, I don't know, throws himself off a cliff before they can hurt somebody? Is it okay to advocate selective suicide? Like if you've molested and murdered a child and have the urge to do so again, is it okay to want that person to kill themselves before they act on their evil urge? I think so. A missing persons report filed for both kids. Unfortunately, the paperwork found its way to the desk of 2 different cops, and then neither cop connected the 2 cases. Now, sadly, this is very indicative of
BRB real quick. That's totally fine.
Odds are you're going to become infuriated with the police in Houston working in 1970 to 1973 here very soon. Both boys murdered the same day by Coral after spending time on his torture board. And the Candyman didn't just kill those 2 boys that day, he destroyed their families. Their families combed the streets of Houston looking for their sons for the next couple of years. Danny Yates' father once even drove to Monterrey, Mexico, 500 miles away, after someone reported seeing his son there. Danny's older sister, Cindy, would later tell the Texas Monthly in an interview, Dad began to fall apart right in front of our eyes. He was so worried that Danny had left because he had been too hard on him. Meanwhile, Jimmy's mother, Ima Glass, literally lost her mind over her son Jimmy's disappearance. Jimmy's brother Willie would later report many, many times she'd see a teenager hitchhiking on another side of the freeway and she'd shout, "That's Jimmy, we have to turn around." And to keep the peace, my dad would turn around every time. Then one day she got a gun, grabbed my younger sister Pamela, and dragged her to a back bedroom. When the SWAT team arrived, she fired a shot into the floor and yelled, "They're not going to steal Pamela from me like they did my Jimmy." We got the pistol away from her, took her to Harris County Psychiatric Unit. She was never the same, and neither were the rest of us. Dean Coral didn't just kill, and at this point they knew of 27 boys. He killed 27 families. Now, how heavy is that? These pieces of shit, like the Candyman, they don't just murder their victims. They psychologically murder their victims' families.
Yeah.
God, man, need
fucking monsters.
Yeah, me too. Let's talk about something positive and uplifting. Can we do that? Can we agree to do that? Let's talk about today's socially conscious, not dark, and bloodthirsty sponsor. Today's Time Suck is brought to you by Jake West Clock Candy. Watches made out of pralines. Grandfather clocks made out of snickerdoodles. Snickerdoodles made out of grandfathers. What? No. Today's Time Suck is brought to you by Lisa. Get some quality sleep, Time Suckers. I finally have time for it, and it is the damn best.
God damn it.
A quality night's sleep helps
I might have to get a Lisa mattress. They sound so comfy.
Make decisions, improve your memory, overall make fewer mistakes. Not marketing.
I'm not sponsored by them.
To design a better mattress, Lisa leveraged 30-plus years of experience, hundreds of hours
but
of perfect mattress,
I'll see.
All body shapes and sleeping styles. For me, my Lisa provides that perfect blend of memory foam-like body customization without the memory foam-like heat-retaining sweat factory creation. I love it. I love, I'm warm, but not a pile of sweat. Lindsay loves it. Unfortunately, both of our bed hog dickhead doodles love it. Penny P and Ginger B are the fur queens.
Okay, I'm taking this thing up piece by piece. Yes. Yay, Goat had a good idea. Finally, a good idea.
.com/timesuck, LEESA, for $160 off. Lisa, truly a better place to sleep. Link in the episode description.
Shit.
Right there. Little button.
Sorry about that, guys.
So go ahead and push it. Okay. And now back to, utter hopeless darkness.
You got this, Hart.
January
30th, I believe in you.
1971. The next Candyman victims. Donald.
Yeah,
Walter,
like,
15, his younger brother,
that is the
Gary,
biggest thing
13,
about
disappeared on the way
these
to a local
serial
bowling
killers
alley.
is that
Brothers.
it's such a different
On their way, they
world
encountered
for
Dean
me
Coral,
and
David
such a
Brooks,
different,
and as
like,
their bowling
reality.
found themselves enticed into
They
Cole's wife,
destroy
Econoline van.
so much.
And then they both end up on the torture board. Oh, my God. And then the absolute worst happens to them. As part of their torture, these two brothers are told that the one sibling who manages to beat
My
the other to
cardio
death,
for the week will be
each of them handcuffed,
on all
with
these
one hand
stairs.
board, will be
Nice.
free. And then the two spent the day struggling to beat their other brother, using their one free hand to try to beat the other brother to death until they were almost both dead. And then neither survived that terrible day. When Coral and Brooks returned, the Waldorf brothers were both strangled. They were buried in a boat shed Dean had rented. May have a new winner in the contest of the ongoing or the ongoing contest of the person I hate the most. I may hate the Candyman now more than I hate the Toy Box Killer. I didn't think it was possible after the Toy Box episode, but this guy definitely on par with that sadistic fuck. Like, I wish I could go back in time, tie those two assholes to a board, let them try to beat each other to death. Maybe put them on a spit, stick them in a big oven, slowly cook them. Maybe cook one, then make the other eat them. I don't know. Whatever's the worst thing to do, that's what I want to do to both of them. It's hard for my mind to actually accept what I just told you. Hard to process this shit actually happened. Some kind of mental defense mechanism I feel like stops us sometimes from really believing or understanding the true horribleness, like the depths of it. Like of these two young men being put in that situation, trying to kill the person they love in order to live, in order for this monster to free them. Why was Dean doing this? There's not a lot of info out there about his childhood, nothing in depth. In the info you do find, nothing bad comes up other than, whatever, a divorce, a homophobic mom, no mention of actual abuse, no mention of early indicators of sociopathic or psychopathic behavior. How was he able to so quickly dehumanize people to that extent? What allows someone to do that? Something, that abhorrent. I guess it is just, if you're a true sociopath, true psychopath, you really don't care what happens to other people. Man, some people so damaged, they just need to be put down like rabid dogs before they bite someone else. The Waldrop's home, only half a mile from a church where Jimmy and Danny disappeared. The police still did not investigate. The Waldorf brothers' father, Everett, a burly divorced construction worker, later told the Houston Chronicle that he filled out a missing persons report at the police department, then camped on the police department door for 8 months. I was there about as much as the chief was, he said, but all they would say was, "Why are you here? You know your boys are runaways." How much rage did Everett feel when he found out the truth? I mean, it's not like the police could have saved his boys when he did find out the truth, but still, that poor bastard lost two sons to the Candyman. But he wishes that old Candyman movie legend was true, that he could just say his name 5 times in the mirror bring him into existence so he could just get his hands around that demon and re-kill him himself, you know?
Yeah.
March 9th, 1971, Coral and Brooks run into 15-year-old Randall
Fuck, it's so heavy. No! It's so heavy!
Gas station.
The size! It's too much for art! I am now back and I should be feeling good enough to stream here in a few minutes or so. Well, alright. That is totally fine. Go stream, Fox! Go stream!
His body with the gunshot wound to the head turned up years later in a
It is totally fine to go streaming. Go streaming.
As long-time listeners know, I'm very pro law enforcement, but I gotta say, does not sound like the Houston Heights area officers in '71 were the finest squad to ever wear a badge. Like, were they just understaffed? Did they lack proper leadership? Did they lack the right detective to string these disappearances together? You know, is it because in the pre-computer age it was just hard to connect dots in situations like this? Like how many?
Hold up, I'm just making sure that I.
Part of town in the same time frame before you start to think, hey, maybe these kids aren't running away. Maybe they're being taken. Maybe we should put our heads together and see if, I don't know, some patterns emerge. I guess it's easy for me to play armchair detective, but Jesus.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if Fox, if he's still here. The Fox shall stream soon, and then I shall cause chaos. Oh,
I didn't know anybody had that name.
Fox, I have set up a new thing on my here in my Discord, just in case. I have also set up a thing where people can tell everybody that they are streaming, or if they have a podcast, or they have a comic book, or something like that. I have a self-promote now. So I just wanted to let everybody know that I have a self-promotion thing in my
swear to God.
In my Twitch, so feel free, everybody, to use it for any reason. I would love to. We would love to hear about you, and we want to promote you too. Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever wanted to see a photo
yeah. Promote yourself
more badly than I do right now. Like there's no way old Chicken Joe was just wearing jeans, sneakers, just a normal T-shirt.
Yeah.
You don't wear that if you're Chicken Joe. I googled various versions of Chicken Joe, like Houston Chicken Joe gay pimp. Nothing came up. Well, stuff came up. Oh boy, did stuff come up. But no pictures of this dude came up.
Yes, we have a self-promo channel, so if you've got shit that you need everybody else to hear about.
Maybe a vest with no shirt underneath. Like an American Indian dream catcher at the end of a long gold chain for a necklace. A lot of leathery beaded bracelets. Definitely a pimp cane. An eccentric custom cane, not one you can just buy.
Yeah, Chicken Joe.
Sculpted metal, carved wood chicken head for a handle. Chicken Joe wears a cowboy hat with several chicken feathers tucked into a tie-dyed bandana wrapped around the brim of his cap.
Goddamn Chicken Joe.
The hat and cane combo would be his signature look, how clients would recognize him. Like Chicken Joe, he might not wear the vest every day. Sometimes he wears a tight tank top. Sometimes a loose mesh crop top. Sometimes no shirt and tassels on his nipples, which are for sure both as pierced as the head of his dick. He has definitely Prince Albert in it. He may even walk like a surprisingly chill chicken, like around on a leash, right? Like a little leather, metal beaded leash. The little chicken has like a spiked collar, and a chicken that's just fucking chill, so chill, heals better than the finest show dog. How do I find Chicken Joe? Just look for the man with the pimp limp and chicken feathered cowboy hat walking the coolest motherfucking chicken you ever did see. That's when you know you found Chicken Joe. What's up, Chicken Joe? Bah, bah, playboy, bah, bah. That's Chicken Joe speak for same old, can't complain. How you living, Chicken Joe? Bah, bah. I'm chicken gonna peck, playboy. I'm chicken gonna peck, bah, bah. That's Chicken Joe speak for I'm doing fine. Thank you very much for asking. Bah, bah. Might find hero, playboy. Run my fingers too smooth. Bah, bah. That's actually Chicken Joe speak for, let's take a second and hear from today's last sponsor. Today's Time Suck is brought to you by Chicken Joe's custom cowboy hat bandanas.
Oh.
Snake skin bandanas, lizard skin bandanas.
I'm setting things up, and the only things I hear will focus is tassels on his nipples. Yeah, this is a real person during the Candyman killings that they interviewed about what the fuck was happening, because people didn't understand the gay community at the time. And because of it, they interviewed a pimp who was basically too eccentric. Basically, he is over the top eccentric. And his name is not like a normal pimp name or anything like that. No, it's Chicken Joe.
It makes me feel good.
And he was notoriously fucking outlandish and crazy.
Will finasteride for sure thicken your hair? No. But it for sure has helped thicken mine and other dudes' hair that I know. Will special anti-aging Hims lotion make you look 5 years younger? No. But when I put it on, it makes me think I look 5 years younger. It makes Lindsay think I look 5 years younger. I feel like that I look younger when I use it. For Hims.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare.
Oh, okay.
Now Hims connects you with doctors, medical grade solutions, treat hair loss, and so much more. And Time Suckers get a trial month of Hims for just $5 today, right now while supplies last. See website for full details. This will cost hundreds if you went to the doctor or pharmacy. Go to forhims.com/timesuck. That's forhims.com/timesuck. Forhims.com/timesuck. Link in the episode description. Treat yourself, suckers. Now again, back to the darkness of the Hilligists, looking for their son David, his friend Gregory, looking into Chicken Joe, leading to nowhere, of course. However, Mrs. Hilligist almost helps police solve the case. She learns that Gregory had a friend who drove a Plymouth GTX, and she said she'd seen one in the neighborhood, license plate TMF 724. If police had bothered to look into that, they would have learned that GTX was registered to who? Dean Candyman Coral. Now, to be fair to the police, though, by this time, she had burned out the officers with constant phone calls, suggesting numerous witnesses, offering all kinds of tips. Sadly, by the time she provided them with this information, they had started to tune her out. August 17th, 1971. 17-year-old Reuben Watson Haney headed to the movies when he encountered the Barbaric Trio. He told his mother he would see her when she got home from work, headed off to the sci-fi flick The Omega Man, starring Charlton Heston, last movie he'd ever see. He later called and said he was spending the night with David Brooks. His overnight plans with Brooks were a big clue that sadly, in hindsight, missed again. Another victim of the
All right, I'm going to be lurking. Hope you have a good stream. Hope you have an amazing one. Where would the tassels be? On the Nip Nops.
And then Branches Houston,
where would the tassels be? On the Nip Nops? I always think of tassels. When I think tassels, I only think of on a sword. Like if a sword was like this, like I'll show you, like a tassel, and then you have the twain of the sword, then you have the guard, and then you have the handle, and then you have this little strip of a tassel, and then you have this. Like that's what I think of tassels, like real cool things like that. And then you have a little charm on there, like a little charm and tassel on there. I think that.
Between your butt and the toilet over some food that's not worth that.
Like if you're I know it said where else.
Some of that Mexican pizza.
Oh yeah. Hey man, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. And you literally couldn't see it over the picture. God damn it. That picture is so goddamn big. Sometimes it's just too big. Let me move it out of the way.
Invites him to the Candyman's apartment to have a few beers, smoke a little weed. Henley would later tell detectives he helped pull the handcuff trick on Frank, and then off to the torture board, and to his death he'd go.
Let me just shrink it down just a little bit. Just shrink it down, just right over here. Yeah, that's good.
Carrying a prohibited knife, so police decided that he must have been a runaway.
Hey, Haven. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's going well.
Like just, hey, man, I just saw somebody. I just witnessed somebody get grabbed by a dude in a hood who screamed, "I'm kidnapping you right now," and threw him into a van. Can you please look into it? Sounds like he ran away to me. Sounds like a classic runaway. Oh, the old classic runaway trick of pretending to be obviously kidnapped. No, we're not going to do any paperwork. If you'll excuse me, I have another break to take. Okay. Billie Jean Balch Jr.'s parents were still recovering from the death of their son, Marvin, who was killed in a car accident in 1969, when they got a suspicious letter in 1972 from their other son, Billy, saying he'd gotten a job in Austin and would be later home that summer. Be home later that summer. Said he'd gone off with his friend, Johnny Delhomme. Says, "Dear Mom and Dad, I'm sorry to do this, but Johnny and I found a better job working for a trucker, loading and unloading from Houston to Washington. We'll be back in 3 or 4 weeks." After a week, I'll send money to help your mom out. Love, Billy. Billy's father was a long-haul trucker, knew that this was bullshit. So he goes to the police. The police, as in all the other cases, not helpful. Just again, fucking runaway. No matter what, they just classify it as runaway. And so, he dies on May 21st, 1972. Sometime in June of 72,
assemble that chair.
Known, the trio headed by the Candyman.
I'm good. On way to work. Walk.
Over to the Candyman's house, ties him to a plywood torture board, viciously sodomizes and abuses him, or Coral does. And then for some reason, he's let go. Brooks was able to persuade Dean to allow Rittinger to be released. And I guess possibly due to the shame of what he'd been subjected to, he never would report anything to the police. Very unfortunate because 14 more boys would then die after this by Dean Corll's hand, at least. July 19th, 1972, Stephen Sickman, 17, when he disappears after leaving a party. Family reports him missing. Yet again, classified as a runaway. I couldn't find any info on how many kids were running away in Houston 1972, but was it just a fucking epidemic? Like, were kids just leaving home in mass in the early 70s in Houston? Was it so common that the police just could not possibly keep up with it? What was going on there? August 21st, 1972.
I'm sorry you're tired, Hart.
A boy with sparkling eyes and a bright dimpled smile leaves home for a job as an assistant at a Houston shoe store located in Northwest Mall. Traveling on foot, he doesn't make it to work, and he never makes it home. August 3rd, 1972, Wally. Why would I read Wally as Wally? What is wrong with... Hey, Wally. Hey, I've told you many times my name is Wally. Okay, Wally. Wally, I don't know how to talk. October 3rd, 1972. Wally. For sure, Wally. Jay Simoneau. I'd love if somebody wrote in. Actually, I know him, and it is pronounced Wally. He's the one Wally pronounced Wally. Was headed over to spend the night with his friend. I guess, why am I making that joke? I'm not thinking no one would know him now because sadly he's no longer with us. He was headed to spend the night with his friend Richard Hembry.
Not good, Hart. You should rest. I want to walk and I can't walk and type. I can have coffee. Coffee good. Coffee is all right. I'm doing a little bit better today. I'm doing all right. It could be better. Could be worse. I didn't get to see my mother because other family members were begging to see her, and I was like, okay. So my Aunt Neen went to go see her.
But they seem like the laziest pieces of shit ever.
My Aunt Neen went to go see my mother in the hospital.
Heads out to a payphone to call and then no one ever sees him again.
Other than that, not really much is going on.
February of 73, 17-year-old Joseph Lyle, quiet, artistic young man, disappears, likely headed to a West Houston skating rink where he liked to spend time. He was an acquaintance of the Candyman, who would also be labeled, guess what? Yeah, a runaway. William Ray Lawrence, 15, calls his father the night of June 4th, 1973, tells him he's going fishing with some friends, would be home in a few days. He is kept alive by the Candyman for 4 days of torture before finally being killed and buried at the boathouse. Just 2 weeks later, June 15th, 1973, 20-year-old Raymond Blackburn abducted, strangled, buried at Lake Sam Rayburn Reservoir. Blackburn, a married man from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, was hitching a ride from the Heights back to Baton Rouge to see his newborn baby when the Candyman got him. What a nightmarish change of plans. Going to celebrate new life, going to witness the start of something special, and then just see your own life and so tragically exploded. Evening of July 7th, 1973, less than a month after Raymond's disappearance, 15-year-old Homer Garcia calls his mom, says he's spending the night with some friends. Instead, he would end up shot and left to bleed to death in the bathtub of 2020 Lamar Drive, one of the many residences of the Candyman after a night of sadistic torture. Random change in MO. I guess Dean must have just wanted to experiment with something new or something went awry.
But she's doing better. She'll be fine. She'll be okay. She's just going to go through physical therapy. My sister thinks that she needs an in-home nurse to at least, be there.
Heads out the door, never seen again.
She thinks that she needs an in-home nurse to not fucking be alone.
July 25th, 1973, 17-year-old Charles Cobble, 18-yerold Marty Jones spotted walking
and stuff like that.
In the company of another boy. According to one of the
and Aunt Neen did need to go see her. Aunt Neen's a bit older, an older woman as well. she needed to see her. You know, I don't know how long Aunt Neen has either.
While waiting for his turn.
So.
My God, the Candyman escalating the frequency of
Yeah.
attacks like these
Thank you for the hug. I appreciate it.
Never satisfied, man. Their sick desire.
There's an itch on my back, and I hate it.
More and more often, their sick obsession deepens. Maybe Dean just started to feel, as many of these assholes do, he was above capture.
What happened? She fell.
Just figured he'd just keep on getting away.
She fell and was there for 2 days. I found her. If I had been, if I hadn't have found her, no one would have found her, and we would not be talking about. She was not picking herself up. She was there for 2 days. Found her. Sent her to the emergency room, and they don't know why she fell. She said she was dizzy beforehand, which may have been, she may have just had a dizzy spell and fell, and then she bumped her head and she started a brain bleed, and she could not get up.
Turns out he'd be gone forever. How that must have haunted her and possibly haunts her still. August 7th, 1973, night that starts out like nearly all of the other Candyman murders. Candyman henchman Elmer Wayne Henley, just 17 years old himself, has invited a friend, 19-year-old Timothy Cordell Curley, over to Dean Candyman Corll's house. Curley has agreed to come over. They first drove back to Henley's house, where they ran into Henley's friend, 15-year-old Rhonda Williams. Henley invited her to Corll's place, and the three pile into Curley's car, head to Pasadena, where Dean was currently living. They get there about 3 a.m., early in the morning, August 8th. And when they get there, they find, Corll, the Candyman, to be furious. He's enraged that Henley has brought a girl over. He has introduced a girl into the mix. Like, dude, for fucking number one rule of a sadistic sausage party, only bring sausage. Well, Corll eventually calms down. They all drink, smoke the devil's lettuce, until Wayne's friend Rhonda Williams passes out. Sometime later in the early morning hours of August 8th, Rhonda opens her eyes to see that both Wayne Henley and Tim Curley are handcuffed, duct tape over their mouths, feet bound together. Dean is holding a gun and threatening to kill them all. How scared is Wayne at this point? Tim doesn't know what he's truly gotten himself into, but Wayne knows all too well what could very well happen to him in a few minutes. Dean Candyman Corll takes off his clothes, orders Henley to cut
oh my God, I'm glad you found her, and she is getting treatment now. Yeah, she was like that. I found her last Wednesday on the floor, and literally I'm the only one that checks up on her. I'm literally the only one that goes to that house to check up on her, and
whatever the reason, he says to the Candyman, I can't go on any longer. I can't have you.
My sister feels guilty about it. My brother feels guilty about it. And I feel no shame because I did the fucking right thing. I was like, oh, she hasn't called. Maybe she'll be fine. And literally, I was thinking about it. And I was like, no, even if she's having a bad day, it's my only day off, I should go check up on her. I should literally go, make sure she's okay, get her some food like I always do, and buy her groceries if I need to. It's the right thing to do. And she was on the floor and she couldn't get up.
Hot damn, don't worry, boys. Chicken Joe's here. He pops in like,
so, saved her life. The other two are just very sad about it. That they weren't there, and literally, they were like, "Are you gonna go see mom in the hospital?" I'm like, "No, because she's gonna be 100% fine. The doctors have her. It'll be okay. They say it's not that she isn't gonna, go on anytime soon. She'll be fine. She's in rehabilitation this week, and she'll be there for 10 days. But before that ends, we're gonna try to find her a stay-at-home sitter
in the hallway
or something like that, because she wants to be independent and stuff like that, but she doesn't need to be in that house by herself. She literally does not need to be in that house by herself. She is too old to stay by herself, but the other kids don't want her staying at their places. So I'm like, okay, well, we got to do something.
And then Henley called the police saying, I just shot a man and I want you.
She also doesn't need to be by herself. Like, that hasn't been good on her mentality. She's never been... She's not outright, like, awful. She's just kind of crazy. She didn't need to be by herself anyway. Like, that was very obvious. But my dad wasn't going to stay with her because, you know, getting attacked for no reason is never good. Stuff like that.
Okay, well, whatever. Sounds like they ran away to me, and they just let everybody go. No, Henley named names: Charles Cobble, Marty Jones, David Hilgist. When Officer Mulligan checks out, he learns that each boy had a file with the Houston Missing Persons Division, all labeled runaways, of course. And then he learns that Dean Coral had a boat shed, a metal storage unit at Southeast Boat Storage number 11, that he's rented for about 2 years. And then he changes his mind about the authenticity of Wayne's story. They go to the boat shed. They force open the doors to this windowless storage unit, about 12 feet wide, about 34 feet deep. It contains the rusty body of a car, and it contains a lot of decomposing bodies of all these missing kids. By the time it's over, 17 bodies to be found in the floor of the boat shed, various stages of decomposition. Some people think there's still more bodies to be found, that the police just didn't thoroughly, dig enough to find more missing kids. 4 more bodies would be found at High Island Beach, Sandy Beach along the Gulf of Mexico, about 80 miles from Houston Heights. As of 2018, 29 Candyman victims have actually now been confirmed. And I kept saying 28. That's what all the literature said. But there was another victim found. Investigators suspect even more may be found still. And now with Dean dead and his accomplices apprehended, let's hop out of this time-suck timeline, talk about the aftermath of the Candyman killings and what happens to his 2 accomplices. Elmer Wayne Henley Jr.
Being alone all the time doesn't help anyone. Yeah, especially someone who is already crazy. She is, in fact... I would say she has undiagnosed schizophrenia. She is not healthy in that way. She's very intelligent, but she's also highly crazy. She needs somebody to be with her and stuff like that, and she needs a stay-at-home nurse. And she also needs, you know, her AC unit fixed, her dryer and washer fixed, and she does not want to pay a fucking dime for it. She either wants us to fix it, which I don't know fucking how to fix a fucking dryer. She doesn't want to let people into her home. She's afraid that they're going to steal from her. I was thinking potentially schizophrenia. That's very much always an unfortunate situation. Yeah. She attacked my father for a long time.
I came to the police station on August 9th in order to make a witness statement about what I know about Dean Coral. I came down on my own free will, and I gave that statement to Detective Tucker.
Her 3 children do not want to do anything with her. That is how much... That is literally how much they don't want to... like, I only do it because there's nobody else that's gonna, so I have to do it. Nobody else is gonna go up there.
Some kids he knew from school, knew from his childhood, some were his friends. The first killing that I remember happened when Dean was living in Yorktown townhouses. There were 2 boys there, and I left before they were killed, but Dean told me that he'd killed them afterwards. I don't know where they were buried or what their names were. The first few that Dean killed were supposed to have been sent out somewhere in California. The first killing that I remember being present at was on that California thing. Just remember that. Put a little pin in that to come up with a little interesting footnote to all this story. The first killing that I remember being present at was on 6363 San Felipe. That boy was Reuben Haney. Dean and I were the only people involved in that one, but Dean did the killing and I was just present when it happened. I also remember 2 boys who were killed at the Place 1 apartments on Magnum. They were brothers, and their father worked next door where they were building some more apartments. Oh, my God. dad working next. Oh, I was present when Dean killed them by strangling them, but again, I didn't participate. I believe I was present when they were buried, but I don't remember where they were buried. The youngest of these two boys is the youngest that was ever killed, I think. A boy by the name of Glass was killed at the Columbia address. I had taken him home one time, but he wouldn't get out because he wanted to go back to Dean's. I took him back, and Dean ended up killing him. Yeah. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure whether it was Glass that I took home or another boy, but I believe it was Glass. It was during that time that we were living on Columbia that Wayne Henley got involved. Wayne took part in getting the boys at first, and then later he took an active part in the killings. Most of the killings that occurred after Wayne came into the picture involved all three of us. Now, this is an interesting note. This note that Wayne took an active part in the killings. Like, is he just saying that? Is he trying to shift blame away from himself? Did Wayne actually enjoy his time with the Candyman? You know, only killing when he assumed probably correctly based on being tied up that the Candyman was about to kill him. There was another boy killed at the Schuler house. Actually, there were two at this time. A boy named Billy Balch and one named Johnny, and I think his last name was Malone. It was actually Delome. Wayne strangled Billy, and he said, "Hey, Johnny." And when Johnny looked up, Wayne shot him in the forehead with a .25 automatic. The bullet came out of his ear, and he raised up, and about 3 minutes later, he said, "Wayne, please don't." Then Wayne strangled him, and Dean helped. Jeez. Definitely starting to sound like Wayne was not reluctantly involved. Dean moved to the Francesca apartments on Wirt. At that time, I was using Dean's car, so I was in and out all the time.
Yeah.
After the Francesca
it is sad that it has gotten to that situation.
One was from Baton Rouge.
And even after this situation, neither of them, they have their own homes. They're not in a situation where I have roommates and stuff like that. She cannot live with me.
That was on a different day from the blonde boy.
And I am not going to live with her. I do not want to live in that house. She is.
Most of them were buried at the boat stall. There were 3 or 4 buried at Sam Rayburn, I think.
I don't know. I do not feel good living with her by myself. I would be afraid for myself, for my sanity, and all that.
The second time, they put some type of sheetrock on top of him to keep him down.
Like, I know the whole thing of, like, you need to help your mother and stuff like that, but she is actively crazy.
Congressman, excuse me. The third place that they were buried was on the beach at High Island.
Agreed. I would never...
Where the road goes
I would never wish that upon anybody.
Pavement changes, which is about a quarter or half mile, and the bodies are on the right side of the highway, about 15 to 20 yards off the road. Okay, and then he just goes on more about location. Now, this is David's second confession, where he says, "My name is David Brooks, 18 years old, and he actually mentions his wife, Bridget. Just the month before Wayne killed Dean in July 73, Dean actually married his teen girlfriend, Bridget Jones, after she got pregnant. Years later, his daughter, Rachel, who didn't learn about her father's past until she was 17, would tragically die herself in a car accident the morning after her high school prom. Man, wear your seatbelts, time suckers. What a extra bit of tragedy in this story. Okay, then David continues with a statement that I've edited quite a bit, because a lot of it is just repetitive of what he had said the first time.
As a mother, if it was me, I wouldn't want you to have to go through that. Yeah, I know. And just from hearing my sister, she gets high anxiety attacks from just talking to my mother. Like, actively being on the phone with her makes her makes her anxiety. And here's the thing, it's only with her. It's that like her anxiety with work, not that bad. Her anxiety with all the other stuff, kind of not perfect, but she can work through it. Anxiety with mom is so bad she literally cannot be on the phone with her.
I had told yesterday my witness statement about Mark Scott being at the Schuler house, but I did not say I was present, which I was. Mark had a knife, and he tried to get Dean. He swung at him with the knife and caught Dean's shirt and barely broke the skin. He still had one hand tied. Dean grabbed the hand with the knife. Wayne ran out of the room and got a pistol, and Mark just gave up. Wayne killed Mark Scott, and I think he strangled him. Mark was either buried at the beach or at the boathouse. They got Billy Rittinger, and what I said in my witness statement was true about him. I took care of him while he was there, and I believe the only reason he's alive now is because I begged them not to kill him. Wayne and Dean got one boy by themselves while we were on Schuler. It was a tall, skinny guy. I just happened to walk in on the house, and there he was. I left before they killed this one. So if his statements are true, I got to say, I do feel bad for David. Yes. He helped lure boys to their deaths, obviously. But he was just manipulated, molested, and groomed from such an early age for this role. I mean, brainwashed, really, truly, to become this horrible monster's assistant, some sadist henchman. I just can't imagine the level of psychological power Dean must have held over him. Not excusing what he did, but it's just, his story is especially tragic to me. The life he was lured into, literally at first with free candy as a kid. Wayne Henley only gave one written confession. It'll be interesting to see how he portrayed his involvement compared to David's portrayal of him. He says, "My name is Wayne Henley. I'm a white male, 17 years old. I live at 927 North 27th Street with my mother, grandmother, and brothers. About 3 years ago, I met a guy by the name of Dean Coral. Dean was a lot older than me, and a school friend of mine named David Brooks introduced him to me. David was always riding around in Dean's car and everything. I was only 14 back then, and I thought this was great. David Brooks told me he could get me in on a deal where I could make some money, and he took me to Dean Coral. Dean told me that he belonged to an organization out of Dallas that bought and sold boys, ran whores, and stuff like that. Dean told me that he would pay me $200 for every boy I could get him, and maybe more if they were real good-looking boys. I didn't try to find any for him until about a year later, and I decided that I could use the money to get better things for my people. So one day, I went over to Dean's apartment on Schuler Street, told him I would find a boy for him. Dean had a GTX at the time, and we got in it. Dean and me started driving around. We picked up a boy at 11th and Studway, and I talked to him since I had long hair and all, and it was easier for me to talk to him. I talked him into going to Dean's apartment to smoke some marijuana. So
I don't feel responsible for my mom to get that bad, but she is just that bad.
Then we talked this boy
into
trying to get out of it.
It just is. It's the fact of life of she is. No one wants to be around her. No one. And when you tell her, hey, she's like, oh, I'm just so lonely and stuff like that, and I'm like, well, you could find some friends. We could go to this thing. We could call up family members or anything like that. And she's like, no, nah. We could go to the community center. I'm 100% sure you could volunteer your time to some people and just get out of the house some or something like that. No, why can't we hang out?
I just needed some money. Dude was paying $200 for what I thought was,
I don't know, because we have very different interests.
I was fine with that.
I don't enjoy just going to places that I don't enjoy. What would you want to do? Well, we could talk and sit down and enjoy each other's company. We could watch a family-friendly movie. I don't want to do that. So that's basically some of the highlights of some of the conversations I have with her. I don't want to do things with her.
Then Marty Jones. Me and Dean choked him.
And then she begs me to come live with her.
But we buried him up
I am over 30.
Rayburn Lake. Man, I don't remember how we killed him. How fucking dark has your life become when you don't remember important details of a murder you've helped commit? When it just blends in with all of the other murders. And then we killed him at the house on Lamar Street too. Dean told me about one named Reuben Haney that he killed and buried on the beach at High Island. I shot and killed Johnny DeLone. We buried him on High Island. Then me and Dean and David Brooks killed two brothers, I think. We choked them. Buried Billy Balch at High Island. Mike Balch at Rayburn. Choked Mark Scott. Frank Aguirre buried them at High Island.
You're over 30? I thought you were like 24. No, I'm 31.
I don't remember the dates.
I'm 31.
Some of them were hitchhikers. I don't remember their names.
Hard, come on.
24 and all, but I wasn't with him on all of them. I tried to tell my mother 2 or 3 times about this stuff, and she just wouldn't believe me. I even wrote a confession one time and hid it, hoping that Dean would kill me because the thing was bothering me so bad. I gave the confession to my mother and told her if I was gone for a certain length of time to turn it in. Me and David talked about killing Dean so that we could get away from this whole thing, and several times I have come to within an inch of killing him, but I just never got the nerve enough to do it until yesterday, because Dean told me that this organization would get me if I ever did anything to him. This statement covers all that I can remember about all these killings and all that I know about where they are buried. Signed, Wayne Henley. Now, interesting notes about the organization. Might be some bullshit to shift blame and alleviate guilt, but I doubt it. Dean Corll certainly was a manipulative and ruthless piece of shit. Lying to these teens about an organization that would kill them if they didn't cooperate doesn't seem like a stretch or out of character to me. And we're going to learn later there might be something more to the organization. That's coming up in a bit. Now we have the confession, so let's jump to their trials. Not long before detectives began digging up body after body, in the heat, U.S. Supreme Court placed a moratorium on state executions. So neither Henley nor Brooks was eligible for the death penalty. Henley was put in solitary confinement while on trial. He was being taunted by other inmates. His bond set at $100,000. Billy Rittinger, who had survived that final kidnapping, was released by Dean Corll to urgent David Brooks, arrived at the hearing with the paper bag over his head, holes cut out for his eyes so he could conceal his identity. The grand jury ended up handing down 6 indictments against Henley and 4 against David Brooks, and they decided to try both boys separately. Henley was up first. His trial was scheduled to start July 9, 1974, San Antonio's Bexar County Courthouse, almost 11 months after Henley had killed Dean Corll, and what police had ruled as an act of self-defense.
The true age is coming out now. No! What are you talking about?
Anthony Aguirre, Homer Garcia.
I'm 31. Everybody knows this.
When the courtroom opened, famed author of In Cold Blood,
I've never kept it a secret.
Was there, hired by the Washington Post to write a daily diary of the proceedings, but Capote left when Henley was brought into the courtroom and discontinued his work on the trial. Never said why. Maybe nothing more to be said. Maybe just felt bad for Wayne. Henley's demeanor did not help him with the jury. During the trial, he was at one point caught playing with one of the handcuffs from the torture board. During recesses, he wouldn't sit still, roam the courtroom, sometimes talking to news reporters like their old pals. He'd pick up packages of hair that had been submitted for evidence, including his own, examine them closely. Trial ended after only a week. After he never took the stand to testify in his own defense.
Clearly not everybody. Are you calling me a nobody?
However, because the jury had
oh no, we're not going down this road. No.
He was ready for a new trial, and that would only last 18 days. The jury there only 2 hours before returning with the same 99-year guilty.
No, we're not going down this road.
Hard not to make a decision, I guess. Unlike David, Henley was not groomed. He willingly involved himself in what he knew was the least human
no,
sex
I mean, I
trafficking.
had my birthday one, my birthday stream on August 28th.
Murder, he seemed to pretty enthusiastically kind of go along with it.
If you were there, you would
David
know.
Was on trial for the murder of 15-year-old William Lawrence. His confession considered key evidence.
If you were there, you could have known, but since you were there, I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
Active participants. Assistant District Attorney Tommy Dunn dismissed the defense's contention outright, at one point telling the jury, this defendant was in on this murderous rampage from the very beginning.
I haven't known you that long.
He was a cheerleader, if nothing else. That's what he is telling you about.
I know that hard.
You know he was in on it.
I'm fucking with you.
David Brooks' trial lasted less than a week. Jury deliberated for just 90 minutes before they reached their verdict. Found him guilty of Lawrence.
I mean, you can just type in uptime.
Sends him to life in prison.
See how long you have known me.
His wife, who was in the courtroom, burst into tears. And then as of 2015, he'd already been denied parole 19 times. I got to say, you guys know I'm pretty firm on crime and punishment, but I don't agree with the prosecutor's assessment or the jury's decision based on what I've read. He was only 12 when he met Dean. 12 when Dean started to groom him. Do you remember how impressionable you were when you were 12? How desperate you were for approval? Now imagine if no one in your life gave a shit about you. Kids are teasing you at school. Your parents are neglecting you. Some dude tells you you're the best, becomes a father figure, gives you candy, money, time, affection, then starts molesting you by the time you're 14. Molested by your father figure. Then a year after that, you realize he's out molesting others, murdering others. Does that justify, finding other kids for Dean's murder? No, of course not.
Damn it.
I don't know. I don't know. Part of me thinks that's too much for this. It was never his idea to do any of that. And unlike Wayne, it doesn't feel like he was, enjoying being along for the ride. It feels like he was scared or manipulated into being on the ride. Even Wayne never said he actively participated in any of the killings. He clearly could have. I imagine Dean would have loved that, but he didn't. Doesn't seem fair he's still in prison with Wayne. And he may have been scared over his safety about some stuff Dean was saying that we are going to, again, keep teasing it, but we're going to look at it in just a little bit after we lighten things up and feel a little better about ourselves for a second by looking down.
Let's see. Where is it? Dead Dice, Discord, Doubt, Fight, Follow Age. Follow Age. That's what it is. Yeah.
Posted by user Rob Dyke. User Lakiva Brown posted
The truth come out.
Lakiva wrote, "This makes you realize the importance of teaching."
Does Bruno Mars is gay?
Everyone always focuses on
see if that's a sound alert. I love that. It's
exactly. We shouldn't forget to remind our sons there are predators on the prowl for them as well. You know, I've talked to both my kids probably too many times about this kind of shit. Ever since they were little, they've known what's unacceptable for a grown person to do to them. And I've always, you know, or kid or whatever. And I've always told them they can always tell me what's going on, and that I guarantee I will make whatever's happening stop. I will find whoever's doing it. They'll either go to jail. Maybe this is too much for me to tell my kids, but I've told them if the police don't, you know, believe our story, I'll fucking kill them. And I'm not kidding. My kids know that. They probably actually wish I would just shut up about it. Well, almost immediately under Lakiva's kick-ass reminder, some stupid asshole redirects the comment section into a narrative that has nothing to do with the Candyman or her comment. They try to force the thread into talking about an issue that clearly is just a trigger for them, and they get shitty. So many people do this. At a show of mine in West Palm Beach, just recently, had an audience member yell after me making some comments about some flat earther in the audience who couldn't handle my flat earth mockery and actually walked out. Well, this audience member yells at me, well, at least he wasn't in favor of pedophiles, as if I was in favor of pedophiles. And I knew what he meant. I had done a setup to some jokes earlier where I said, the joke goes something to the effect of, ignorant people, this is the setup, ignorant people are the worst people on earth, and you might think, what about murderers, rapists, pedophiles? Aren't they worse than dummies? Yeah, sure, individually, but they don't have the dummies' numbers. And that's the real danger with idiots. They're out there in the hundreds of millions. Odds are, murder not going to affect your day in a negative way. Statistically, not going to have a bad experience with a murderer tomorrow. If you do, terrible day. Arguably your worst/last day. But probably not going to happen. But you're definitely going to have an unpleasant run-in with the dumb shit. Sadly, your ongoing daily social forecast is always 100% chance of some dumb. So I say something basically that. And then I go into a bunch of jokes about how idiots, you know, add stress to our lives. And all this easily triggered dude heard was, he loves pedophiles. And I pointed out how wrong he was. You know, how I'd never said anything along the lines of, you know who's awesome? Pedophiles. How cool are child molesters? In fact, later in the same show, I did another new joke where I describe an island I'd like to send pedophiles to where they'll be killed and eaten by lions. But he doesn't hear that. He doesn't make it to the aggressively anti-pedophile joke. He's already stormed out. He's already yelled at the manager in the lobby. I heard about this after the show for allowing a pro-pedophile comedian to unleash his "it's cool to diddle kids" agenda on stage. Fucking seriously. On my flight home, I actually ran into a guy who was at the show, and he said that he and his friends had a real good laugh about that idiot later that night. This dude who honestly probably should save the money he's spending on comedy club tickets and spend it on therapy. He's clearly struggling with some shit. Only heard what he wanted to hear and then tried to force his, you know, pre-programmed agenda on everybody else, like so many idiots of the internet do. Like user Hit Me Up, who under Lakiva's comment about how boys should be taught about creeps as well as girls, he sees another poster, Ruby Rain, write, yes, I'm a feminist and I completely agree. Girls are always warned, but boys are not. A post agreeing with Lakiva, but all Hit Me Up reads is the word feminist, and off to the idiot races he goes. He posts, I'm not a feminist. We already have equality in first world countries. What? Now look, I do think I can see how people, I guess, may feel it's unnecessary for Ruby Rain to qualify her post with "I'm a feminist." You could argue, well, who gives a shit? Let your comment stand on its own. You know, the documentary you're commenting under has nothing to do with, you know, being or not being a feminist. But I can also see her adding the qualifier of feminist, as a nice way of saying, hey, even as someone who primarily focuses on equality for women, even as someone who focuses on not letting women be dominated by deeply ingrained and long-standing cultural patriarchy, I can still see that these young men were done a tremendous cultural disservice by not being informed that they too, as young men, can become the victim of a sexual predator. Fucking get it. Right? I get it, Ruby Rain. Hit Me Up does not get it. The word feminism has just become an emotional trigger for him because it's some kind of negative encounter or encounters he had with people who are or claim to be feminists, or maybe he's just a misogynistic asshole. Dude, no one gives a shit that you're not a feminist. Hit me up. And actually, we don't have equality, you dumb shit, in the first world for men and women. Women are the victims of sexual assault far more often than men. They still get paid less than men for the same jobs in the workplace. Look at any magazine rack in the grocery store. It's clear our culture still values women primarily based on their physical appearance. And this is coming from a dude who hosted a show for 2 years on Playboy, showcasing nude models. I can both admire a woman's physical beauty. I'm a straight dude, attracted to women. Boobs? Yeah, I'm in. Vagina? Check. Love it. but I can also respect the same woman as being an intellectual equal. Same chance as a random dude to me, as being, smart or smarter than me. Maybe not as smart as me, whatever, same. Unfortunately, a lot of people still don't see it.
But yes, you can do a follow age. Follow age is something you can do.
Every single culture throughout the history of
heart.
Well, then you're just not looking hard enough.
You can have the fun of follow age. See what's going on.
Hit me up. Good for you.
Oh man.
But most of the planet isn't the first world. Excellent point. Yes, YouTube isn't just the United States. Some people read these comments do live
so much fun that's about to be had. Is going through my shitty work and seeing what I have drawn and try to make it work. And I'm not saying shitty, I'm saying sketchy. When I'm saying shitty, I'm saying sketchy.
Who like to think hard about things. Some feminists may, and I'm sure do hate men, but many don't. All don't. And then when no one replies immediately, hit me up, ask Ruby Train, why do you hate men? Once again, dummy, see, he's forcing this. No one is saying any of this. No one is prompting any of this. No one has talked about hating men. The rest of the thread continues to show great patience with hit me up. User, Lady Kochan posting, you're thinking of misandry, not feminism. People who claim to be feminists and yet say they hate men are not feminists. Feminism is all about equality. There is a great quote about feminism. The thing is, it's patriarchy that says men are stupid and monolithic and unchanging and incapable. It's patriarchy that says men have animalistic instincts and just can't stop themselves from harassing and assaulting. It's patriarchy that says men can only be attracted by certain qualities, can only have particular kinds of responses, can only experience the world in narrow ways. Feminism holds that men are capable of more, that they are more than that. Cool quote. I don't know who said it. They didn't put the author there. But we're capable of more than just being fuck machines. Yeah, agreed. And what does Hit Me Up have to say to this? Nada. Nothing. To his credit, based on nearly everyone else in the thread agreeing with Lady Kochan, Ruby Train, Lakiva Brown, others, he probably realized he's a little out of his depth now. Brought inside somebody's pee hole, then break.
What? Let's see who. Ah, yes. Oh, you already did? 2 months.
Have you seen the horror movies, The Conjuring, Annabelle? You're somewhat familiar with the tale of a naughty and oh so
2 months and 15 days. So I met you at the start of September. Yes. September.
Was Annabelle actually real? Ed and Lorraine Warren thought so. Famed demonologists investigated the real Annabelle doll in the early 1970s. The real doll was allegedly purchased at a hobby
store. Yes. More September stuff.
Daughter, Donna, a nursing student who was turning 28. If the story is true, it's not likely a second.
Oh gosh, this is about to be so much fun.
This particular Raggedy Ann doll, that calico dress, would end up in Lorraine and Ed's museum. Does not predate the 1970s. Donna came to believe that the spirit of a little girl named Annabelle lived inside of this doll. Donna and her roommate Angie, fellow nurse, would come home to find that doll shifted positions in their little apartment. First, the movements were confined to the bed where Donna would leave the doll. However, in time, the movements became much more obvious, noticeable, and Donna and Angie began to discover the doll in different rooms. Rooms both swore they never left the doll in. Annabelle would even appear back in Donna's room with the door shut. Sometimes they'd find the doll with its legs crossed, its arms folded. On occasions, it was found standing on its feet, leaning against a dining room chair. They even discovered it kneeling on a chair once, which was super strange because if they tried to make the doll kneel like that on its own, it would just fall over. Couldn't do it. Wasn't built to be able to kneel in the way they found it kneeling. And then the strange little doll transitioned from moving around to communicating.
So we've known each other for just a bit, just a tiny bit. Just so little, I feel like I know so much about you. For such a little time that we've known each other, I feel like I know so much already.
Even stranger was that Donna did
we've become such good friends.
The apartment had no idea where it came from. Then things got a little scarier when some blood showed up on Annabelle. Ed and Lorraine Warren claimed that Donna came home from work to find what looked like blood on the back of the doll.
Such great and wondrous super friends.
There's no explanation for how the red substance got in there, scared Donna enough to contact a medium who held a seance and introduced Donna and Angie to the spirit of Annabelle. A 7-year-old girl who played in the fields that existed where Donna and Angie's apartment complex now stood. Apparently, Annabelle's lifeless body had been discovered in the field. Out of compassion, Donna and Angie permitted the spirit of Annabelle to stay with them and possess the doll. But maybe the spirit in the doll wasn't some little girl after all. Maybe it was something much worse. Or maybe Annabelle lived alongside something much worse inside the doll. Lou, Donna's fiance, freaked out by Annabelle and warned Donna that it was not harmless. He thought it was evil. And then one night, Lou woke suddenly from a deep sleep and found himself unable to move. And then, get ready for goosebumps, he saw creepy little Annabelle down at his feet and watched frozen and helpless as it slowly glided up his leg, up onto his chest. Before he knew it, the doll began to strangle him, and he didn't let go, and he blacked out. He woke up the next morning convinced that it was not just a dream, it was a message. And then Annabelle attacked him in a way that made it impossible for him to just write it off as being a dream. Lou and Angie went to Angie's apartment. They were there studying maps to prepare for a little vacation when they heard rustling noises coming from Donna's room. Lou approached the closed door, waited for the noises to stop before entering, turned on the light, saw Annabelle laying on the floor in the corner. He walked over to the doll, and then as he did, he began to feel a powerful sense of dread in the presence of some other entity behind him. He spun around to defend himself, saw no one, then felt pain in his chest, fell to the floor, found himself doubled over and writhing on the floor, grabbing his chest, which was now bleeding. Excuse me. When he was able to stand up, he took off his shirt and discovered 7 claw-like scratches on his chest. Man, excuse me. I think the demon of Annabelle just went into my throat right now. Feeling crazy. So he found himself doubled over, writhing on the floor, grabbing his chest, now bleeding. When he was able to stand up, he took off his shirt and discovered 7 claw-like scratches on his chest, 4 horizontal, 3 vertical, that felt like hot burns. The scratches healed rapidly and were fully gone in 2 days. Creeped out yet? I am. Annabelle just tried to choke me out in the middle of this introduction. Is any of this shit true? Maybe, maybe not. It's all either first-hand accounts or supposed first-hand accounts chronicled by paranormal investigators and demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren. Are they full of shit? Perhaps. Some people certainly think so. Or is there a lot more to the world than meets the eye?
Who's this podcast? Oh, it's the Time Suck people.
Some of what they have seen
it's the people that do Time Suck. Name of the podcast is a Time Suck.
Spooky edition of Time Suck.
You're listening.
Time Suck.
Happy Monday, Time Suckers. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise Michael motherfucking McDonald, Bojangles. We're not going to be fighting that weird feeling in my throat this entire show. It's going to be a real bummer. I'm Dan Cummins, the Master Sucker, fourth leg of Bojangles, and you, culturally curious member, are listening to Time Suck, and perhaps watching Time Suck now. More on that in a second. Apologies to Time Sucker Stephen Watson, victim of Hurricane Michael, for not initially posting the link to his GoFundMe campaign in last week's episode description. It's there now, but wasn't for anyone who downloaded the episode in the first 24, 48 hours. Reposting the link in today's episode description to help he and his family's recovery. And Stephen, check your email for a message from me. I didn't hear back. I connected you with John Ryder, another wonderful Time Sucker who lives near you, who works as a public insurance adjuster. Wants to make sure you don't get fucked over when it comes to insurance on your home. He just wants to help. I think that's fantastic, man. Hail Nimrod. Hope you're doing better. Thank everyone for the continued reviews, constant spreading of the suck. Appreciate those coming in every day on iTunes and elsewhere. And thanks for getting the new merch and sending in pics to be posted on Instagram and Facebook. Those new tumblers, Lucifina sets, hoodies, more, looking so good. So happy with what Danger Brain, Access Apparel, and Queen of the Suck Lindsay have come up with. Also, the Culturally Curious private Facebook group, over 4,000 members now. 4,000 really committed members and having a blast in there. So if you want to have some more fun with the suck, hop in there. Love the good times everyone is having. Get a lot of messages lately about listeners enjoying the community aspect of Time Suck. Link to that in today's episode description. Heading to Columbus, Ohio the day after Halloween for shows this weekend. Looking like they're going to be nice and full of suckers. So get those last tickets. Great times going to be had. 3 shows in Columbus.
I'm sorry I'm not very talkative today. I do apologize.
So let's do it. Helium Comedy Club, Buffalo, New York.
I don't know why today I'm very tired.
Buffalo, I can remember.
All I did was paint, though. I went and painted.
November 16th and 17th, including my last live podcast in 2018 on the 17th. And then
Cheer complete, full of suck. Yes. Full of the suck.
30th, December 1st, off the Helium in St. Louis, December 6th to the 9th, for the last shows of 2018 after that. And going to be announcing the first half of 2019 shows in a few weeks. So links to all that in the episode description. And love the response to the little previews of video we got this past week. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Suck Now Live for you. On the Time Suck YouTube channel, we are now adding full length
and have
full-length episodes,
chairs, tables, and stuff like that, just all over the place.
Yeah, videos will come out, either Mondays at noon or a little bit after, just depending on our, recording schedule. Obviously, it takes a little bit more production time to get these up. So, probably on occasion there'll be a few hours after the audio drops everywhere else. But I have to say, man, I'm really happy with it. First trial video, Reverend Dr. Joe motherfucking Page put together, looks great. And yeah, be sure to follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Timesuck Podcast for all that. Shout out to Jimmy Hill and Amplified Wax in Spokane for designing these sound panel backdrops and using the Danger Brain design covers. Looks so good. And thanks for continuing to believe in this project, which allows us to keep developing it further and further, reaching more time suckers. Curious Meat Sacks, the fucking best. And thanks to Time Suckers for nominating me. I'm doing a TED Talk coming up in January. A TEDx Talk. Still deciding what my angle is going to be on the talk. I got a couple of ideas floating around in my head. It's going to happen January 12th, 2019 at the Croc Center right here in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Got a little theater there. I'll put a link to their website in the episode description as well. Ticketing site will be available in the next couple of weeks for that. So I'm really looking forward to really thinking hard about what has made this fun, why I think this has worked, what it means to me, and putting that message out there to the world in TED Talks form. And now for a fun suck, man. Happy Halloween, Time Suckers. Happy Halloween. I'm dressing up as Chicken Joe. Not easy to find a fucking chicken head cake. I did it. Got one in the mail. I got easy at last minute to get disco shoes with like a little goldfish looking thing in the heel. Got that coming. And have a fun costume for posting on Instagram and Facebook. Let's get paranormal. Let's suck right now into disturbing possibilities of what may go bump in the night. Who were they, Ed and Lorraine Warren? Who are these controversial ghost hunters? Let's look into their lives a little bit before we lay out and examine some of their scarier claims. What kind of people become demonologists? Today's timeline is going to be a bit of a shorter one because there's just not a lot known about the Warrens other than the cases of paranormal activity that they wrote about and investigated. So they wrote a lot, just not about themselves. So we'll look at their lives, and then we'll bounce out and look into some of their more infamous cases in a lot more depth. Let's get to it.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time-suck timeline.
On September 7th, 1926, Ed Warren Miney. He's born in Bridgeport, Connecticut. He's one of two to be born that day, born alongside sister Babette Pauline.
Reclining chair. Hey, that's always a fun one. Is a reclining chair.
Bridgeport, Connecticut's best bakers. It's a really cool story. She worked at a Wonder Bread factory, and a former coworker, Elaine Strongsbo, would later say that Babe was a wizard when it came to sourdough. Elaine would say in an interview in a little regional trade publication, she said a lot of us made sourdough, and many of us were good at it, but there was something different about Babe. She didn't make more bread than anyone else because the factory machinery, ensured that the same number of loaves were produced each and every shift. And and her bread didn't taste any different than anyone else's because of course the machinery.
Always fun to get that reclining chair.
Would go into each and every loaf at the factory, and each loaf would be cooked at exactly 400 degrees for exactly 22 minutes. But it was the way.
Yeah, give all these bodies, all these people that fell down. Oh no, they fell down.
Than everyone else's, or at least exactly the same as everyone else.
So comfy, really nice material. Nice.
That's nonsense. I have no idea what Babe did, or as an adult, or if she's even alive. That would be not exactly the thing to think. I do you know a little bit about Ed. His parents, 29-year-old Frank Edward Miney, police officer, and 26-year-old Pauline Dennis Miney, homemaker. He has an older brother, Frank, born 5 years earlier in 1921. Little Ed seemed to have a pretty normal childhood. There are whisperings from his about his mother being possibly an alcoholic, mostly from his future son-in-law, Tony Spera. I'll mention him later on in the show. His dad, I guess was maybe not around a lot due to working long hours. But, no alarming examples of abuse and neglect. And maybe his mom drank a little bit extra because Ed wouldn't shut the fuck up about ghosts. She could handle little Ed pounding on her door every night, talking about the demon.
So much better than my other one. Didn't think it would be this way.
Doesn't want to eat a sandwich because a ghost poisoned the bologna. He can't sleep alone in his room because an old white.
In an upgrade, it's not that hard.
He can't play with his neighbor kids outside because of the
I don't know why I'm so sleepy.
Frank if he tried.
I know why I'm so sleepy. I woke up at real early in the morning, 10 o'clock, when I stayed up all night to stream. It's not surprising.
I'd probably hit the sauce.
Hey, Steady Prism. Hope you're doing well.
On January 31st, 1927, Lorraine Rita Moran is born, also in Bridgeport. She grew up just a few miles up the coast from Bridgeport in Milford. The eldest of 3 children, she grew up in a middle-class family. 4 years later, 1931, when Ed was 5...
Let's go well. Final sketches of Chapter 1. This is the end of the chapter right here. And then Chapter 2 starts right after this page. So I'm just going over this.
He just never came up with that logical reason. He said, my family would all go to bed, and then just around 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, many times I would hear the closet door beginning to open up. At first, I'd look into the closet and see only shapeless darkness. Then I'd start to see a light bulb. No, not light. Not a light bulb, sorry. I'd start to see a light beginning to form, and it would morph into like a ball-like shape, sort of like a basketball, and then I'd see a face in the ball. Now, this phenomenon he's describing is known in paranormal circles as a ghost globule. And what is a ghost globule? Well, it's defined as a globule of ghostiness. So, there you go. That'd be a super shitty definition. Now, according to...
Okay, now I'm gonna head back to sleep. Okay! At work already, but not able to do anything yet, so just waiting. Gotcha. Fuck Amazon delivering so early. Amazon, why you gotta deliver so early? My god, Amazon, why you gotta be so early?
AKA poltergeist pecker pillows. AKA haunted hacky sack. AKA I'm done now. This light can come in a range of sizes and illumination.
God
some
damn.
really visible, some other.
I'm already so fucking tired.
Orbs or globules or
I really just want to go to bed.
Spirits of the dead. Some people believe.
But
in fact, people who
I'm gonna start lining everything.
There are others who don't believe these spirits are actually individual spirits at all, but instead collections of.
Didn't take me too long to build it to be frank.
So others believe that while these orbs are
also trying to think of an idea for that sketch redeem. Almost got enough for one. Yay!
Spirits out there, I guess, looking for a host.
Nice.
Spheres are origins believe that in orbit.
If you go back all the way to page 1.
I don't know.
Oh my God! Ayame Wilson.
Have ghostly origins. Believe that an orb.
Oh my dear goodness! Oh my dear gosh! Thank you guys.
Well, there are various reasons associated with the belief that a globe.
Thank you guys so much for coming in. I really do appreciate it. Oh man, Punk Bean Raid. Oh yeah, Yame. Oh yeah. Beans. How's everybody? If you don't know, Ayame Wilson streams.
Triangle. That shape was taken by the Illuminati. Okay, so that's a globule.
Yes.
I haven't seen one.
Yummy streams. Wonder what you were streaming.
Mumbo jumbo to many, but others.
What in the heck were you streaming?
And here's Ed's description.
What were you streaming?
He thought he saw when he
what were you doing, Yummy?
In that globule was a face.
Let's see.
Of an old woman.
Were you Minecrafting?
The globule would then come out into my bedroom, accompanied by audible footsteps.
Were you a Minecraft? Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Oh my good gracious. Were you a Minecrafter? Oh. My goodness.
early age, Ed Warren.
My dear goodness.
And
a Minecrafter in my stream. My goodness. Hey everybody, thank you for coming in. Thank you for being amazing. Thank you, Hex Maniac Violet. Thank you for coming in.
When Lorraine was 12,
tired Minecraft vibes. Hehe. Well, tired goat vibes right now.
She attended. This is the beginnings of her.
Well, thank you for the lurk, by the way. Kroom Serene, thank you for coming in just for even for a second. I play a variety of things. Yes, you do, Ayame Wilson. If nobody knew, Ayame does stream. Ayame Wilson is a wonderful streamer. Incredible and amazing.
After returning from this retreat home, Lorraine said she was worried that what my parents would think, what the nuns would think.
So if you guys ever want to just chill out.
What I could see.
Oh, Hex Maniac Violet. Hex Maniac, you didn't have to, and
don't buy it. And I do think B.
And Karam Saran. Oh my goodness, you both didn't have to do that. And one heckin' Precious Bean. You right. I mean, you're just spitting straight facts.
You go through a battery of tests at the hospital. You get CAT scans, everything. There's nothing wrong with your wires.
All you're doing is spitting straight facts.
But just like The Sixth Sense, like that old movie, you see dead people. What a curse that would be, right? You can't turn that ability off. Man, what a terrible burden. Like I feel like if your mind was sound when you began to see dead people, it wouldn't stay sound for very long. Like you would become a nut. You'd become a nutty kind of person that I make fun of on the show. Like,
I don't like the size of that line.
Dealing with that.
So this is.
Man. No, thank you. Please don't let me become one of those people. Man, I guess if they weren't hurting you, maybe you'd acclimate somewhat over time. But shit, be gone, Lucifina. Get away from me with your ghost vision. Either late 1942 or early 1943 when Ed Warren was 6.
By the way, I'm listening to the podcast Time Suck. If you guys don't know about it, it's a great podcast. I love the podcaster, and we're just having a good old heckin' time. Thank you guys for coming in. All right, I will call you Violet.
One night, I walked her home and asked her on a date.
I will call you Violet for an easier time.
And here's what Lorraine had to say of her first impression of Ed. She said, I looked at his shoes, which were shined to perfection, and I looked at the crease of his trousers, and I thought, what a nice young man he was. How sweet is that shit? A little bit different than I feel like many of the stories of today's relationships. I don't think would have that kind of sentimental, feel, More like, I swiped right, and so did he, and we hooked up every once in a while, became friends with benefits, and then we were both hooking up with other people, and we just realized that, we liked hooking up with other people, but we like kind of, hooking up with each other more, and I don't want to get, herpes or something, so we kind of just started, fucking each other, and shit just kind of went from there, and, he was nice, and sometimes he would, order pizza for me after we banged a few times, and, no guy had ever done that for me. I feel like that's more of a
I'm checking out your Twitter. Love your art. Oh, thank you.
17-year-old Ed joined the Navy.
Thank you, Karam Saran. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And he was sent home for 30 days.
Thank you all for the wonderful positive vibes.
Couple kids.
And thank you for sticking around and checking me out. That was very sweet of you. Hey, Yame, go get some rest.
A paranormal investigator herself, carrying the torch for her parents.
Go get some rest. Go get some rest. Go get some rest.
2 years, and the two quickly began investigating hauntings.
Let's see.
After the war, Ed would read news stories of hauntings around the country, and then he would show up at these places that were close by, and he'd paint the houses he'd read about in the reports.
So,
and use these paintings as a way to introduce
that's not
himself
what I would say. Panel lines, and then we got a lines.
He wanted to see if the same things he had seen and heard were happening.
We're gonna have so much fun getting this all together. What the hell? The hell did I download? I downloaded brushes.
They could all see me, and I'd start sketching the house, and you'd see the curtains going back and forth. What's this kid's doing? They'd be thinking. I would do a really nice sketch of the house with ghosts coming out of it, and I'd give it to Lorraine. She'd go knock on the door, With her Irish personality, she'd say, "Oh, my husband loves to sketch and paint haunted houses. He made this for you. I made it special for them." And then that's kind of what endeared them to these owners and got them to be able to investigate.
That's not very helpful of a sketch. Gonna have to really work on this.
Lorraine would work entirely on instinct.
This is not helpful as a sketch. So like trees.
Without any prior knowledge of what they'd experienced.
And some trees to it.
I would sit on the bed, but people spend a third of their life last week with the best vibrations, and things and visions would come to me. Ed also began to start paying the bills with his paintings. Started in 1948. He said he got fed up.
Yeah, these are definitely not the trees I'm looking for, but they will just have to suffice for right now.
Bought a car for $15, 1933 Chevy Eagle Deluxe, saying the guy gave me 2 wheels with it. I had to pay him off on time, $5 a week. I said to Lorraine, if we go up to the new areas where they're opening up for tourists like Massachusetts, Vermont.
Thank you guys for checking me out, even for a moment. Thank you for the follows. I do appreciate it, and thank you for all being so incredible. I know it's easy for you.
Allowed them to do their paranormal investigations. Selling paintings anywhere from $3 to $5 a piece in an age when hot dogs were a dime, hamburgers are a dime, the theater is a quarter, gas is 18 cents a gallon. They're selling those several of those paintings for $3, $4, $5 a day. Paid all your bills and then some. Within a few years, the Warrens' interest in haunted houses became an obsession, and they opened the Occult Museum out of the back of their house. It contained an ever-expanding collection of knickknacks and artifacts that all had supposedly been touched or possessed by something evil. In 1952, the Warrens also founded the New England Society for Psychic Research, first official organization of ghost hunters in New England. And what had the Warrens learned about ghosts so far? Well, here's what Ed would have to say in The Demonologist, the extraordinary career of Ed and Lorraine Warren, book about them.
Let's see.
Most people seem to think ghosts lurk around in the upstairs of old homes in a misty, vaporous state. That is not so. In order to be seen with the physical eye, the ghost or apparition needs physical energy to manifest. We learn there are 2 basic processes a human spirit can go through to bring about its own materialization. One way requires a human presence, the other does not. When an earthbound spirit needs a human presence to manifest, then it engages in
Let's go to the assets. See if I can find a pine tree is what I'm looking for.
Most earthly manifestations is nothing other than human aura. Surrounding the body of every living being is a bioluminescent glow, charge of energy from the body. Like Lorraine,
pine tree material brush. Thank you. Thank you.
Reflecting the physical, emotional,
let's see,
of the person. Spirits read auras too, and an individual's aura may either repel or attract a spirit presence. Oh man, I got one of those repellent auras. Just repelling ghosts away, left and right. Hopefully. Sometimes when it's dark, I get a little worried that I don't have the right kind of aura. I guess whatever an aura, the aura's real. But anyway, spirits read auras too. Yeah. Nevertheless, from the bioluminescent glow or aura, the ghost.
That costs money though.
Small pinpoints of light. This light energy combined with heat and electromagnetic energy in the room is what
this one doesn't
uses to manifest. Lorraine would give a simpler explanation, saying, "Imagine you're staying overnight in your friend's house. The place is nice and cheerful, so nice and cheerful that the thought of a ghost would never enter your mind. And that night, you're showing
that one costs money. It looks nice. It also costs money, and I don't have money. Well, I mean, I do have money, but I need to save it for actually like stuff and whatnot. Like,
floating near each other about 5 feet off the floor. As you watch, you might also see streaks of light flash away from your body. This is the electromagnetic energy being drawn from your aura. In no time at all, these 2 balls of light come together and merge into one larger ball, about the size of a grapefruit.
I don't know.
The ball will then elongate into a cigar shape, about human size and height. Within this tall bioluminescent glow, the definable features of a person will begin to emerge until the spirit has manifested as much as it possibly can. The act, by the way, is called a ghost if the features are not recognizable to the viewer. If the features are recognizable to the viewer, it's an apparition. Either way, you've got a visitor. Has that happened to anybody listening? You've seen like these little ghost balls? You've seen those spirit nuts kind of floating around, and then they merge together into a cigar shape. I mean, if you have, send it in. I have not. I'd be curious if anyone listening has seen that. The other way a ghost will come up, Ed explained, is a bit theatrical. On very humid days with a lot of rain or fog, or on stormy nights when there is electrical energy in the air from lightning discharges, a ghost is able to build itself from the energy in the atmosphere. When a ghost or apparition manifests in this way, there tends to be an intense smell of ozone in the room, and the resulting materialization comes across with a bluish glow. The spirit is liable to manifest before you, or aware of its presence, or as you watch. The important point is that in one case, the spirit requires a human presence to materialize, while in the other, only Mother Nature is needed. But a ghost certainly does not have to manifest in order to be there, because it is not.
Okay, Yummy, you should get some rest, you heckin' fresh bean. Yes! Get rest!
There you go.
Hey, Yummy Wilson, get rest!
Why they were able to see many ghosts.
You need the rest.
Over roughly 5 decades they'd spent doing the paranormal. For a little over the first decade of the
I don't know what this is.
Psychic research, the goal of the Warrens was only to investigate.
I know what that is.
The Warrens wanted to help the victims of hauntings. This urge started to help.
I know what that is.
A little girl named Cynthia. Around 1965, the Warrens went to a home where they encountered the spirit of Cynthia.
It's neither the time nor the place. So, let's see if I can find.
Ed thought to himself, "This is horrible. This little child is earthbound. She's looking for her mother constantly."
Let's see.
How do I
and if you guys need to get
interviewing dozens of clergymen of all faiths, asking them if somebody called you from the parish and said there was a ghost in the house, what would you do? Some would say, "I told them to see a psychiatrist." Others would say, "I go to the house and I bless it. If the blessing didn't work, I did mass. If the mass didn't work, I performed the right kind of exorcism."
You guys need to get some rest. Go get some rest. Don't feel like you have to stay because you want it to look good.
College students, etc.
I'll be here the whole time. Don't you worry. It'll be all good.
Demons could be tricked into believing they were speaking to a fellow spirit instead of a human if the ventriloquist was talented enough. Charles Gutman, a ventriloquist exactly that talented from nearby New Haven, would accompany the Warrens with Woody, 30-inch, hand-carved doll in cowboy clothes to convince several reluctant spirits to come out of hiding. Yeah, right. Can you imagine about the ventriloquist? Can you imagine how great would that be if on some paranormal show, some spectral ventriloquist showed up as a character with like some puppet named Woody, claiming that Woody could convince ghosts to talk to him? Oh my God, I would love to see that.
Ghost, it's me, Woody. Look at this dumb human Charles I made fall asleep. What a dope. I'm using his oral energy to possess this silly cowboy doll. But really, I'm a ghost or a demon thing, just like you. So how would you come out and join me? We could possess more dolls.
Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that. I need to rename some of these brushes.
Wouldn't that be fun?
But, alright, let's get back to drawing this.
Scare dogs and cats. Turn crosses upside down. Speaking demon voices. Wouldn't that freak them out? Ha ha ha. Neato. Come on, ghost, come out and talk to me. I'm Woody. I'm definitely not Charles. I'm 100% ghost or demon. Let's get to hunting. It'll be sweet. Whee!
Please show up somewhere in the show. Please, someone out there in the world, be a ventriloquist demon hunter. Please make Hollywood, dear Hollywood, get going on that movie now. Thank you. Regarding covering all his bases in investigation, Ed would say that people would laugh him off with, "Oh God, you go into a house and look for devils?" And Ed's response would be, "You're damn right, I look for devils. I look for everything else too. I have the scientists with me, and they're looking for something else. We get together and we talk and we straighten the whole thing out. Nobody can bring us into a house and fool us. You couldn't tell us that your house is haunted and get away with it, because I'm the biggest skeptic going. I have to see it, I have to hear it, and I have to feel it with a physical sense." Here are some more of Ed's thoughts on his and Lorraine's approach to paranormal investigations. He says, many times we'd use 3 or 4 clairvoyants in one place. We'd take them to a house one at a time, and they don't know where they're going, what the case is about, etc. They don't know shit. If they all tell me the same thing, they see a woman's spirit in a certain room, or a man or a child, then I know we're on the right track. And that actually would be a good way to do it, if he's being legit here. I guess I should define clairvoyant really quick, by the way. We mentioned a few times that clairvoyant is a ventriloquist who speaks to the dead, the Woody. No. Clairvoyant is a person who claims to have a supernatural ability to perceive events in the future or beyond normal sensory contact. As in, someone who could, sense and communicate with spirits. Ed would claim over and over before his death that there was no doubt about the existence of the paranormal, saying, "In our occult museum, we have
let me see.
thousands of cases between here and the other buildings out there that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the supernatural exists. We have filmed the White Lady of Easton. We have filmed poltergeist attacks on people with ghosts, and we have taken many pictures of ghosts. We'll talk more about this later. We have thousands of pictures of ghosts. And I'm not talking about filmy ectoplasmic type material. I'm talking about spirits. I'm talking about practice. Oh, so, wait, that's not the right Iverson. I'm talking about a game. Now I'm talking about spirits that are as clear as you and I. You ask for evidence, we'll give you that evidence. We proved in a court of law in 1989 that a woman and her young child were driven out of the house by ghosts. She lived in Hebron, Connecticut. We went to Rockville Court. We won the case. The realtor leased us the house, was suing her for $2,000.
Damn.
Begged us to go into the house and get some evidence that would prove that there really are ghosts. Now, you don't walk into a court of law and say, "Well, Judge, there was ghosts there." You have to have evidence. In any court of law, they use photographs, recordings, credible witnesses as evidence. That's what we use. We won the case. We set a precedent here in the United States. Scientists would say, "You didn't prove a thing because you didn't take a ghost and put it in a bottle so we can open him up and examine him." That's stupid. I'm not saying that scientifically you have to prove that God exists. No, ghosts exist. There is no such thing. You can't get scientific and supernatural. I don't know. So if you have to prove in a court of law that ghosts exist and haunted house exists, I think that's good enough for anyone. So he's making this point that he proved in a court of law that ghosts exist. I looked into that. I couldn't find anything in the demonologist about that particular case. But there is another case from 1991. Yeah, so I couldn't find the one he was talking about, which, makes me a little skeptical. But I think maybe he was talking about this. I don't know. Maybe sometimes he would get the years off. 1991, there is this thing known as the Ghostbusters ruling. Not making this up. Legally known as Stambovsky versus Ackley. Somebody, of course, Polish person. Wouldn't you guess it? The old Stambovsky, old ski. Polish people causing trouble again here on the sock. No, this case centered around Helen Ackley reporting the existence of numerous poltergeists.
Let me see. Let me go to my stuff.
1989. Stories of the hauntings in the Ackley home were reported in newspapers across the country, Reader's Digest, elsewhere. And then in 1980, a man named Jeffrey Stambovsky purchased the home, and then neither Helen Ackley or her realtor told him about the hauntings. And then after he moved in, he found out about the hauntings. He took Helen to court and wanted his money back. The initial court dismissed his claim, but he appealed, and he eventually got a ruling in his favor. The ruling said, whereas here, the seller not only takes unfair advantage of the buyer's ignorance, but has created and perpetuated a condition about which he is unlikely to even inquire, enforcement of the contract in whole or in part is offensive to the court's sense of equity. Application of the remedy of rescission within the bounds of narrow exception to the doctrine of caveat emptor set forth herein is entirely appropriate to relieve the unwitting purchaser from the consequences of a most unnatural bargain. Oh, legal language. Yeah, fun. What they're saying here is that they deceived him. They're not saying that, like, ghosts live in the house. They're saying that they talked a lot about ghosts, made this house infamous as far as supposedly being a haunted house, and then didn't tell that to the buyer. That would be the best if the judge actually ruled that ghosts were for sure a problem in the house. The state of New York rules for the plaintiff. The defendant acted in an unlawful manner when they failed to reveal that the demon Baphomet does in fact occasionally reside at the corner of Oak Grove Lane and Freemason Court. Baphomet, this particular demon, has for sure killed at least 10 kids in the past 2 years, and thus the defendant recklessly endangered the plaintiff's children's lives by not disclosing that Baphomet is 100% real and for sure lives in the root cellar, somewhere behind the furnace. Several ghosts also, one named Lizzie, one named Catherine, another named David Parker, also for sure are doing creepy, evil shit in the attic. Not cool, defendant. Not cool. No, the court is just not saying ghosts live in the home. What it's saying is that, like I said, you can't publicly build up this reputation for a home as being like a haunted house and having all these horrible things happen inside it to the point that it becomes kind of nationally known, almost as like a tourist attraction, and then sell that to somebody and just never mention that. Because that affects, people fucking bothering them all the time. It could affect the value of the home. Other people might not want to buy it because it's, they think it's super creepy. That's what they said. Anyway, the Warrens would research hundreds of cases over the years. They traveled the world, giving lectures on the paranormal. And towards the end of his life, they'd write a number of books on what they say they've witnessed. The Annabelle case I spoke of to start today's tale apparently occurred in 1968. And the horror films Annabelle and Annabelle Creation, based on that haunting. 1971, The Warrens went to Harrisville, Rhode Island to investigate the claims of the Perrin family, who believed their home was haunted by a witch. The Warrens would claim that the witch named Bathsheba Sherman cursed the land, so that whoever lived there would somehow die. And this story would become the plot of 2013's The Conjuring. Bathsheba, that does sound like a witch's name. If you're a witch, you can't just call yourself like Teresa, Bethany. No, if you want people to fear you, you gotta switch it up. You gotta call yourself Bathsheba, Bladusa, Malevolencia. Something dark and foreboding. We'll talk about this haunting at length later in this suck. 1976, the Warrens investigated the Amityville horror case that we already looked into in bonus suck 11. 1977, the Warrens investigated claims that a family in the North London suburb of Enfield were haunted by a poltergeist, kind of poltergeist activity. This haunting would later become the basis for the film The Conjuring 2. I need to see that movie. I heard it was good. Jesse Dobner, our editor, says it was better than the first one. I loved the first one. I would have watched it last night. I was alone in my house, and I'm a scaredy cat. Okay? I swear, I'm still nervous about going down in my basement ever since the fucking Shadow Person episode. Shadow people. Why does that have to maybe exist? Creepy. 1971. Arne Johnson, or Arn Johnson, those weird names, accused of killing his landlord, Alan Bono. Ed and Lorraine Warren had been called prior to the killing to deal with alleged demonic possession of the younger brother of Jonathan's fiancée. The Warrens subsequently claimed that Johnson had also been possessed. In the trial, Johnson attempted to plead not guilty by reason of demonic possession, but was unsuccessful at that plea. That was too far. The case was described in the 1983 book, The Devil in Connecticut. And again, can you imagine if you did get off because of that? I rule in favor of the defendant. He couldn't help what he did because he was possessed by a demon. Baphomet! And taken over his spirit. 1986, Ed and Lorraine Warren arrived to proclaim the Snedeker House, a former funeral home, was infested with demons. 2009 film, The Haunting in Connecticut, is very loosely based on the Warrens' version of what happened in that house. We'll dive into this case in depth later. Apparently involves actually getting raped by demons.
Jeez.
That's to be the worst kind of demon, the rapey kind. You know? I mean, if you end up getting haunted, having the ghost of like Richard Ramirez or some other rapist, that's the worst. Next to a murdering ghost. And raping and murdering ghosts, that's probably the very worst. I can't even imagine how crazy I would go if a ghost raped me. Holy shit. Not being able to defend yourself. You can't even see it coming. Just some fucking spirit being coming from the ghost. And what can you do? Well, you know what? I'll tell you exactly what you can do. You can get a hold of today's first sponsor. Today's Time Suck is brought to you today by Woody's Paranormal Rape Repellent.
Mm.
Hi guys, it's me, Woody. Tired of spooky spirits poking around your pooper? Sick of sexually excited entities hanging around your hoo-ha? Well, worry no more. All you need to get those ghosts to stop pushing and poking on your fun bits is a can of Woody's Paranormal Rape Repellent. Spray it on your bottom, spray it on your front bottom, spray it on your chest boobs, and spray it anywhere else the spectral sperm cannons are trying to dump demon babies on. Whee! Our special blend of garlic, paprika, holy water, wasabi, icy hot, sea salt, green tea, sulfuric acid, graham cracker crumbs will turn your private parts into a spook slaughterhouse.
Of course, that's not today's sponsor. That's a hard voice to do for a prolonged period of time. I feel like I was going to pass out there.
Lurk, thank you so much for lurking, Fluke. Thank you for being amazing. I'll get food and sleep. Have fun. Thank you. I am just sketching out my fucking my fucking stuff out here, and then
minds and stories of the men and women who call the shots in the crime world. Through extensive research, each episode
how should I write?
Explores the ranks of organized crime rings, from street gangs to mafiosos, to determine what kind of person is drawn to the world of organized crime, as well as what it takes for a kingpin or queenpin to rise to the top, and why they eventually fall. Episodes on Frank Lucas and Richard the Iceman Kuklinski, available right now.
I don't know, like, how to write, like,
a perfect time to jump back in.
The wind rushing by.
New perspective. And Frank Lucas is the 60s and 70s Harlem kingpin that Denzel Washington played in 2007's American Gangster. Learn about the life of the real character, Frank Lucas, that led to that movie by listening to Kingpins. Upcoming episodes on Pablo Escobar, Freeway, Rick Ross, Queenie Claire, hell yeah. Releasing every Friday. Great additional content for those of you who also love that Escobar suck we did a while back. So just search for Kingpins wherever you listen to podcasts, and that's
That's just the biggest question of like how to write that.
Start listening now. That's Parcast, PARCAST.com/kingpins to listen now. Link in today's episode description. Make it real easy. And now on to the rest of the lives of demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren. 1991, the Warrens published a book titled Werewolf, the true story of demonic possession, in which they claim to have exorcised a demon manifesting itself as a werewolf. Dude, we're going to look into that for sure later on after the timeline. Demonic werewolf? Okay. All right. I'm curious. I'm listening. Ooh, you got me. 1992, Ed Warren published a book titled Graveyard, True Hauntings from an Old New England Cemetery that features a white lady ghost which haunted a cemetery in Eastern Connecticut. Claims to have captured her essence on film. We'll dig into that one a little bit later. Health problems prevented Ed from actively investigating new cases beginning in 1996. The Warrens continued to run a small museum out of their home that is sadly not currently open any longer due to a change in zoning regulations. Boo! Come on, City Hall. You can't make exceptions for some demonologists. It's not like they're running a bagel shop, sewing supply store. It's way cooler than that. You're ruining it for everyone. It's your red tape. March 2001. Ed woke up at 2 a.m. to let a cat collapse on the floor. Paramedics restarted his heart. He was in a coma for 11 weeks, never regained his ability to speak. However, he would come out of it and live for another 5 years. Fucking demon cat got it. Off of it. Snuck into a cat body. And that's exactly why I don't have cats. Because I don't like little demon critters. I don't like how they try to kill you or put some kind of dark wizard coma sleep spell on you. And then on August 23rd, 2006, Ed passed away in Monroe, Connecticut at the age of 79. He and Lorraine have been married for almost 62 years. That's incredible. You don't read a lot about a lot of 60-plus year marriages. My God. And then for years after his death, until just recently, his wife, Lorraine, continued to work with and lead the New England Society for Psychic Research, the organization currently run by their son-in-law, Tony Spira, and daughter Judy. You can find Tony all over YouTube thanks to Paranormal Cable Access show he hosted for years, where he had numerous interviews with Ed and Lorraine. I actually emailed back and forth with Tony this past weekend. He assures me they are actively still investigating hauntings and carrying on Ed and Lorraine's legacy. And he seems like a nice dude. Lorraine worked as a consultant on a number of blockbuster horror films in the years after Ed's death, such as The Conjuring, The Conjuring 2, Annabelle, and Annabelle Creation. Together, those 4 films grossed over $1 billion worldwide at just the box office. With more movies in development, such as The Conjuring 3, it's a shame Ed did not live to see the immense success of the Hollywood version of their tales. Some think that a movie slated currently for 2021 may end up being the biggest financial hit to date based on the tales of Ed and Lorraine Warren. Its working title is Silent Lips, the story of Woody. Silent Lips, the story of Woody, puppet demon hunter.
Hello, Baphomet, it's me, Woody. I'm glad you decided to come and play. Hey, how about follow me into this coffin? It's definitely not a lead-lined prison to trap your soul forever. Whee!
Sorry, that's probably more fun for me to do than for you to hear. And that's clearly not true. 9-year-old Lorraine is still with us. She suffers from memory problems and has a few relatives who act as caregivers to help her out. And she lives in the home Ed and she shared in Connecticut. It's still attached to the no longer operational occult museum.
And then let's see if we can
alleged vampire's coffin, child's tombstone, which
transform,
altar, death curses, demon masks, a variety of other cursed dolls, large statue of Satan. More. I'm guessing the neighborhood kids don't come around and bother her too much with all that stuff in the back of the house. And that all takes us out of today's time suck timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Now that we know a bit about the life of those demonologists, let's look into the claims that made the Warrens famous. And what a cool and weird job title, by the way, demonologist. I'm sorry, what did you say you two do? We're demonologists. Optometrists? We're demonologists. Astrologists. Demonologists. We work with demons against them. We fight against demons. Huh. That a good job? Is that what kind of benefits you get? You get paid vacation? You get matching 401k when you're a demonologist? Let's get to that demon werewolf case first. I want to lead with this one. It's the least scary to me of the tales. It's a bit silly, but very entertaining. And I guess if it is true, I mean, this would be terrifying. I had not heard of this one before today, but there are rumors that this Warren case is going to be the one reimagined for the upcoming Conjuring 3 film, currently slated for summer 2019. Excuse me, around
So right now,
1979.
that's the working right there.
9-year-old boy playing in the backyard of his parents' house in London. He allegedly did something that freaked his parents the fuck out. According to Bill, he's playing outside when he was suddenly caught by a sensation of coldness running down his entire body and a foul, nauseating odor. And then everything seemed normal again for a moment until he felt his body temperature drop once more, and suddenly pictures of himself as Wolf flashed through his mind. Then he was filled with an overpowering rage, fell to the ground, and when he got back up, he suddenly directed all his new bestial anger towards a fence post that he had violently uprooted from the ground. Parents ran towards him, by this time, and then they watched him like slam this fence post around the ground, brutally tear at the wired fence with his hands and teeth, biting it, growling like an angry wolf. Supposedly, his parents fled in terror at this, went back to the house and just waited until this little episode was over. But I'm like, really? Who's running from a 9-year-old? Like, if that's true, his rage must have really been just otherworldly. Or they were super, super shitty parents. Because I just can't imagine Kyler Monroe carrying me back into the house by acting feral.
Let's see.
Feral. You know? I just like, bite me, and I bite me. I'll take away your PlayStation. Now you want? Stop growling, or no Fortnite. Stop growling over Monroe. I will throw all of your slime.
Let's see if I can find it.
On the goddamn fence. Stop chewing on the fence. Get in the house. After a little fence chewing, the rage slowly faded away. Bill's parents made sure he was okay. Bill's normal life returned. Grew up, got married.
Let's see, Rex reference. Let's see.
Earned a living as a carpenter. Probably nibbled on a 2x4 from time to time. Probably real good at demolition work.
There we go.
And life was fine for
Pretty sure this is it. Yep, this is it.
Out drinking with a group of friends. This is so crazy.
What's the name of this fucking place?
Without drinking with a group of friends, he claims he felt a sudden rush of icy cold, similar to what he experienced as a child with the whole fence incident. Feeling ill, he goes to the restroom.
That's the name of this fucking place. I was like, man, what was the name that I gave it up to this fucking place? And it's fucking, it's sad.
Rage took over his body. Lost control of himself. Began to snarl violently, turned into his friend next to him, attempts to bite his friend's leg. Driver of the car able to pull over, after which they all struggled to restrain Bill and get him under control. A feat that took several of them working together, since he seemed to be displaying a freakish amount of strength. Bill would eventually come back to his senses, making the end of a very strange, very awkward evening with friends who I imagine didn't invite Bill out as much after that.
Mining and...
He say he remembered nothing of this odd event. If one of your friends wolfed out, bit you in the car after you and some others have been drinking, like, would you ever go drinking with them ever again? I mean, if they really, really bit you, like draw blood, like maybe you have to go to the urgent care, maybe even ER, and then they're growling, acting crazy for a while after that, and then the next day they act like it never happened. There's no way. There's no way I'm hanging out with them.
I've got to make that look nice.
We're not.
Have up spit.
Come on, guys. Come on. It's Friday night. Which pub we hitting? Elephant Castle, McCurdy's, Meadville Brewery, TGI Fridays. Come on. Look, Bill. Me and the guys are heading out, but we would really prefer it if you did not join us this time. Are you serious, Sid? What? Oh, what? Is this about last weekend? Is this about when I bit you? Is this about? I apologize. I told you.
General.
I don't know what happened. I do know what happened. Bill, you bit my goddamn leg. 13 stitches. Rabies shot. You ruined my favorite pair of pre-pants. That's what happened, Bill. Come on, Ted. You give me another chance. I got my conceal and carry permit, Bill. And if you bite me, I swear to God, I will fucking put you down. I will put you down. You want to come hang out with us? That's fine. I'm keeping my gun on my hip, and I'll put you down like a goddamn animal you are, Bill. I don't know. Maybe that was a bit much. Then on the night of Monday, December 5th, 1983, Bill does wolf out again.
How have you been?
This time not with his buddies. Of course not. He was alone.
How have you been? How's every little thing?
Suddenly, tremendous pain breaks out in the middle of his chest. His entire body covered in cold sweat. His breath becomes regular. He's rushed towards the nearby hospital. Feels a pain searing in his chest and his right arm.
Oh man, it's so lovely.
Emergency room entrance. pushes the door open.
This is what happens when you have multiple things going on. When you have multiple layers. And I don't even know why I need vector layers. They're not fucking helpful to me. They might be helpful, but I might just be wasting my fucking time. I've been mostly fun. Oh, General, I hope you feel better, man. I hope you feel better, General. What's been going on? What? You can let me know. Tell me.
Policeman on regular rounds near the emergency room rushes over to
I
help.
love you.
The officer, with the help of a hospital intern, able to force Bill onto
What's going on?
pin him down with restraining straps.
Just know that I'm heading to rent.
Inside the ambulance, take him to Runwell Mental Hospital with
oh my god, this fucking program is being the worst.
Probably charged with some type of assault, I would think. Turns himself into the police, asking to be locked up because he's worried he'll lose control again and hurt someone else. And then he wolfs out at the police precinct when they're not taking him seriously, attacks an officer, has to be sedated and put into a cell. Before attacking the officer, this guy watching this interview, a sergeant named Terry Fisher.
Mood, you know when you felt overwhelmed by all the stuff being done, then only you have less time, free time? Yeah, I know that feeling.
Fun. The police officers working there.
I'm just gonna get rid of.
Facility after being released from jail. Of course. Word of these Wolfman incidents make it onto some.
Oh my fucking god. Big fucking baby over here. Goddamn Clip Studio being a big old fucking baby. Yeah, I'll close the program. I don't care. But other than that,
Davidson. If you don't know the name, if you saw him, be like, oh yeah, that guy.
So other than that, you've been okay?
Over the age of 30 for sure. If you're under, maybe on YouTube, seen some old clips. He hosted Hollywood Squares, $10,000 Pyramid, ton of other TV shows.
Always happy to see you. Yeah, that's good. If you're feeling overwhelmed, you can. If you need to take a break, that's totally understandable. Like, you know.
People doing motorcycle stuff, like jumping over 3 helicopters while the blades are spinning, and then stories of people like Bill Ramsey, the Wolfman of London, and random trivia.
Hit save.
Popularized
yes.
Phrase, don't try this at home.
All right.
And guess who was watching the Wolfman back in Connecticut?
Yeah.
Demonologist Ed and Lorraine Warren.
And then go to here, and then get rid of all of the. Get rid of these. Get rid of these. Because they are just. They're taking up space. And then.
Pay 400 pounds restitution. And we're charged reported over the entire incident.
And then merge selective layers.
Went over to visit Bill and his family.
There.
After meeting Bill, they came to believe he was possessed by the demonic spirit of some kind of werewolf entity.
Yeah.
Ramsey and his wife Nina back to America with them, where they were.
Yeah. If you need to take a break, take a break, man.
And perform an exorcism of Bill Ramsey. Bishop Robert McKenna led the exorcism, a man who had performed many exorcisms before. Also present.
And also get rid of that one.
Violent in case he wolfed.
Because I really, like, you'd be surprised how much, like, all I'm doing is this.
When the bishop put his hand upon Bill's head, he began to snarl viciously.
Yeah.
Face contorted into a beastly rage, teeth bared, eyes wild.
But when it comes to this, when it comes to these layers, they're so fucking finicky. It makes me so mad. It's like the amount of stuff. So how's about you? I'm doing all right. Doing okay. My program's being a big old bitch. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, don't use a certain layer processing, because it really is just a pain in the ass and a time waster than it is actually fucking helpful. Because all I want to do is move this just over and not have to worry about it. I could just. It'd be easier if I just did this, close the program again, because it's literally that layer. It's being a fuck.
And supposedly has yet to have any kind
I'm just getting frustrated. That's all. Don't worry about me, General. I'm just getting frustrated at something, and I'll fix it. Just a second. Like, it's a real easy fix.
All this comes from either the testimony.
You know what you do?
Old drinking buddies of Bill's, the officer.
Merge all of these together.
In a book on the case that Ed and Lorraine
select the
co-wrote
layers, and then you just create a new layer. You take this over here, and then you create a new layer, and then you
read and seen it. It is clear that many people, witnessing
merge with layer below.
believe that something supernatural happened.
There we go.
Can there be
and
a
now
reasonable explanation?
you do this.
Bill spoke in a creepy voice, said some strange things.
And it should be good enough right there. And then it should be good at, let's save.
But he also did not actually turn into a wolf. His features may have shifted or may not. There's not a photo of that.
Alright, and then just do this.
Unfortunate if you really
and now, oh, look at that. Oh, I can move it without those garbage fucking line, fucking layers. So annoying. I don't. Those line layers are made so that you can literally create lines and you can mess with the individual lines. It is such a pain in the ass. I would recommend never fucking do it.
The person suffering from this usually believes that they take the form of the most dangerous kind of beast of prey in their region, or what is historically the most dangerous animal. And the wolf would make sense in London and elsewhere in Western Europe. We also learned previously that Dr. Jan Dirk Blom, assistant professor of psychiatry at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, mined the archives of psychiatry to find out how common this condition is and found it's very rare. Since 1850, only 56 original case descriptions of people believing they are metamorphosizing into an animal. And among those, only 13 met the criteria for clinical lycanthropy. So super rare. The remaining cases, variants of the condition with patients having delusional convictions about being like a boa, snake, frog, bee. In reviewing all 56 cases of delusional metamorphosis into animal form, Blom found that 25% of the patients were diagnosed with schizophrenia, 23% psychotic depression, and about 20% with bipolar disorder. Among the patients, 34 were men, 22 were women, and their symptoms lasted anywhere from a single hour to decades. So, clinical lycanthropy, very, very rare. But more rare, demonic possession? Hard to say, since a lot of people think that demonic possession never happens, and others think it happens all the time. Could it have been some other mental illness? Perhaps. We'll never know for sure. It's up to you to decide, what you believe with this kind of stuff. After the Warrens helped conduct that alleged exorcism, I mean, supposedly, Bill is cured. He did fade into obscurity after that. So now let's look into another somewhat well-known supernatural case the Warrens were involved in, the White Lady of Union Cemetery. This is that one I mentioned earlier where they supposedly documented on video footage of this ghost. This one not that scary to me. Again,
I know it's
the next ones will be a little more
not interesting.
One of Connecticut's,
but thank you for coming in.
Supposedly haunts the Union Cemetery East in Connecticut. If any of you time suckers want to go there, the cemetery sits beside the centuries-old Easton Baptist Church near the intersection of Route 59 and Route 136. Locals call the ghost the White Lady. She's been seen by dozens since the.
Do you think you will need to make a new project file so the program doesn't have struggle? Because sometimes when the project file has a lot of layers and it gets frozen, maybe. It's not the layers. It's definitely not the layers because it seems like it can handle the layers. Like, it seems like it can handle at least, like, 7 layers without chugging. Like, 7 normal layers, it doesn't chug. If it gets more than that, it starts chugging just a little bit, but only in rendering. But, like, when it comes to these fucking, vector layers, it chugs every fucking time. And this computer can run this program flawlessly without any problems. So I don't understand what is going on.
He hit the White Lady. Thought he struck a dark-haired woman in a white dress who walked right onto the road, Route 59. He felt the impact and supposedly discovered a dent in the hood of the vehicle.
This is the Colomb family. Mining company. The Colomb family mining company.
There's a dent in the car. Other people can see.
Trading in living space, which is kind of depressing.
I would just assume that they killed somebody, and that they just kind of rationalized.
So like it goes like it has like a little pattern and stuff like that, like.
Hair and stuff. And
It's very much like a coat of arms kind of thing. Many company.
I think ghosts because I looked. I looked hard. You know, and I didn't find anybody. Ed and Lorraine kept hearing reports of this white lady. So this ghost in their Connecticut backyard, and then Ed goes to investigate in 1990. He says that he spent 7 straight nights.
If it keeps giving you issues, you will have to delete that page. Maybe if not, if you're not able. Yeah. No, it's working just fucking fine now. Now that I changed it from vector to raster. Raster seems it seems like the computer loves raster layers. Seems the program loves using raster layers because they don't take up, they aren't ridiculous. So like, you see this?
And then he said on September 1st,
right here.
all these lights floating around the back of the cemetery. And then all of
I guess I'm not using fucking vector layers because that's fucking annoying.
He says he could hear a woman weeping. Picks up his camcorder, starts recording. He says he captured all these various ghost lights forming into the figure of a woman. The old
I see.
phenomenon. Man,
Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for my general talk. Thank you for having this talk with me. I appreciate you.
I would have $0. Never seen that. But Ed said he did. That on the film, you know, he took, it looks as if the entity is far away, but actually she's quite close to him, and he started to walk towards her.
No, you're breathtaking.
And he said she disappeared. So he walks back and puts the camera on a tripod, and then she reappeared, and then he started to walk towards her again. Disappears again.
Just know that you're breathtaking.
Reappears. And then he said she started coming towards him another time, weaving in between the tombstones. Can you imagine how intense this would be if it really was happening to you? That'd be life-changing if you really saw something like that. And he notices a pair of other entities he describes as being dark and shadowy, moving behind this white lady. He describes them as having the rough shape and size of black poodles. Truly his quote there, black poodles. He says that they're jumping up against her. He says that these things are apparently known in certain paranormal circles as shadow ghosts. And Ed thought these shadow ghosts, shadow people, have shadow poodles apparently. Bojangles, get them! Go on, second Bojangles! And they're trying to keep the white lady from making it. And then suddenly a huge shadow ghost appears and pushes the white lady to 259, and he says that was it. No more ghost lights, no white lady, no shadow ghosts. They're all gone. No more demon poodles. He drives back home. He puts the tape in the VCR, shows the footage to Lorraine. She verifies it. So where is this footage? Can't find it anywhere. Unfortunately, if it exists, it seems to have never made it to the web. Lorraine claims she has it, and then it's under lock and key. Writer and paranormal enthusiast Jeff Bellinger did tell the editor of America's Haunted Roadtrip.com that he grew up in this part of Connecticut. You know, heard many people talk about the white lady. And he did talk to Ed and Lorraine about it. Supposedly, he claims he was shown this video. And there's 6 seconds on this video that he claims are extremely compelling. Maybe that video is locked up, as Lorraine claims, with all the other worn relics that we can't see right now in the currently, defunct occult museum. As far as paranormal investigators go, I will say Jeff does not seem to be a complete wackadoo. He's written a ton of books on hauntings. He has a docuseries he's been hosting since 2013 on Amazon Prime called New England Legends. Nominated for an Emmy. So, you know, who knows? Maybe this footage really does exist. It just hasn't been released for reasons I don't know. Maybe it's like The Ring, right? Maybe if you let people start watching it, then demon poodles start popping up.
Maybe someday I'll take a look for what you mean on vector. Vector layer and so like vector layers, like all these little lines and stuff I'm doing. Vector layers, as far as I can see, you can use, I think it's one of these tools. I can't remember which tool. I haven't used it in for fucking ever. And you can select, with the object tool, you can select the different line, and you can change the size of the line.
You heard me, demon poodles. The ghost headed straight from my camera, but then
no, do not make your page fuck up. Oh, okay.
On to the next legend. Okay.
So look up how it to make it not fuck up so much. You know. Thank you. I appreciate that.
At a movie theater in my life, neck and neck with The Ring for the scariest movie I've ever watched in the theater. People losing their shit, screaming out at this fucking screen. we were. I may have screamed a few times. I did actually. Like great horror movie. My skin crawled. Lindsay, I feel like Lindsay spent, I would say, 20% of the movie with her hands covering her eyes and squealed a few times. It freaked her the hell out. Random trivia about The Conjuring. That movie grossed over $300 million on a budget of roughly $20 million. Hot damn! That's why studio execs have some of the biggest mansions in Hollywood. And New Line Cinema, Warner Brothers, they paid for a lot of flops, with The Conjuring. James Wan, dude, that dude knows how to direct a horror film. Easily my favorite horror director ever. Love his pacing, his misdirection, the way he scores his films.
I'll take a look for you. Just look like I did with the scales. Yeah, General, thank you. You don't have to, you know. You know you don't have to.
Ghosts, the boner size, the male leads, the testicle placement of supporting actors, the camel toe emphasis on the supporting actresses, the fabric covering the buttocks and bulges of many of the cameo appearances, and I just think it does a great job. And if you've seen that movie, you do know that everything I said after jump moments was utter, perverse, and very completely unnecessary childish nonsense. You also know the movie's about Roger and Carolyn Parrott moving into an old farmhouse in Harrisville, Rhode Island, and with their dog and their 5 daughters. Spoiler alerts coming up now if you haven't seen this movie. I'm going to summarize it now. In the movie version, we're going to parallel that with the real life, quote unquote real life version. In the movie version, shit starts to go wrong with the family almost immediately. The clock stops at 3:07 a.m., starts doing that each night. The dog who refused to enter the house is found dead in the backyard. Daughter gets trapped in the basement by some spirit. 2 other kids are attacked by a demonic entity upstairs. The Warrens are contacted, and they've been investigated. They discover that the house once belonged to an accused witch, Bathsheba, who sacrificed her week-old child to the devil and killed herself while cursing any who would come take her land. Found numerous reports of suicides and murders in the home. They find a secret passage in the wardrobe that leads to the cellar where Lorraine sees the demonic spirit of Bathsheba, a spirit that possesses the mother of the Perrin family, Carolyn, and then Ed is able to perform an exorcism that saves Carolyn and breaks the curse. That's the movie version, all right? So what is the quote-unquote real version? Well, in January 1971, the Perrin family did move into a 14-room farmhouse in Harrisville, Rhode Island, where Carolyn, Roger, and their 5 daughters began to notice strange things happening.
But still, I'm going to do it. Maybe if it works better, then you could give it a good use. Yes.
So no dog dies after moving in. No dog
Maybe, you never know.
The evidence
you never know. And no struggles, of course, on a different new file. Yeah.
Carolyn starts
no struggles.
Would go missing.
No sadness.
From place to place on its own. She begins to hear the sound of something scraping against the kettle in the kitchen when no one was in there. And that would scare the shit out of me. A scraping noise. Coming from a place in your house where you know no one is standing. No one's in there. No thank you. Like you leave and then you come back, it's that would drive me insane, just that alone. Carolyn then
slowly but surely, we're getting this taken care of.
That's a weird thing for a ghost to do. I feel like this ghost is really bad at haunting. If you're just leaving like little dirt piles in a formerly clean floor, that's not that freaky to me. Just like hey, other ghosts. Oh man, check out the new scare I got. Listen to this. What I do is the floor is supposed to be clean, right? Are you with me? Floor is clean. I take a little bit of dirt, put it in the center of the floor. How scary is that? I don't know. I don't think that's actually that scary.
So I think I'll ask your opinion for that sketch routine. Would you prefer a new idea or variation of an old idea? It's whatever you want, Steady. It's whatever you want. The only thing is that I just don't do things more than once.
You asshole. Forgive me for having an original scare idea, you hack. After the suddenly appearing dirt piles, Carolyn's girls began to notice spirits around the house. They really, escalated from dirt piles to spirit form. Though for the most part, initially they seemed to be pretty harmless. Few angry ones, though. I guess that Karen allegedly does research into the history of the home, and they discovered that it had been in the same family for 8 generations, and that many of them died under mysterious or horrible circumstances. Several of the kids had drowned in a nearby creek. One was murdered, and a few of them supposedly hanged themselves in the attic. Carolyn and her family also claimed to have seen the spirit of Bathsheba that was depicted in the film, saying she was the angriest spirit they've dealt with. Andrea Perrin, the oldest of the 5 Perrin girls, says, Whoever the spirit was, she perceived herself to be the mistress of the house, and she resented the competition my mother posed for that position.
It's okay.
And it turns
So
out there
this.
was actually a person named Bathsheba Sherman who lived near, but not on the parents' property. That's part of the problem, I guess, with the real version. Is the lady, the Bathsheba character, never actually lived in this home. Lived like next door, basically. The parents' property was formerly the Donald estate, and Bathsheba lived in the adjoining Sherman estate. The real Bathsheba, born in Rhode Island, 1812. She married fellow Rhode Islander Judson Sherman, 1 year her senior, in Thompson, Connecticut on March 10th, 1844. Two were married by Vernon Stiles, local justice of the peace. Bathsheba.
Yes, but I can't decide myself, which is why I was asking your opinion.
Bathsheba and Judson had a son.
Something new is fine.
Bathsheba was approximately 37 years old in March of 1849. Now, it's possible they also
can't really think of anything.
Not survive past the age of
I mean, I'm cool with whatevs. Whatever makes you feel happy.
It really gets hard to differentiate folklore from outright lies. According to the Warrens, the parents, and various other paranormal investigators and enthusiasts, Bathsheba was rumored to have been a Satanist. And the rumor continues to assert that there was evidence that she had been involved in the death of a neighbor's child, although no trial ever took place. An infant allegedly mysteriously died in Bathsheba's care, and when the baby was examined, it was determined that the mortal wound was caused by a large sewing needle that had been impaled into the base of the baby's skull. And according to the narrative of this tale, the townspeople did believe that Bathsheba had sacrificed the infant as an offering to the devil, but due to insufficient evidence, she was never put on trial. Despite her name being cleared legally, the public was not convinced. There was rumors, echoes of kind of like Lizzie Borden here. However, I can't find any old court documents about this trial. So is it folklore? Is it some story passed down from generation to generation in this area, based partially at least in truth? Or did the parents and the Warrens, or one of them, just make it up? Historical investigator Jamie Rubio, who runs a really cool website called dreamingcasuallypoetry.blogspot.com, doesn't think Bathsheba was ever accused of satanic sacrifice.
Most importantly, that yawn. Take note of that.
Allowed Bathsheba to be buried in the cemetery.
Don't take notes of my yawns. I'm just.
That's a good point. I mean, Bathsheba was buried in the town cemetery. The graves.
I will most likely do this for 4 hours. If I can, I will do it. If I can't, I'll do it for 3. Because I really want to get stuff done.
I mean, if there really was,
I'm finally doing the line work. I'm finally doing, finally getting to this part.
Census records, do indicate she did. I don't think it's weird for rumors not to show up in the paper, right? I think they could have, gave her a normal obituary and just not mentioned these rumors. They are just rumors.
I'm gonna do this.
Christian. What choice would some local?
So I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna cheat.
I'm the trash man. I come out, I throw trash all over the ring, and then
yes.
I start eating garbage.
Yes.
Did worship the Dark Lord?
Yes.
Sacrifice the baby to the Dark Lord. I'm just saying, she was doing this shit.
I guess you are the trash man. I wouldn't think that you were the trash man, but I guess you're the trash man.
I think local paper journalists would not want to slander somebody with accusations of Satanism if they weren't, completely proven. I mean, there was all kind of rumors of floating around in Riggins, where I grew up, that never made it to the papers. That'd be pretty shitty, with slanderous gossip in the paper when somebody died. Just Betty Damon passed last Wednesday at Syringa Hospital, surrounded by family and friends, at the age of 78. She was loved and respected by many, including her husband, James Earl, who loved Betty dearly for over 50 years. She'll be missed by many, such as the fellow Bridge Club members she played cards with every Tuesday night, and the folks at the Eagles Club, where she helped with bingo and burgers, first Monday of every month. Betty will also be remembered as a loving mother.
These are cold mountains, but they're not that cold.
And also as a hot piece of ass.
Nice.
Many.
It's okay to be a trash man. It's alright to be a trash man.
20s and 30s, where legend has it, she'd drop her pennies for anyone who bought her a few beers or gave her a few bucks. Blowjob Betty, she was known in some circles, was believed to have put the member of nearly every man in the county into her mouth at least once. Town drunk Gus Okerson, a regular at Dugan's Tavern, the sole source of all of this information, said that Betty could suck the scales off a rattlesnake. Betty's funeral will be held at the Thousand Oaks Cemetery Saturday. No, I don't think you see those kind of obituaries. satanic kid murderer or normal settler or somewhere in between, Bathsheba Sherman died as an old woman May 25th, 1885, roughly 4 years after her husband, Judson, in 1881. And how did the Perrin family come up with the Bathsheba connection? How did they even know about this? Did the demon announce herself? I am Bathsheba Sherman, Satan-worshipping, baby-stabbing witch. You've fallen into my curse. Now, the family's connection to the spirit of Bathsheba Sherman came at the suggestion of paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren. Carolyn told Ed and Lorraine about an incident that happened a few years earlier. When the investigators first met with her, said she was lying on the sofa, all of a sudden felt a piercing tight pain in her calf, and then the muscle began to spasm. She examined it. She noticed a puddle of blood at the point of impact. She checks for bees, anything else that could have caused a puncture in her leg, but found nothing. In her daughter's book, Andrea Perrin describes the wound as a perfectly concentric circle, as if a large sewing needle had impaled her skin. Weird that you would go right to sewing needle, though. But when Carolyn told Ed and Lorraine Warren this story in conjunction with the tale of Bathsheba Sherman, who had been suspected of killing an infant with the knitting needles they found out, Lorraine then suggested that Bathsheba Sherman could have taken the needle with her into the afterlife and used it to stab Carolyn in the calf. From that point on, Lorraine Warren began to refer to the demonic presence in the Perrin house as Bathsheba. I love how they decided that Bathsheba could take a sewing needle to the afterlife.
Yeah, she can do it.
That's a little weird to me. That's the object you would get to take as a sewing needle. Now, I shall take the devil's needle. I will sew and stab in hell, and also sometimes I will cross stitch, and other times stab.
Any other new brushes so far?
Nothing dramatic.
A few.
Like the eyeball, nothing lethal like the temple.
Just a few. We'll see.
Where it will definitely
like
hurt
this.
a little bit, but not cause lasting damage. And then the parents came to believe that she was spirit.
This, I love it.
The family experienced other spirits as well.
Like, this is very good.
To rise up off the floor, she claims her father would enter the basement, feel a cold, stinking presence behind him. Fuck that. Ugh. I'm going down to the basement, I'll suddenly get really cold, and you smell like rotting flesh. Just like, I'm out of there. I am out of the house for a little while. I'm gonna go do some yard work.
Nice.
But it's crazy. Just snow outside. I know. I just checking the snow. Gonna check the snow outside for a while. Yeah, they came to believe that stay away from the dirt floor cellar. But I guess the heating equipment would sometimes fail mysteriously, and Roger would have to go down and get scared again. Though the movie version of events culminates with Ed performing an exorcism, Lorraine insists that didn't happen. It has to be performed by Catholic priests. She says no exorcism happened in this case, but they did do a seance. Daughter Andrea claims to have secretly witnessed this seance when she was a little kid. She said, I thought I was going to pass out. My mother began to speak a language not of this world, in a voice not her own. Her chair levitated, and she was thrown across the room. I don't think you come back from that mentally if that happens for real. After the seance, Roger supposedly kicks the Warrens out, worried about his wife's mental stability. Yeah. And then according to Andrea, the family continues to live in the house due to financial instability until they're able to move in 1980, at which point the spirits, I guess, supposedly were silent.
Let me grab.
When asked why the family endured the spirit invaders for years, the whole ordeal took place between 1970 and 1980. Perrin says, I hear this question most every day. I think we were supposed to have this experience and share it with the world. No, I'm out of there. When asked why they went to the cellar, Carolyn said the family stayed away from the dirt-floored cellar, but, like I said, had to go there sometimes when the equipment would fail, and Roger would go out to fix the furnace. So did any of this happen? Daughter Andrea Perrin stated in an interview that everyone who has lived in this house that we know of has experienced this. Some of
Gotta
us
re-download.
running for their lives. The man who moved in
yes.
began the restoration of the house.
Hold up.
He left, sold it, screaming, running to his car without his tools.
Let's re-download.
The house. Consequently, the people who owned it.
Yes, the world we're living in the end, we will get the nice black smoke at some point by Industries, yes. Or maybe we won't make a suffer the cold ending. Yes. The deep, dark cold.
She's sick of people
yes. The whipping winds and whatnot. Let's see. Let's get this out of here, and then let's go back to here, and then let's
However, there is a video
add to palette.
Andrea Perrin interviewing Norma before The Conjuring came out, and in this video,
and then let's go back up here because these all suck.
She does say that she's
these brushes all suck. Some major donk. I think these two don't suck, and that's it. Like these though, I tried them. They're not half bad, as you can clearly tell. See, it's not bad at all. Like, look at that. That's not bad. It's pretty good.
I don't know.
Let's get all these mountains up so I can find out where the mountain's edge ends. And then like that. And then
with Carolyn, where she says, "I live in Harrisville," or no, he says, "I live in
Harrisville." Go with these.
Spoke with Norma in September 2013, weeks after the Conjuring movie came out. Norma was quite furious at the time because of the many curious people who have been trespassing on the property since the release, and she has had to call
not trees. Not trees. No.
Told me that the house is not haunted.
It's in cross-hatching. That's right. Let's go here. Let's go here.
Shown in this video, and also on the TV show Ghost Hunters second season.
And then let's turn down the opacity.
Was extremely upset by the outcry from this film and wants people to believe the stories were all fabricated, so they will leave her house alone. However, I have no doubt that the house is truly haunted. All right, so again, maybe something really big going on in this house.
Go back to the eraser.
I for one, would not want to sleep in this house.
Turn that up. And then
no way I would record this episode from that house. All right, one more big one. The one that inspired the movie, The Haunting in Connecticut. But first, Ken's comment made me want to look into other web comments. So time today for today's Idiots of the Internet.
Idiots of the Internet.
Let's turn white to here, and let's turn the opacity real low. And then let's give it like that.
It's a clip taken from son-in-law Tony Spears' former public access show called Seekers of the Supernatural. This one's a 7-minute video. Ed's advice is ask your ghost, in the name of God, is there something I can do to help you? He says, if it's an evil spirit, it will disappear immediately. And if it's a positive one, Ed says a relative, like as in so like a relative or some lost spirit that's been drawn to you, you might just get some kind of communication when you ask them if you need help. However, a lot of rules. If you run into a bad spirit in a haunted house, a powerful angry spirit in a place with a lot of negative energy, you're going to be too scared to ask the ghost. So in those cases, Ed recommends that you run, that you leave the house. Ed also says that those spirits can do great physical harm to people. Kind of a muddy answer.
Like that. And then we turn on that. Let's see how that looks. Not half bad. Not half bad. Drop reference for the new sketch. Hell yeah.
You done spook out of this world.
And here we go. Dropping the rev in the Discord in a minute.
Can't help me. You can feed me, Seymour. Feed me, Seymour.
We got a sketch petition. Gotta get that sketch. Gotta get sketch. Gotta get sketch.
Starbucks drive-thru. Run away if you encounter a spirit in a cartoonish Scooby-Doo-esque haunted mansion. Now let's see what the comment section has to say about this video. Fit Girl's Guide posts what to do if you see a ghost.
Let's see. What do you want sketch? Let's see. Who we gonna sketch? Alright.
I just like this one because he says yeet.
Could I get your version of Kylo from my Radam?
It's a versatile word.
Alright, let's see. Kilo. Kilo. Is it Kilo or Kylo?
Or to describe throwing something. You know, man,
oh my gosh. Turn that fucking down so I can actually see it.
You just done yeeted yourself out that window, fool. Well, Rusty Nichols goes full scoop.
Let's see.
I just thought this was cute.
Let's
what to do if you see a ghost? Run in the
Is it a pixie dog?
For a while.
I think it's a pixie dog.
Hide out, then get distracted. Partake in some wacky hijinks.
Yeah, it's a pixie dog.
Eat more snacks. Create more.
Okay.
Encounter the ghost as you were running around, crashing into it.
What do you guys think so far of this? I can't wait. Steady Prism next stream. We will definitely. That'll be a fun one to go into.
Pretty rusty. Pretty adorable, Rusty. Pretty nice. Okay. Now to something.
Let's
User Jolie Bourgeois posts, "What do I do when I see a ghost? Well, the ghosts that I see are those of my ancestral spirits, and the only feeling I get is that of being loved. Most of the women folk of my family see them and hear them as well, and we consider it a blessing, a token that they care enough to check upon us from time to time. They also particularly seem to like attending graduations and weddings and flock to give their approval of newborn babies. We've never been scared." Bullshit. Bullshit. Shut the fuck up, Jolie. I don't believe you for a second. Mostly because you use the word woman folk. Women folk or women folk. Who speaks like that? The women folk. What are you posting this from 1812? What are you talking about? Well, nonsense. You just casually seen ancestors at the hospital, graduation, funerals, just all the time. Oh yeah, they're always around. All right, well then fucking record it. No, I mean, I don't know you. I can't know that you're lying, but I do think you're full of shit. I think you and your family lie to each other about all the ancestors you supposedly see. If your family's just casually seen and hearing ghosts just showing up, like in Return of the Jedi, there at Ewok Village, well then, I don't know, capture it somehow. Get a picture. Why don't you do that? Oh yeah, probably because it's not happening. And I know. The Warrens may not be any less full of shit than Joe. I know. It's just the way he wrote that post. It just really irritated me. User Ray Rice posts, I love this. I love the fake tough guys in these situations. Ray posts, "Cowards. I try and fight it every time." Get the fuck out of here, Ray Rice. No, you don't. Shut up with your bullshit. Oh, you're so brave, fighting the many, many ghosts you see. What do you fight them with?
Yeah, it's called Dreaming. Species, my friend, came up a long time ago. Ooh. Well, we got some backgrounds with that. Is there any specifics? Can I do whatever I want? Is the question. What is there a specific pose or something like that? Are you expecting what's what is it all about? What are you feeling?
They actually exist. Kick rocks? That is not the kind of insult I expected from someone with the username of Doom666. That's something I expect from somebody with the username like Nito Bombito or Aw Shucks McGee. If you don't like it, you can kick rocks. Heck yeah, you can kick rocks. You can make like a tree and leave and kick rocks. You can go get bent. If you don't heckin' like the doom I'm throwing around, this 666 devil party. Frickin' A, you can kick rocks. User process posts, "Offered a life insurance policy and direct it to your PowerPoint presentation. It will leave." Ha! You win, process. Well played. Mr. Rees posts, "I get anxiety when his spirit is around." Okay. Maybe Mr. Rees should change their username to "adds diddly squat to conversations," or "this goes without saying," or "get ready for a whole lot of nothing."
Yeah.
Andy Freeman posts, "What do you do when you see a ghost? Visit a local psychologist." Yeah, probably the first thing I would do. Phoenix God posts, "Ask them for lottery numbers." Excellent. Didn't think of that, Phoenix God. Yeah, why can't ghosts give us winning numbers? I mean, if they can see the future, maybe they got other powers. Jacob Castro posts, "If you saw God in person, you would die because the human body is fragile. And if you saw the greatest of God, you would just die. Your body, that is, not your spirit. That's why God can't show himself to us, because our minds would not be able to cope with it." Okay, I don't know what this has to do with the ghost here in this situation, Jacob Castro, but thanks for definitively clearing up one of life's greatest mysteries. We can't see God because we would die. Case closed. Why would you even question that? It's truth. Jacob has said it to us. He knows everything. God told him one time, because he was talking to God, because you can talk to God but not see God. All right? If God goes into your ear hole, you're fine. If God goes into your eye hole, fucking obviously. Finally, user Ben Gallivan posts, "Have you heard of an analogy?" This is my favorite one. He goes, "Have you heard of an analogy? You can't see the president directly without scads of luck involved, but you can see him on TV or hear news about it." You don't see God directly for the most part, but you can hear of his miracles and hear witness of what he's done in people's lives. The problem comes in that the devil doesn't want people to hear or recognize these accounts for what they are. So he helps the non-believer to come up with reasons not to believe.
Made it.
Yeah.
Yo, you made look easy on those trees like Bob Ross. I made it look easy. That I'm literally hey, you can hey General, you too can also make it look real easy. Clip Studio does that for you. I could do like actual like this. Like I've got it. I've got tree brushes, I'm pretty sure. Where are you, tree bush? Where are you, tree bush?
Knows the president is real. Get out of here. There's no doubt. Unless you're disabled to the point that no analogy is going to help you understand anything. There's no reason to use this.
No, I think these are the flower ones. Yeah, these are the flower ones.
Little known. People doing known jobs.
And then we got this, which is not bad.
You know, you haven't had the chance to meet personally. Not a good comparison for ghosts. A good comparison would be.
I got this.
Right, you can't see bacteria.
That.
Too small to be seen with the naked eye. You can't see bacteria do a press conference. Right? Yet these microorganisms
Where is that tree brush that I put?
have been proven to exist.
Like, those tree brushes I got.
See them using microscopes. And we know that they existed long before
Where did I put them?
Right? Back when we couldn't see them. They still
I think I know where I put them.
When we couldn't see them. That same thing could be true
yeah,
today.
I think I put them in here.
Someday we may have the technology to see
or did I put them here? Yeah.
Right now, and in the future, prove
like that.
Just because you can't see them now,
just yeah. See.
You know, for all
see.
Of human history,
tree bark. Tree bark. Tree bark.
And that is all for today's idiots.
Tree bark. Like this.
All right, you meat sacks ready for one more tale?
You can also be real cool like Goat.
Rather than just touch on a bunch. Let's talk about another Warren-based tale, The Haunting in Connecticut. This is the craziest one to me. The 2009 horror film tells a tale of, and again, spoiler alerts, the Campbell family. They move into a house that turns out to be a former mortuary to lessen the strains of travel on their cancer-stricken son, Matthew. Shortly after moving in, Matt has visions of an old, bearded man and corpses with symbols carved into their skin. Then Peter, the dad, learns that the home is a funeral home. At the hospital, Matt tells another patient, Reverend Nicholas Popesco, about the visions, and Nicholas advises him to find out what the spirit wants. Later, Matt finds a burned figure in the room and begins to move towards him. Super creepy. When the family comes home, they find a shirtless Matt with his fingers blood-covered from scratching at the wall. Matt and his brother and some cousins find a box of photographs which show Jonah, a young man from Matt's vision, at a seance emitting ectoplasm. Wendy and Matt find out that the funeral home was run by a man named Ramsey Eichmann. Eichmann also conducted psychic research and would host seances with Jonah as the medium.
Then go to here, and then go up to picked trees.
Jonah, a young man from Matt's vision, at a seance emitting the ectoplasm. Wendy and Matt find out that the funeral home. I'm repeating myself. Peter and Sarah learn that Matt's cancer treatments had no effect. Then they discover that Matt escaped the hospital. Back at the house, Nicholas leaves a message telling the family to get out of the house immediately. Jonah's spirit is actually protecting them from the spirits. Matt breaks through the walls in the front room with an axe, revealing the dusty corpses Eichmann had hid in the walls of the house. He forces Wendy and the kids to get out, barricade themselves.
Here.
The corpses begin to tumble around in the room. This Matt and Jonah seems to be occupying the body.
Gray.
Lights the bodies in the room on fire.
Shade to make them not feel like they're all in the foreground.
Try to get in and save Matt.
See, look at that. See, look at that.
Outside, everyone watches tearfully as the emergency room crew attempts to resuscitate a dying Matt. As Matt slips away, he has a vision of himself standing in the graveyard, where he sees Jonah, no longer appearing burnt. He seems to follow Jonah when he hears his mother's voice. And then he returns to his body, and Jonah's spirit leaves him. Matt's cancer is then cured. The house is rebuilt.
There you go.
No further reported incidents.
Trees start looking like trees.
That's the movie version. How does that compare with the real story?
Let's read it. Feel free to do anything you want. Bit of a background for them. Kylo is part of a Leaf clan and thus more earthy colors and leaf-like wings. They all have gem stuck in their bellies. that store their powers. Once enough is gathered, part of theirs splinters off and gets sent across universes, and any creature who happens to find it or attached to them and gets turned to a new dreamling. Okay. Ooh, most of the clans are elementally based, Fireleaf, but there's some expectations, like Star Clan, to that rule. Oh my, you better watch out not to touch those gems, otherwise Goat becomes a ling. A ling!
I don't know, how do you miss that in the walkthrough? Like, how do you not find out that a home you're going to move your family into is once a funeral home and still has a death room of sorts in the basement? Always check the basement before you move into a new home. Always look in the cellar. Always look in the cellar, you guys. Get down there and dig into the cellar. No, you got to do a quick monster check before you move in. But still, seems to match up to the movie pretty well. Not long after moving in, Carmen says she began experiencing strange phenomena, like items disappearing and her children reporting.
I remember, this one.
Hearing voices and the sounds of hundreds of birds taking flight. Her oldest, who at the time it was in the middle of radiation treatment, began to exhibit radical personality shifts, becoming withdrawn and angry. He starts brooding, begins to write dark poetry with necrophiliac themes. During one intense episode, he attacks the cousin with the intent to rape her. His family takes him in for an evaluation where he's pronounced schizophrenic. He's removed from the house and then seems to get better until returning. It's very uncomfortable for the cousin for him to come back. Sorry about the whole trying to hack and rape you earlier. Now the story seems to shift away from the movie. It gets even creepier, actually, than the movie. Maybe the movie toned down the truth a bit, or the quote-unquote truth. Other phenomena that reported by the Steedegers included the repeated and brutal rape of both Carmen and her niece, as well as acts of sodomy being performed on her husband by unseen entities. Definitely did not make the movie. Studio execs are probably like, you know why we cut the ghost sodomy out? Because we didn't want to get stuck with the NC-17 label rating. If you look at the rating guide, it specifically says any scenes depicting or alluding to spectral butt rape will automatically result in an NC-17 rating. It's right there. No, we can't do it. How do you not move out when demons start raping the whole family? I mean, it's not like just the kids are saying it, that the demons are raping them. Like, in that case, as a parent of some imaginative kids, I would understand not believing them. That's an outrageous claim. Like, if Kyler suddenly told me that he needed to sleep in Lindsay and I's room because he kept getting ghost raped, there's no way I'm buying that. There's no way. Like, nah, dude. I don't know what you watched or read that you weren't supposed to, but you're not going to ruin my sleep and my sex life. But, Dad, it's going to get me. It happens every night. Well, sounds like
I can link some other clan dreamlings on chat if you are curious what they might look like. Alright, I'm gonna go on lurking now. No, General, but you're my friend.
Now go to your room, little ghost lover.
I will miss you.
Mom and Dad are getting.
I will miss you, General.
At that point,
I'm very tired, and I will miss you.
Up in a studio apartment, where everyone's holes are safe. Then to have
I can't handle it without my friends. I can't handle it.
A little bit of a ghost throttling.
I don't think I can handle it. I think I don't know. All this ghost rape, I don't even know I could handle it.
One with long black hair and black eyes. No. Ooh, I don't like that thought at all. Fuck that. I don't know why that suddenly just creeped me out. I saw some weird ass spirit after getting butt raped by a ghost, and then I see something with long black hair and just all black eyes. Fuck! How the fuck do you sleep in your house after that? No way! No way! Go to a homeless shelter. Homeless shelter where there's not a black-haired person with black eyes. Far better than a nice house. I don't care if you live on a nice house in the lake, gated estate. Once black hair, black eyes, fucking raper starts showing up, out. In addition to the ghost raping. Sorry, I already said that. And then they saw another entity after the black hair and black eyes wearing a pinstripe tuxedo. And then they saw another entity.
Darn. I'll miss you so much. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna miss you so much. You're my friend.
The raping all the time with hard demon, the power cocks. I do raping with Saw Shamcock. I don't know. For sake of comparison, I friendliest rapist in house. I like a little bit of wrestling. I'm more weird friend than a monster. I'm more bad slumber party guest. Of course, you did not see. Finally, the Sneakers decided to contact Ed and Lorraine Warren. Along with John Zaffis and a few investigators, the Warrens moved into the house for several weeks until they'd experienced everything the Sneakers claimed, other than the ghost
I
reading.
miss you so much,
Neither
my
Ed or
friend.
Lorraine claimed to experience that. If they did experience that, they left that out of their story. During their time in the house, the Warrens claimed to have seen firsthand stuff like, demons floating around, slapping family members. They look into the history of the house. They revealed one of the undertakers at the funeral home was found guilty of necrophilia, which fed fuel to the fire. It got to the point that the Warrens deemed it necessary for a full-scale exorcism of the property.
But
after which the house was judged clear.
But we'll do that only if you want to. If you want to show me your stuff, I'm not gonna be bothered by it.
Bodies were never found in the walls. The home was never burned down. The Jonah character is based on nothing real. The son, Philip, did get cured of cancer. Unfortunately, Philip's cancer came back many years later when he was 38. He died in 2012. But did this stuff really happen? According to the current owner of the Southington home, a woman named Susan Trotta Smith, no. She says that her husband and her have now lived in the house for 10 years. She thinks the house is wonderful. She thinks when it comes to hauntings, that it's all a bunch of Hollywood foolishness and the stories are ludicrous. Also, Ray Garton, the man who would co-author a book about the Sneaker story with the Warrens, a book called In a Dark Place, published in 1992, would make the following claim in an interview. He said, I was offered the job, and because I used to read of Ed and Lorraine Warren's exploits in the National Enquirer when I was a kid, I took it. I went to Connecticut and spent time with the Warrens and the Sneakers. When I found that the Sneakers couldn't keep their individual stories straight, I went to Ed Warren and explained the problem. They're crazy, he said. All the people who come to us are crazy, and that's why they come to us. Just use what you can and make the rest up. You write scary books, right? Well, make it up and make it scary. That's why we hired you. That's supposedly what Ed Warren said. The remaining Sneaker children, now all grown up, do still seem to think that it happened. Carmen Reed, formerly Carmen Sneaker, is now a spiritual advisor. She plans on writing another book about the experience. So were the Warrens just a couple of con artists? Did Ed really believe all these people were crazy, like Ray Garton stated, or did he and Ray just have some kind of falling out? Probably regarding book profits or the split of profits. And did Ray just decide to throw the Warrens' credibility under the bus? I think that's always got to be a possibility. Even if Ed and Lorraine were believers, does that mean any of this actually really truly happened? I mean, we can't see the video of the White Lady of Easton Cemetery. Why weren't they able to give us anything super definitive?
It is not my stuff. Like I said, Species is made by my friend, and most of the art of others is done by him. I only draw in Kilo myself. That's fine. That's fair.
What if some of all
that's fair if you're just like, well, it's not really my stuff, and then it's okay. It's all right.
All it takes is one of these stories to be real.
Yeah, like that. It's slowly coming together, and then I gotta make the trees work, and then I gotta make a little. I'm gonna make a little like that, and then I'm gonna. Then I'm gonna use the eraser tool. Where is it? Oh bother.
You don't want to take not take this stuff seriously and end up giving birth to some kind of demon butt baby.
Make a.
That's how the apocalypse starts. You get demon butt raped.
Trees go.
Maybe. For sure, right now it's time for top 5 takeaways.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
Number 1, Ed and Lorraine Warren founded the New England Society for Psychic Research in 1952 and researched paranormal incidents around the world until 1996. And Lorraine continued to consult on paranormal investigations after Ed's death in 2006 until just a few years ago. They were married for almost 52 years. Number 2, films based on cases the Warrens investigate include The Conjuring, Conjuring 2.
But here's one of the Fire Clan drawn by my friend. This is just the moments after one of the gems is turned into a minor.
Number 3, Ed and Lorraine's son-in-law, Tony Spira, and their daughter.
My goodness.
The Warren legacy by continuing to operate the New
Well, next one, I will draw it however I want.
Society, if you're curious, is warren.net. Number 4.
My interpretation.
The 1940s were full of human experimentation. There were the Nazi experiments on unwilling Jewish, Romani, Polish, disabled German people, and more. Dr. Joseph Mengele's horrific experiments on twins. Nearly 1,500 imprisoned twins had dyes injected into their eyes to determine if the color could be changed. Twins were sewn together in an attempt to create conjoined twins. One twin would often be tortured while the other would be left alone as a control group. Horrific transplants were conducted. Sections of bone, muscle, and nerves would be taken from one patient without anesthesia and attached to another patient. My God. Monstrous things were done in the name of war and cold scientific curiosity. The Japanese conducted horrific human experiments in the 1940s as well. The Unit 731 experiments, a subject we already sucked. Bonus episode 13. Allied forces, POWs, Chinese and Russian civilians had limbs amputated to study the effect of blood loss. Test subjects would be saved only to have another limb removed later until there were no limbs left to remove, and then they'd finally be put out of their misery. For scientific usefulness, now non-existent. Patients, including children, were given venereal diseases, including syphilis. Some patients were infected via rape. Frostbite was tested by leaving test subjects naked in below freezing weather, and there were many, many, many other horrible things done. The United States also ran its own experiments on unwilling or unsuspecting humans in the 1940s. At the University of Michigan, researchers deliberately infected patients at a state mental institution with the flu. Inmates at the Statesville Penitentiary near Joliet, Illinois, were given malaria. In Guatemala, U.S. researchers used prostitutes to infect prison inmates, insane asylum patients, and Guatemalan soldiers with syphilis and other STDs. The team that did that was led by Dr. John Charles Cutler, who would later participate in the Tuskegee syphilis experiment.
Well, as long as Kylo, but her pose or actions is up to you. As long as it's Kylo, alright. As long as it's still her, I can do whatever I want. So you're giving me the okay to do whatever I want. You're like, whatever floats your boat, man.
Early 1920s that were in operation during the 1940s, a Russian scientist,
I get you,
biochemist, and poison specialist named Grigory Marinovsky ran a lab called
I read you
Lab
loud
21
and clear.
in the 1940s that tested the effects of mustard gas, ricin, digitoxin, curare, cyanide, and more on Russian prisoners in order to try and find a tasteless, odorless chemical that couldn't be detected after death. And so, did these same Russian scientists, or perhaps colleagues of theirs, also run experiments on sleep deprivation? That's what we're going to talk about today. The story goes that as the 1940s wound to a close, the Soviets sealed 5 prisoners in an airtight chamber and doused them with an experimental stimulant gas to test the effects of prolonged sleep deprivation. And then their behavior was monitored via two-way mirrors and microphones. They were promised freedom if they could make it for 30 days with no sleep. The longest continuous period of not sleeping someone has ever accomplished prior to the experiment, at least the longest scientifically monitored period of sleep deprivation, was 264.4 hours. And that actually was not prior to the experiment. That's so far in recorded kind of scientific history. 11 days and 25 minutes. It was accomplished in the 1960s, accomplished by a high school student named Randy Gardner in San Diego, California. The Guinness Book of World Records actually refused to acknowledge this record because it considers long-term sleep deprivation dangerous and doesn't want to encourage people to try and break the record, which is weird to me considering you can set a record in recording your breath, in holding your breath for the longest time underwater, or in swallowing the most swords simultaneously. How are those records less dangerous than not falling asleep? If you're curious, 29 swords at once. That was set by Dan Meyer before a live audience at Ripley's Believe It or Not in St. Augustine, Florida, March 28th, 2000.
But in any case, thank you for it in advance. Might disappear for a bit. Charge is running low on mobile. That's okay. It's alright. Thank you for coming in for the amount of time you have. Thank you for being awesome. I know that I can't, I am here to entertain. And I know that some people have to go, and I totally understand that. That is no fault of their own. That is just life. Sometimes they've got stuff to do, sometimes they don't.
And by day 32, all the rats were dead. So did the 5 Russian test subjects die as well? How did their behavior change? Did they, as the story goes, transform into these violent, insane, just kind of zombie-like monsters?
Yeah, that's pretty okay.
And then attacking Russian guards sent in to release them after the experiment was terminated? Did the experiment even take place at all? And if it didn't, why did so many people seem to think it did? The origins of some very creepy and disturbing web lore thoroughly explored today on another Let's Get to the Bottom of This edition of Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday, Time Suckers. Hail Nimrod. Hail Lucifina. Praise Bojangles. Triple M. And hail you. I'm Dan Cummins, the Suckmaster, the Master Suck. This is the Cult of the Curious, and you are listening to Time Suck. And apologies again, I got to Time Sucker Stephen Watson. Sorry, Stephen. Victim of Hurricane Michael, for me not initially posting the link to his GoFundMe campaign in last week's episode description. Be gone, Lucifina. Get out of here. I did add it within 24 hours this time, but it wasn't there initially. This week, I loaded it into the episode description before even researching the episode. It was already, so I can't fuck it up. I don't know how it can be fucked up if it is. So it's in there today. It's in there right away. And thanks, Stephen, for letting me know that you got my email connecting you with John Ryder, that wonderful TimeSucker/public insurance adjuster who's going to help you out. So hail Nimrod. And today's Time Suck is brought to you by the Jim Jeffries Show podcast. The Jim Jeffries Show on Comedy Central covers the most controversial issues of today through Australian comic Jim Jeffries' brand of comedy and global point of view. Very distinctive brand of comedy. Jim has truly developed an original international perspective. Working the comedy scene in Australia, London, Los Angeles coming up, touring worldwide. Been all over, seen how a lot of people live and how they view the world, and he brings that point of view to his podcast. The Jim Jeffries Show podcast is just a slightly more podcasty version of his Comedy Central show. So if you like that show, you're going to like the podcast.
Hey, Steam, Dr. Dog. I'll be back as soon as I get some charge back to my mobile. If nothing else, at least I'll to lurk. It's all right, Steady. Thank you for being as amazing as always. Hey, Stream Dr. Duck. Hope everything's going good. Hope everything is going stupendous.
Suck is a little bit too much for some people. That's okay.
Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being super stupendous and awesome.
Thank you. Also, fun being had by the more than 4,000 members of the Cult of the Curious private.
What you up to today?
Talking about that later in the
what's the day looking like for you?
Ohio, this past weekend.
All good so far. How about you? I'm good. I'm good. Just starting on chapter 1. So I've got all of it sketched out. So I got page 2, page 3. So like all of this stuff is sketched out.
This next week, and then Spokane.
Thursday at 10 a.m. here. Oh, okay.
December 1st. Finishing off 2018 in Helium and St. Louis, December 6th through the 9th. And then excited to start the Happy Murder Tour in 2019. And thanks for the positive feedback on the videos, man. We put in little preview videos, like I said, on the Cummins Comedy, Time Suck Podcast, those handles on social media.
Yeah.
Now, as of last week, Time Suck, in full length form, living on YouTube. So I really appreciate you guys checking it out, leaving some comments.
So,
yeah, just like with
as you can see, it's working on all of this stuff right now.
Fucking YouTube link.
So, just starting out on page 1. I've got all 35 pages sketched out. All I need to do is actually put it on, actually line it all. So, Moshish, cool stuffs. Hey, yeah, got to do one thing at a time, yeah. Had to do all the sketching out, 35 pages of it. How are you, Mosich? And by the way, thank you for coming in, Stream Dr. Duck. 10 a.m. Well, I'm glad that your early morning is hanging out with me for just a moment. Even just a second.
Each coin is 211%.
35. Whoa, it's just chapter 1. That's just the first chapter. There's gonna be lots more. So, just keep on keeping on. Is it gonna be difficult and long? You bet your sweet bottom dollar. Is it gonna take forever? Probably. Is it gonna be the rest of my natural life? You know what? I hope not. But it is something that I want to do. So, you never know.
For non-space lizards. And then for space scissors, they're 16 because you get the discount. And try to get the coin cost down. Not being the military.
My goodness, that's so sweet of you.
Thousands necessary.
Stream Dr. Duck, you didn't have to.
Very excited to get into today's tale.
You did not have to. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. Do you do art? Do you or do you just like art?
And that whole traditional. Here's what happened.
Are you a fan of comic books, or are you just like, you know what? Why not?
Time now for the Russian.
Got nothing better to do? Why not hang with the Goat Chimera? Which is also a valid reason. Don't discount just, man, I just felt like it.
First-hand knowledge of this experiment. We'll examine the validity of this a little bit later in the episode. I am well.
Why do you want to become a comic book artist? Well, because I wanted to.
I'm aware that some people do believe it's true.
No problem. Great attitude. Yeah, I'm a voice actor, dubber at the moment, but I'm getting back into drawing and painting myself. Awesome. So you do voice acting. What's your what's your favorite roles? Have you any roles that I would know of? If not, that's totally okay. If it's like, yeah, I've been in a game or two here and there, and it's like it's a Call of Duty game I've probably never played or something like that, but that's cool. Like any roles that I can.
Test subjects were political prisoners deemed.
Yes, I'm Norwegian voice for Donald Duck.
Subjects hardly complained, having been.
Now that's an interesting. Damn.
They submitted to the test and did not sleep
damn.
For the full 30 days.
Hot damn.
Conversations and activities were monitored.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
About increasingly traumatic incidents in their past.
I hope it's true. That would be really cool. I can't do a Donald Duck impression, so. Cool that somebody's got it going on.
Any major incident. I get that these, things would get dark for these guys by day 4. I mean, Randy Gardner.
Ooh, that's pretty big. It is pretty big. So work with company that works with Disney for sure. Hell yeah. Well, I mean, not hell yeah, but job's a job, and a pretty notable job at that.
I feel like I might still change it if I had the name Dr. Dement, if I was going to be a doctor. I definitely would change
it. That's pretty crazy. I
wouldn't feel the slightest safe around Dr.
So, like, what kind of art, what, so you're you're a voice actor, you do that? That's pretty crazy. Say Prism.
I know that probably no one has this for a last name, but for some reason, my last name was like, at least, even if it wasn't spelled this way, if it was pronounced like Pussy Punch.
But you do like any particular pictures that you do, and that's really cool that you're a voice actor. That's amazing. I need to hear this Norwegian version of Donald Duck. Were you in the? Were you also playing the Kingdom Hearts version of the Norwegian version of Kingdom Hearts, or do they even have a Norwegian version of Kingdom Hearts, or were they just like, it's just English again? It's just English.
Behavioral changes, including paranoia, hallucination, and memory loss.
And then we're gonna haze that up.
Test subjects.
We're gonna haze that up. We're gonna haze it up. Yeah, I've done DuckTales, Mickey Mouse shorts, and etc. What Donald Duck is involved, and sadly no Kingdom Hearts dub in Norwegian. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Well, you can do your own. We can do the own fan version.
First, the researchers suspected this was an effective.
Gosh.
9 days. First of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber.
You see, Sephiroth is the
3 hours straight. That'd be fun to listen to.
Sephiroth is the darkness within Cloud's heart. How can you fucking say that shit with such a fucking straight face?
The thing about this behavior is how the other captives reacted to it, or rather didn't react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives.
Like, how do you say that shit with such a straight face?
Smeared page after page.
Kuraga.
And pasted them calmly over the glass portals. The screaming promptly stopped. Well, I guess maybe that somehow they knew that if you
But
want
what kind of what kind of art? Let's go back to the regular question because I'm just going to be fascinated way more about Kingdom Hearts and how dumb it really is than talk about a new wonderful follower that took the time to check me out. Is there any particular art you do? I mean, I could join a Discord talk if you want proof for sure. No, I'm not asking for proof. I'm asking for I'm asking like what kind of art were you doing before you did voice acting? Is there any kind of like particular art that you do that you did? Is there like a genre that you're really into or something like that? Because I also love helping people out. Like a lot of people have questions about art in general, and I try to help out as much as I can. You know, I'm not perfect, but I love helping out artists get back into it, get back into the swing of things and stuff like that. Like really get back their passion.
We are opening the chamber to test the microphone.
John, I will give you back your passion for life.
Or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom. And then to their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice respond, "We no longer want."
And then let's go.
You gotta be pretty confident. You've broken the brains of these 5 people. When the only thing they say is just some creepy shit about not wanting to be freed after spending days in a shit-filled room. Maybe turn off the gas at this point. Maybe put less gas in there at this point. Nope. A debate broke out among the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response, using intercom, they finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas and filled with fresh air. Okay, all right, there you go. Maybe they just had, a little too much.
And back now. Anything I missed? No, nothing really exciting except we got a major voice actor here. It's pretty hard, which is pretty crazy to believe. Yeah, I've been engaging in the art community as well. Yeah, I'm doing the fundamentals for the most part while working on my little own little project. Nice. Nice. Getting back into the fundamentals.
Food rations past day 5 had not been so much as
my goodness. Well, hey, thank you so much for sharing. If you got any art you would like to, if you got anything like to promote yourself, we'd love to see it. We are 100% very accepting of like all artists, and don't feel intimidated or scared. We love to see every form of art. We're very open, and we're a community that really tries to help out other people.
Most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted.
We're also listening to Time Suck, which is sometimes a very dark podcast, but I love it.
Fight day and night for extended periods of time without rest. Not good for the
it is my cup of tea.
During week 2. The abdominal organs below the rib cage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs,
and then I'll get into that cross-hatching in a little bit. Get back in.
Exposing the lungs to the rib cage.
Let's clean up that cross-hatching so it looks a little bit better.
Laid on the floor, fanning around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects.
Clip Studio Paint, I see the EX version, yeah. The best version. It's either it's the more expensive version, yes.
Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still many refused.
It is the more expensive version, yes.
They continued to scream to be
just because I want the best. I want the best out of my products. I don't want them to be like, well, it still works, and it's like, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Testicles ripped off, and an artery.
Let's make a new layer just in case I don't like this, which is a possibility.
Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives.
That'll be like, oh my gosh, it's garbage.
Following the incident, doesn't say.
Which already, it's not great. But let's really hit it up with a few more clouds.
Almost immediately, the medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose.
Keep trying.
And still
Keep
fought like
trying.
a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and an arm of one doctor when a heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out to the point there was no more air in his vascular system than blood.
But like everybody has their own opinion of like what they want to use in a program and stuff like that.
More, over and over, weaker and weaker until he finally goes silent.
That should be good. And then snow and stuff like that. Snow particle effects and stuff like that. Let's see if I can find some particle effects. Piss. I'll probably have to look that up. Great. Fun. Love that. Let's see. No. Go back. No. Let's see. Let's see. There might not be anything. No, I don't like any of it. All right. Cancel. Yeah. I don't like any of it, so I guess I'll just have to wing it like I usually do. Wish I could go to here. Let's see. What's a good one? What is a good one? Let's go with that, and then let's do some sparkles. No. What you say?
The autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table was found that his blood had triple the normal level of oxygen. Ah, man, he's got some of that.
Yeah, it's all tools. Yeah, it's all the tools, baby.
His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton.
Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. The snow looks so amazing. No, of course not.
Had exerted on them.
Which means that I might have to play around with it a little bit. I could always come back to this part of it. Just not too bad. I just don't want to. There it is. There's some noise. Let's see. Let's get some real noise.
The saying of creepy stuff like "we only want to be freed," but this is a beta test. This is a beta test. They can smooth that stuff out later. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed. He was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently and disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes, and someone suggested reluctantly they try the surgery without anesthetic, and did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and
like that.
them with what remained of his skin. 6 hours.
Really thicken it up. Yeah, they're really thicken it up. Because I'm trying to make people feel like it's snow. I'm trying to make people feel like, oh shit, it's real fucking cold. White blood, snow, it's a camouflage. Snake, you're not gonna realize that it's a camouflage. Wow, I can't believe it. It's a camouflage. Don't you think I could be the next Snake? That's how Snake. Yeah, I think I do a perfect Snake impression. I think David Hayter would be like, my God.
When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon.
He'd be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it! It sounds exactly like me."
The surgeon had a pen and a pad fetched so the patient could write his message, and then the patient wrote it.
And I'll be like, "Yeah, I know.
Keep cutting.
I know. Why I can't even tell us apart? It's so crazy."
That was true.
I know. It's a great impression.
You've been cutting on somebody for 6 hours. And they're like, "You're gonna wrap it up," and the other trying to communicate, and then just keep cutting. Craziest shit ever. No.
Illusions of grandeur.
We're all good. Surgery is complete. You can go now. We're gonna just take you to the post-operative. No, I said keep cutting.
Get out of here.
No, we're good. We're good. All sewn up. Good as new. Hurt me, Daddy. Hurt me so good. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetic as well. Although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation, the surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for more stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves. Why had they ripped out their own guts? Why did they want to be given gas again? And only one response was given: I must remain awake. And again, if I'm an evil scientist, fucking huge science boner right now, right? I mean, you gotta like taking the experiment seriously. You gotta like how they're able to survive that much trauma. All three subjects' restraints were reinforced. They were placed back into the chamber, awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project, considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, an ex-KGB officer, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all three stopped struggling the moment it was let slip that they were going back on the gas. It was obvious that at this point, all three were putting up a great struggle just to stay awake.
Also, if anybody wants to join the Discord, you may join the Discord.
Straining his legs against the leather
Whispered you it on Twitch for a Norwegian DuckTales episode sneak peek. It's old, still works, but you can watch it later, even if it's not in my native language. Ah, cool. Thank you. It's very nice of you.
Before then returning to normal.
I have not watched any of the new DuckTales. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm not
immediately changed.
I am interested in it, but I have not seen any of it. I think I've seen maybe the pilot. Yeah, I've seen the pilot. I'm crazy. Of course I've seen that. In my native language. Ah, gotcha.
One of the named
all good though. Yeah.
Shot the commander point blank between the eyes and turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well.
That's cool, man.
He pointed the gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed as the remaining
promoting yourself. That's radical, man.
Saying, I won't be locked in here with these things, not with you. He screamed at the man strapped to the table.
Getting out there and oh my dear God.
The subject smiled and said, "Have you forgotten?
There is a rabbit.
We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you
He has fallen unconscious. He is a little baby boy.
Nearly free is what the subject kind of squeaked out as his heart finally failed. What? This shouldn't even happen. Is this story at least even partially true? I'm gonna let you know.
All good though.
Right after I find
yes,
out what
all good. Rabbit is
and I'm gonna check in with
sleepy little rabbit.
After I
oh
our
goodness.
following sponsor. Time Suck Today, brought to you by the Great Courses Plus. With the Great Courses Plus, you can continue learning
sleepy
about all the
little
rabbit
rabbit
that you're still curious about. Watch and listen to award-winning experts as they explore fascinating people, places, and ideas, just like we do here on Time Suck. With unlimited access to thousands of lectures, thousands, not tens, not hundreds, thousands. There's always something new to explore. So much content. I recommend right now their course on the Black Death. In the 14th century, the plague killed 75 million people. Over the course of 10 years, devastating villages and cities alike, smashing social and economic hierarchies into smithereens, leaving its survivors.
Did what I wanted to do since I was young, and it has become. It became a fact. Hell yeah. Keep doing what you do until you can't do it no more, and then you make it till you fake it till you make it. And then you keep faking it some more, and then and then when people are like, "Stop it, we get it. You are the master," and you'll be like, "Nope, fake it, keep faking, fake it all."
And in 1346, the Mongols laid siege to the city of Kaffa and tried to take it. But the plague stepped in and stopped their efforts. Instead of giving up, the Mongols engaged in some of the most insane biological warfare, if not the most insane I've ever read about. They use these trebuchets, these catapults, to launch plague-infected corpses over the walls of the city, inside to infect the city inside behind the walls. And this was Europe's first contact with the plague. And then when the siege continued, some Genoese merchants, they hightail it out. The city's still under attack. They make it back to the Italian peninsula, but get very sick along the way, not knowing they're infected with the plague. They live just long enough to make it back to Genoa and begin the mass infection of all of
Be
Europe.
the student, never stop learning. Yep.
Great Courses Plus is giving time suckers
Always
fantastic
keep
limited time
learning.
offer.
Never
Get your first month
stop
free, plus
being
get your second
awesome.
month for only 99 cents. That's unlimited access to enjoy their huge library of engaging
It's
for 2 full months.
very much the
under a buck.
case of
Only
like
at
you gotta
greatcoursesplus.com.
keep going.
That's
You
time
gotta, even when you
Special
feel
offers
like you're
only
at your
available
lowest,
for a limited time,
gotta
so you
keep
must
going.
sign up through the
Gotta keep making
greatcoursesplus.com/timesuck
what
in the next
what
few
makes
weeks.
you
That's
happy.
the greatcoursesplus.com/timesuck.
But you're
Your
also a
first month
streamer,
free.
so
The
you
second month is
so you
99 cents.
stream a lot
Do
of
it.
variety
Get
stuff
smart,
and all
time
that.
suckers. Link in the episode description. And now, let's get dumb. Let's visit today's idiots of the internet.
It's pretty cool.
Idiots of the internet.
You hear that little button mistake, you guys? I fixed it. It started to go into the timeline. I'm like, oh no, wait. I'm so used to hitting that right now. Not today. There is no timeline today. I caught it. It's like 1 second mistake. Okay. All of today's comments come from a video published by YouTube channel Top 5 on October 6th, 2015. Over 5.6 million views. It's titled "The Russian Sleep Experiment: The Most Terrifying Experiment Ever."
I'm always fascinated.
And it recounts the details.
I stream as well as I can. Hey,
and right
you know,
away, we get a
we're
captain
all
obvious
getting there.
post. I always love these.
Never put yourself down. We're nobody's perfect. Nobody's the best.
Crazy ass last name. Writes, when you do an
We're
experiment
always
like this,
learning.
the human
We're
will turn
always
crazy.
getting there.
Hey guys.
We
hey, guys,
all
did you
keep
know we
trying our
perform a whole
best.
Experiment of not letting humans sleep and then giving them a crazy stimulant gas day after day and keeping them captive in a little tiny room. Did you know that at some point they might get crazy? Yeah, we all knew that. Everyone who knows anything knows that. Thank you, Ezra. Thank you for sharing that. User Faden is not having this video. He knows it's fake. He knows.
But yes,
He also knows so much.
I'm just
about
doing
sleep
the most
deprivation.
unfun thing, which
You're right. This
is.
is bullshit. I've been awake for 5 days. I felt no
I
strangeness
mean,
other
it
than
could be
feeling
fun.
little
A
off.
lot of people could find this fun,
Things felt a little surreal.
which is
like
drawing what I've already drawn,
surreal, like a living dream.
but as a
Nothing odd
building.
happened. And there are some people
because
who
I
nailed
don't
it.
have,
They
I
haven't
don't
slept
know any
in
background
years.
artist
And
except,
although they are ill,
I mean,
they
I know
don't
how to do
turn
background art.
into demonic-looking freaks.
So, I mean, I just have to do the
People haven't
foreground
slept in years.
and background,
Maybe.
which is
No,
so much fun.
there are people who haven't slept much in years, but they have in fact slept. All of them. Every fucking one of them.
Indeed flawed
You understand the
beings,
concept of
but improving.
extreme
Always.
exaggeration. I mean,
I
you
love
just
that
think
when you say
everyone
improving,
means
you
everything you
it
say
almost
is real.
feels like you
Like, you think that some
intentionally
people are actually hungry
did
enough
that,
to eat an entire fucking
but I know that was very unintentional.
Do you think some people are dying because they're literally being talked to death? You think that's how some people die? You can just talk them to death? Do you think some people are actually older than dirt? I'm guessing maybe you do. User Aiden Huddleston cracks me up, which is something that I think is really clever.
Come
Posting,
on.
this is why Russia can't have nice things. Yeah, come on, Russia. You want to have nice shit? Stop turning people into sleep zombies. Stop making them eat themselves. That's why. That's why you can't have nice things. I actually was just reminded by a Russian listener who I can't find the email now, but he said he lives near Bitsa Park in Moscow. We talked about Alexander Pashushkin, and he said that things are still crazy in Moscow, but not as crazy. So Russia getting some nice things now. I am aware of that. User Alex Hansen posts a joke that appears in almost every dark comment thread on YouTube, and it makes me laugh every time because I am childish. And in the comment there, he just writes, "Finally, some good fat material." Only but a goodie, Alex. Only but a goodie. Sorry.
Blush. English is my second language, but I love it. That's all good. That's a-okay. I'm not making fun of you. I just think it's the one word that is funny because you misspell it.
You're doomer
Like, if you had misspelled every other word, it wouldn't be as funny.
Big Poppy posts,
It's just because of the word that, it's just because of that specific word. And you're fine. Look, I barely know a second language. I know English pretty okay. I know it to get by. But I keep making, like, simple mistakes all the time. And, it's very obvious that I do. Yeah, it was funny because it was unintentional. Yes. It was very funny. It was very comical. I like it. And you know what's even more funny? As far as I've seen, if you explain a joke, that makes it even funnier. Like, as far as I've seen, explaining the joke makes it so much more funny. Just trying to make sure that it all fits together.
I love when they have bruh. Bullshit, bruh. But then,
I'm only going to draw this a few times.
Reminds Metro Bradzi that the Russian sleep experiment is not complete
And
bullshit, but in fact, very possible.
by God.
By tossing out some highly questionable facts. Saying, there's a theory that we only use less than 60% of our full strength.
I know that is a lie. And I need to stop lying to myself because I know I will draw this multiple times because it has multiple angles.
By theory, do you mean some shit you just made up?
I could try to make 3D objects out of these buildings. I could, but I don't want to learn Blender. Which, I mean, I could just learn Blender enough to make rectangles so that I could just slap them here so I can just put everything on them.
Not the whole body. And if you ever watch like a weightlifting competition where people actually do overexert themselves, their muscles and ligaments will snap before bones can shatter. That's gross. That's plenty gross enough. Joe Complex Geometric Shapes Rogan.
All I've heard from my other streamer friend who does art, I asked her, hey, what do you think about Blender? And she's like, well, if you want pain, there's Blender. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I wanted to learn how to make 3D objects. And she's like, okay, well then it's for you, but it's also made of pain, so just get used to that.
Who's doing it? Joe? Fucking lizards?
And you'll be good.
Illuminati? Have they managed to trick literally all of us for the entirety of human history into sleeping when we don't even need? Shut the fuck up. User Dubs posts some vague nonsense that really cracked me up, saying,
yes, exactly, so that I could, you know, put things in place and stuff like that. But I've also seen a lot of other comics where they don't do it correctly. I've seen lots of comics where it's so jarring of, like, the environment around them.
57 or older, maybe. Imagine that guy telling a joke.
And they're like, mostly it's superhero comics because I feel like the bar of superhero comics has been raised so low, has been steadily going down for so long. Like, it's obviously that they do not, it's obvious that they don't give a shit and they're just trying to get a paycheck as quickly as fucking possible.
Wait, hey, where's everyone going? I was just getting to the good part.
Because that's not where their main money makers are right now. Their main money makers are movies and TV shows and not like actual fucking print to paper.
When I was 19, I kept myself awake for almost 7 days. I didn't have a gas-filled chamber, and I was free to sleep at any time I wanted. But thanks to 3 bell ringing alarms going off,
which that's why I'm like, I don't really care.
My hard metal music.
I'm making this comic for me.
In all caps. Do not ever try this. I did it because when I was younger, I enjoyed pushing my limits and conducting experiments on myself to see what my mind and body could take. The reason why I finally made myself go to sleep was because I started to see things. Things that no one should be able to see or would ever want to see for that matter. I spent the next 14 years of my life doing incredibly stupid things like this because I was obsessed with trying to disprove God through any means possible, only to become a man of God at the age of 36. We have a lens over our eyes. This lens keeps you from seeing things you would never want to. Through extreme sleep deprivation, you can weaken the lens. I truly believe because these people were not able to sleep, they became possessed and were too terrified of the things they were experiencing to be able to allow themselves to sleep again. But anyways, for the only important part of this story, Jesus loves you all no matter what you've done, to yourself or to others. Wow, man. You could just post those last two sentences and save us a bunch of bullshit. If you're a man of God, aren't you supposed to not be a fucking liar? None of that shit happened. None of that shit happened. You didn't have a weird experiment. You weren't playing fucking metal to keep yourselves awake. Keep yourself awake for over 7 days. You didn't see some shit that people, aren't supposed to see, like some weird, allusion to like some demons and stuff. You are a fucking liar. People. AskProTM posts a message explaining the different effects sleep deprivation has on those who are imprisoned versus those who are not imprisoned. I think it's actually very, very hard to determine exactly what in the hell AskProTM is talking about. They post, people have to remember they were locked in closed quarters. So yes, the body will act differently in regards to pain while awake for too long. The mind also hallucinates, so they go crazy. Remember that people who aren't locked up and forced to stay awake, they do stay awake, are surrounded by people, and are mentally occupied to stay awake. Naturally, the body would, yes, shut itself down to sleep.
What?
I've read this probably 10 times, and I still don't fully understand what the hell he's trying to talk about. How terrible would it be if this was your college professor? Okay, last review before our test on stress transformation with beams, columns, and cellular solids. Remember, beams and columns and solids will act differently in regards to stress to beams and columns and solids. So yes, remember, the beams will react differently to columns if stress is applied or not applied inside or outside of the beam. Naturally, if you remember the beams, columns, and solids all behave accordingly, shut themselves down with stress, or do not. Any questions about questions and or beams, stress, or about remember, I am having a nervous breakdown. Finally, NXFX posts, moral of the story, if you don't sleep, you'll eat yourself. Love it. I love it, no offense. Some clever, dark humor to write out on. Go to bed, kids. Go to bed, or you're going to fucking eat your insides. Now get some sleep. And that's all for today's Idiots of the Internet.
As you know, you'll eat your insides.
That's my favorite Idiots of the Internet in a while. And I hit the button right second time. So that's sweet. So much silliness. Now, is the Russian sleep experiment real? No. I'm guessing most of you knew that. Most certainly it's not. Like Slender Man, the Russian sleep experiment was invented on the web, this time on Creepypasta. Creepypasta is a site for paranormal creatures and folklore and fans who love them. Fans can write in about their favorite creature and have their work reviewed by their fans, have more stories added. It's become like a modern folklore incubator. On June 10th, 2009, some random dude from Chicago named Eric Knudsen submitted some pictures to an online Photoshop competition to see who could create the best mythological monster on a website called Something Awful, and he gave birth to Slender Man. And then shortly after that, users on Creepypasta started to quickly build the mythology of that new monster with new alleged Slender Man sightings and stories. Well, the Russian sleep experiment can be traced back directly to Creepypasta, born and raised there. All started with a Creepypasta Wiki page entry on August 10th, 2010, barely a year after Slender Man. The user who posted it goes by the handle Orange Soda, but the author's real name has never been discovered. And
Orange
Soda. A lot
Soda.
of people on the web have chosen to believe this story is either real or at least based on a real story, despite the fact that it clearly originated on an online forum thread devoted to seeing who could drum up the best urban legend. Slender Man and the Russian sleep experiment, 2 stories created in online horror fiction competitions, 2 stories scaring the shit out of thousands who still believe them to be real. Well, I think it's pretty easy to tell that Slender Man is totally fake, like a clearly made up monster. Unless you're like 13 or younger, or have the mentality of someone who's 13 or younger. I do think it's harder to tell with the Russian sleep experiment, as outrageous as it is, because the Russian sleep experiment does benefit from historical context. Like, it's a very extreme story, but a lot of extreme human experimentation for sure was going on. Excuse me, in the 1940s and around the world. In a way, while parts of the story get a little far fetched, people tearing out their insides a bit much. Again, I can see how people could think this happened, but could it actually even have happened? Is it even like physically possible? Is a story possible at all? I'm going to say no. Although I'm not a doctor or an expert in surviving massive trauma, it just feels very highly unlikely to me. No human experiments of this type, the type described in this urban legend, have ever been conducted that we know of. The closest scientifically documented sleep experiment is the one I spoke of earlier, involving that high schooler Randy Gardner. And again, he made it 11 days, suffered no long-lasting ill effects, a little bit of paranoia, mild hallucinations, memory problems. All of it fixed by 2 nights of good sleep when the experiment was over. There was also, although very little is written about it, the case of Maureen Weston of Peterborough, Cambridgeshire, England, who in April 1977 allegedly endured 449 hours over 18 and a half days of continual sleep deprivation in a rocking chair marathon. Okay? But nothing's, obviously written about her ripping open her own abdomen, eating her own flesh, talking about, seeing creepy shit in the darkness. And there's nothing in the realm of historical human study or medical science that suggests there is some sort of chemical that could allow you to not sleep just for week after week after week and also survive massive blood loss, feel no pain, and be able to remove most of your organs and, still survive for hours or days afterwards, without medical intervention after you hurt yourself. There's no record of someone surviving something like that. But with some new drug, some powerful stimulant, could it even ever happen? I'm guessing the medical community would give me a resounding no. But again, I can get how it could seem like it could happen. Like if someone could invent the right drug, I get how you could feel like that it might be able to happen. Well, before I dig into a little experiment we're going to do today that I'm very excited about, we're going to play a little game. I feel like I should talk about what is normal when it comes to sleep. We know, in all likelihood, it's not physically possible to go a month without sleep. But how much sleep are we actually supposed to get? I thought this was kind of cool. Today, according to sleep studies, the average young adult reports sleeping about 7 to 7.5 hours each night, quite a bit less than we used to. Back in 2010, before the electric light bulb, the average person would sleep 9 hours on average a night, about close to 2 hours more than people average now. Three sleep researchers actually spent a summer. Back in 1910. Three sleep researchers spent a summer. Why is that sentence hard for me now? Above the Arctic Circle, where there is continuous light 24 hours a day in 1995 to study natural sleep habits and try to find out what our ideal amount of sleep is, like when there's no cues. All watches, clocks, timekeeping devices were removed. Only the station's computers tracked the times that the team went to sleep and awakened. The researchers chose when to sleep or wake according to their own natural body time. At the end of the experiment, they found that their overall average sleep daily time was 10.3 hours. Every member of the team showed an increase in sleep time, with the shortest logging in 8.8 hours a day, the longest almost 12 hours a day. And this study, like many others, seems to suggest that our biological need for sleep might be closer to 10 hours per day, typical of monkeys and apes, as opposed to 7 to 7.5 hours, typical of humans today in our high-tech, clock-driven, go-go lifestyle. That's why it blows me away when I read about Tesla and the Tesla suck. Like 4 hours sleep. I mean, I know he finally went crazy in old age, but I mean, he made it a long time, supposedly getting like 4 hours of sleep a night. I feel like I would love getting 9 hours of sleep a night. My God. Actually, this is a little embarrassing for me to admit, but I do follow J-Lo on Instagram. Okay, don't fucking judge too hard. And there was some post recently, I think, or maybe it was a news story that popped up about her, because she's turning 50, and she looks fucking phenomenal. Like, how the hell are you? Not that 50 usually looks bad, but I mean, she looks great for 25. She just looks great for any age. And she said sleep was like the main ingredient in her looking good. Just getting plenty of sleep must be nice. Also, studies show that people who don't get at least 7 to 7.5 hours of sleep are not as efficient as those who do, which makes sense to me. I've been getting 8 hours lately. And I do feel like a different person than I was this past year when I wasn't getting much sleep. I'll admit, I haven't murdered anybody in weeks. Not even one person. Not even one person. No, among the most common consequences of a large sleep debt are attentional lapses, reduced short-term memory capacity, impaired judgment, and the occurrence of microsleeps. Now, a microsleep is a short period of time, usually between 10 seconds to a minute in length, where the brain actually enters a sleep state regardless of what the person is doing at the time. It's like where you can kind of like look awake somewhat, but actually be asleep. Now, you ever done that when driving? I have. It's fucking terrifying. Not in many years. I remember one summer in high school, I was working full time. I was trying to sneak in these taekwondo lessons before work, and, hanging out at night with friends. And I got so tired. I remember just popping awake and in the middle of driving off the road. Not fun. Not fun. Don't do that. Figure out a way to get some sleep in your life. That's happening to you. Not worth going to prison for vehicular manslaughter. The affected individual often doesn't even know that a momentary blackout has occurred when this happens. These microsleeps combined with attentional lapses are thought to be to blame for the oil spill of Exxon Valdez years ago, the nuclear accidents at Chernobyl, Fremont Island, the loss of the space shuttle Challenger might have been the result of some microsleep. So get your sleep before you fuck up and kill somebody. Is a message. Also, when sleep deprivation becomes great enough, the effects mimic those of psychosis. A man named Peter Tripp, who endured a 200-hour sleepless marathon over 8 sleepless days to raise money for the March of Dimes, became increasingly distorted, and there were marked periods of irrationality. By the end of 4 days, he could not successfully execute simple math tests. In addition, he began to have hallucinations, distorted visual perceptions. At one point, Tripp became quite upset when he thought that spots on the table were insects. He thought there were spiders crawling around the booth, and even once complained that they had spun cobwebs on his shoes. On his last day, a neurologist was called to examine Tripp before sending him home. When Tripp looked up at his doctor in his dark, old-fashioned suit, he had the delusion that the doctor was an undertaker who was trying to take him and bury him alive. Overtaken with fear, he let loose a scream and then bolted for the door. Half dressed, he ran down the hall with doctors and psychologists chasing him. Oh my God, that'd be so funny to watch. He could no longer distinguish the difference between reality and nightmare. So, he didn't handle it as well as Randy Gardner. Sometimes, you lose your shit. But again, not even he lost it to the point that you're ripping out your inside. So now that you know about the sleep experiment, let's beef up your expertise regarding how a tale like the Russian sleep experiment could go viral and be thought to be real. Researchers have studied tales like this and the Slenderman tale, and they think they figured out like the key ingredients that are necessary to make a horror tale kind of go viral and take over the web.
Oh, Capon! Capon! Hey-o! How's everybody doing? Capon's a wonderful streamer, incredible person, stupendous. You should go check her out. Wonderful art, as always. What were you working on? I wonder what you were working on. I wonder.
71% of the stories had this, an aspect of this at least. Her report found that
wonderful streamer. Have to say, great art all around. If you don't know her, you should check her out. Give her a look-see look. Just, you don't have to drop a follow. Just give her a look-see look. Just courteous little like, oh, okay, all right. She's very good. I'm messing around. She is an amazing artist.
And that makes total sense to me, man. If someone's telling
I'm completely messing with her. She's an amazing artist. She does not need my horrible introduction to be the explanation of her or her awesome art.
A lot of people do this, man. I mean, really, if you think about it, all of religion is based on choosing to believe the firsthand accounts of other people who claim to have seen or experienced this or that. First-person narratives are the main source by far of all paranormal accounts. The best horror movies ever made, based on someone claiming to have seen this horrific thing.
A little bit of a spicy calm. Oh, what you up to today? Number 3. I am making the first page right now.
The success of the Russian sleep experiment is attributed to the fact
I am just in the middle of making the first page, and the first page comes with a lovely background of the mountains, of the mountaintops, and of our of the town. So I'm just in the middle of making this actually fit and work, make it look nice and neat, stuff like that.
Which is why it's a plot device in almost half of these stories. Number 6, creepy images, 24%. This, as we said earlier, is how Slenderman
originally. So I'm gonna move it around just a little bit, just to make sure that it all fits in there.
To turn it into a creepy internet legend. So and that can be hard to shake.
Oh.
The whole scene phenomenon. And then number
Wonderful
7,
person.
6%.
Incredible art.
Only 2 possible video.
But yeah, no, I'm starting on my comic. I'm starting first page. I've got everything else sketched out. Over 35 pages sketched out. Is absolutely stunning so far. Thank you. Thank you, Kat. Thank you so much. And if you need to head on out, I totally understand. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for bringing some wonderful people. Thank you, everybody, for coming in for even just a moment. I appreciate you. Thank you for the wonderful well wishes.
Poor black and white quality to suggest they authentically match the time period. That's that. So if you want something to go viral, McGuire says those are the ingredients you use.
There we go.
Some basic other rules to follow. Tell a personal anecdote when possible. It will make you seem more relatable to the reader. It can be used in virtually every writing context to add color to a story. Get your Photoshop on, obscure creepy images that aren't quite bad, or too polished enough to read false tend to work really well. Slenderman's example. And finally, leave readers wanting more. Cliffhangers are deliberately frustrating. You want a satisfying end, you want a conclusion, and instead you're just left with questions. Readers are more likely to share these type of stories because they want other people to come up with the answers they want. So there. Now you're a little bit of an expert. And
I'm proud of you. I wish you lots of luck and determination for your comic. No, just quickly gonna grab a drink. Be right back. Okay.
From the ridiculous,
all right.
I'm gonna tell you 4 tips.
Well, see, look at that.
2 are totally
I'm so popular.
1 is online folklore I found that someone else made.
I'm so popular.
True, obviously fake. And another is a tale I just made up today, using some of the elements of how to create a good old horror tale that we just went over. So again, 2 true stories, 1 made up from the web, 1 I made up. Try to guess which is which. Excited about this. Haven't done something like this in an episode before. You're getting used to my horse shit, right? You should be able to detect my lies. Let's find out if you can. Right after we hear a word from today's final sponsor. Time Suck today is brought to you once again by Woody's Paranormal Rape Repellent.
Hi guys, it's Woody.
Goddamn Woody.
Friendly puppet paranormal investigator. Your dummy demonologist. You've been hearing about a lot of spooky stuff today, and the more dark tales you listen to, the greater the chances that a demon or some other naughty ghost is gonna start haunting your home. And once they get to haunting, it's only a matter of time before they poke around your bottom, or maybe your front bottom. So please, buy a can of my paranormal rape repellent. Buy today, and I'll throw in a free demon detector nightlight. If it ever turns off, you'll know one of 4 things has happened. The batteries are dead, the bulb is burned out, the power is down, or you got a dangerous demon in your room, and you might not make it through the night. Time to start praying and spraying. Whee!
Of course that's not today's final sponsor. Fucking Woody! No. Today's Time Suck is brought to you by Simple Contacts. Simple Contacts lets you conveniently renew your contact lens prescription and reorder your contacts from anywhere in minutes. I like anywhere. I like in minutes. Anywhere in a short amount of time is good. It's vision care for the 21st century. The Simple Contacts vision test is self-guided and takes less than 5 minutes. It isn't a replacement for your periodic full eye health exam, but it will save you so much time when you need to renew and reorder. My favorite part of the Simple Contacts experience was saving money. The vision test, only $20, and their contact lens prices are unbeatable. And standard shipping is free.
Whee! You can see the demons even better.
Hey, get out of here, Woody! Anyways, you get $20 off your contacts at simplecontacts.com/timesuck20 or enter code timesuck20 at checkout. At simplecontacts.com/timesuck20 or enter code timesuck20 at checkout to get $20 off your contacts. A link to this great deal to make it very easy in today's episode description. Take care of those peepers, creepers, and save money while you're seeing this amazing world of ours a little more clearly. Now back to our game. 4 stories. 2 true. 1 is made up web lore. 1 is a story I just made up. Try and guess which is which. I'm going to take a quick sip before we do it. Okay, all right. Got the pipes. Got the pipes a little bit lubricated. Let's get into it. Here's our first tale. Tale number 1. Humankind has long sought proof of the existence of God. In 1983, a team of deeply pious religious scientists allegedly conducted a radical experiment in an undisclosed facility. The scientists had theorized that a human without access to any senses or ways to perceive stimuli would be able to perceive the presence of God. They believed that the five senses clouded our awareness of eternity, and without them, a human could actually establish contact with God by thought. An elderly man who claimed to have nothing left to live for, quote unquote, was the only test subject to volunteer. To purge him of all of his senses, the scientists performed a complex operation in which every sensory nerve connection to the brain was surgically severed. Although the test subject retained full muscular function, he could not see, hear, taste, smell, or feel. With no possible way to communicate with or even sense the outside world, he was alone with his thoughts. How terrible is your life going when you volunteer for this experiment? Like, how sad are you? Hold on. I'm not going to be able to see, hear, taste, smell, or feel anything again, ever? All right, whatever, let's do it. I don't like today's music. All I can usually smell is my own farts, and I don't like that. All I usually eat is food that tastes like farts, and I don't like that either. All I see is a blank wall I stare at in between my food and my farts, and all I feel is a deep sense of loneliness and an occasional tear on my cheek. Yeah, nothing to live for. Let's do it. I'd like to have some words with God about how shitty my life has been. Scientists monitored the test subject as he spoke aloud about his state of mind and jumbled slurred sentences that he couldn't even hear. After 4 days, the man claimed to be hearing hushed, unintelligible voices in his head, assuming it was an onset of psychosis. The scientists paid little attention to the man's concern. 2 days later, the man cried that he could hear his dead wife speaking with him, and even more, he could communicate back. The scientists were intrigued, but were not convinced until the subject started naming dead relatives of the scientist. He repeated personal information to the scientists that only their dead spouses and parents would have known. At this point, a sizable portion of scientists left the study. Yeah, I bet they did. I wish it would have said like what exactly, like what information was shared, like what secrets was he bringing up that the scientists, couldn't bear to listen to. Your old dead stepsister says she knows you got a boner when you watched her in the shower that one time when you guys went to Knott's Berry Farm for vacation. All stayed in the same room, and she thought you were with Mom and left the door open, and your dead grandma says her spirit was in the room while it happened. And your grandma says another time she watched you cut a small hole into the back of a couch, and after your parents would fall asleep, you would put a small bag full of lotion, and then you would take off your boxers and you would stick it. That's enough! These guys are full of shit. He's lying. This guy's making it up. He's pissed about not having senses. Obvious lies. No, he says your first wife left after she looked into your internet browsing history, found you had a secret subscription to cruelbitches.com, where nude women kick and stomp and slam their asses down on naked men's penises and balls to feed them injury. That's it, quit. I've never, hey, it's a total normal fantasy. It's an accepted subculture within the BDM world of a masochistic sex slave. I shouldn't be ashamed of that. That's a real website, by the way. If you want to have your day ruined, go to Cruel Bitches. Oh my God.
Cruelbitches.com. Oh my God.
The voices were overwhelming. In every waking moment, his consciousness was bombarded by hundreds of voices that refused to leave him alone. He frequently threw himself against the wall, trying to elicit a pain response. He begged the scientists for sedatives so he could escape the voices by sleeping. This tactic worked for 3 days until he started having severe night terrors. The subject repeatedly communicated that he could see and hear the deceased in his dreams. Only a day later, the subject began to scream and claw at his non-functional eyes, hoping to sense something in the physical world. The hysterical subject now said the voices of the dead were deafening and hostile, speaking of hell and of the end of the world. At one point, he yelled, "No heaven, no forgiveness," for 5 hours straight. He continually begged to be killed, but the scientists were convinced that he was close to establishing contact with God. After another day, the subject could no longer form coherent sentences. Seemingly mad, he started to bite off chunks of flesh from his arm. The scientists rushed into the test chamber, restrained him to a table so he could not kill himself. After a few hours of being tied down, the subject halted his struggling and screaming. He stared blankly at the ceiling as teardrops silently streaked across his face. For 2 weeks, the subject had to be manually rehydrated due to the constant crying. Eventually, he turned his head and, despite his blindness, made focused eye contact with the scientist for the first time in the study, whispering, "I have spoken with God, and he has abandoned us." And his vital signs stopped. There was no apparent cause of death. A follow-up study in 2000 conducted in San Francisco, California, points to this insane experiment being more possible than you might think. It states that a study of degenerative disease, which targets the motor function and cognitive decline, often leads to hallucinations of the deceased. The death of targeted cells and chemicals in the brain by this disease leads to a loss of smell, among other senses, and the cause of death is unknown.
All right, I gotta go for now. Have a great stream. Thank you. Thank you to Stream Dr. Duck. I will see you later, man. Stay positive, stay amazing. God damn it. Oh, God. Let's give him a shout out. Let's give him a shout out. Stream Dr. Duck. There you go, Stream Dr. Duck. I'm back for a moment. Wish you a wonderful stream before I finally sleep. Hope you're having fun while working on your comic, Kai. I'm having an amazing blast. I'm having so much fun. Bro, I am having too much fun. Hope your stream went well. Hope it went incredible. Hope it was stupendous.
Someone had tipped the doctor's office
and amazing. I know it's easy for you because you're already so amazing. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, doctor. Bye-bye. Get some rest or have an amazing day. Either one, since it was 10 a.m. since you got here, just know that you're awesome and amazing. And I'm about to have so much fun in drawing this. This is going to be so much fun. In drawing this hovel that I'm going to use this same design multiple times so I don't have to use it all the time. Bye-bye! I can't believe, damn you, sneaky sausage! Couldn't get my ass up in time for your stream. Soul track. That's good to hear. I had fun while working on my little trouble making elves. Ah, damn. Hot damn. If you want, you can send that into the Discord. I'll look at it, give you a big old thumbs up. Is it in your Discord? If it is, I will go look at it. Also, hi everyone. Hey, Sordak. Soldrack. Are you from Space Ghost Coast to Coast?
Website where you can actually look at photos of journal entries about this as well, and it's very, very hard to look at. I do not.
Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Of course. What is even learned in that experiment? How do you justify that on any level other than just being a mental sadist? Javier was rushed to Hospital Británico in Buenos Aires, died on the operation table when surgeons tried to re-amputate his legs. One of which had become gangrenous. After realizing what had been going on out in the middle of the farm, the lead detective who tracked down and found this facility, Ricardo Lamas, began looking over missing persons reports and found a burial site on the farm and determined that at least 26 people had died at this facility. The death
from what now? Never heard of that. From Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Very old show from Adult Swim. Very funny. It was one of the first Adult Swim series. It was just like a talk show with Space Ghost with the character Space Ghost from Cartoon Network, from Hanna-Barbera cartoons. And he would interview people, and no one would know what the fuck he was talking about. Literally, no one would know what he they would intentionally do interviews where they took the worst parts of all of the interviews. Yeah, Kevon's here. She's just she's got to go get some foods. She's got to get some foods. So they would use the cartoon characters to ask ridiculous fucking questions, and that would just throw the interviewee off, and it was basically nonsense used as comedy. I think it's a very low form of comedy, even though I would probably still laugh at it nowadays. They had a lot of fucking famous people on that show doing an interview with a cartoon character, and it was real funny. Having them scramble.
Worked as a janitor at the Willowbrook State School, an institution for mentally disabled children not far from the ruins of mental health.
And it was all Hanna-Barbera cartoon characters, so.
For the mistreatment of its students, a young Geraldo Rivera revealed the institution's horrid conditions to the public.
Why I think of Sordrak as one of them, because Hanna-Barbera makes fucking outlandish fucking names and acts like it's normal.
But many believe in his, who believe in his guilt, also believe his time at this notorious facility, where he saw all this abuse, led to his own alleged crimes against children. The first youth to go missing in the string of disappearances was 5-year-old Alicia Ferrara, vanished in 1972 after playing with her brother. The second was 7-year-old Holly Ann Hughes, spotted with Rand on the day of her disappearance in 1981. The third was 11-year-old Thais Jackson, disappeared in 1983. The fourth, Hank Gafario, 22-year-old with a low IQ, last seen with Rand at a diner in 84. The bodies of these victims never recovered, all added to the lore of Cropsey. Final child to go missing was Jennifer Swiger in the summer of 1987. A 12-year-old with Down syndrome, Jennifer told her parents she was going for a walk but never returned. Massive search party commences. Neighbors comb the empty lots and wooded parks of Staten Island. This time, the real-life Cropsey is living in a series of makeshift campsites near his old stomping grounds, Willowbrook State School. Just been living out in the woods for years and years and years. While searching for Jennifer near the shuttered school, a firefighter uncovers a small foot in the earth, ultimately gives way to Jennifer's body buried in the shallow grave, and then Rand's camp is discovered shortly thereafter. And authorities quickly arrest and charge this strange man with murder. In the court of public opinion, the case is open and shut. Rand was an ex-con with a record of crimes against kids. In 1969, he was arrested in the South Bronx for attempting to rape a young girl. In 1983, while working for a Staten Island school bus company, he kidnapped 11 kids.
My name is just a mix of swords and dragons because that's what I used to like all my life. No connection to anything but my kid brain from 20-ish years ago. That is totally fucking fine. It's just that is they have Zorak as a character and from that show, and literally my brain goes to Zorak. He is a giant mantis monster who is a foul-talking bastard, and he is funny. He's a foul-talking bastard man, and he's funny. He make me laugh, because he was the foil of the show.
The kind of person I worried about when I used
to. And it was a talk show with Space Ghost.
Where no one can hear you scream, and then some fucking hillbilly creep tracks you down like you're starring some kind of Wes Craven movie. So is that real?
And then there was Aqua Teen Hunger Force after that.
And for the last story.
I don't even know how they got funding for that show. I love that show, even though it's I don't even think it's a real fucking show. Like, genuinely, it feels like the creators are trolling at all points, from the very beginning to like later in the show. Like, it's all feels like it's intentionally a giant troll to the viewer.
Dr. Stanley is one of the monsters who spent time in San Quentin, just now, behind bars. Dr. Stanley became obsessed with both rejuvenating, quote unquote, the masculinity of some prisoners and with the sterilization of others. Stanley believed that the decline of white male vigor would lead to the downfall of the moral values of the United States. In short, he worried that undesirables, quote unquote, would reproduce faster than good people. Basically, he feared a decrease in the number of white Americans if the prison population wasn't sterilized. We've talked about this concept in previous stuff. Germany was
and there's a Zordrak or something with Dreamstone or something. I don't know what it's called in English, but I get referred to a lot. It's okay. I will check out the Space Ghost stuff later because that's a new one. And for one, it actually sounds enjoyable. Yeah, it's funny. It's very funny.
Would save the white race. Did I fucking mention he was the
I didn't know there was another Zordrak.
40 years? What the fuck? In addition to obviously being super racist, Stanley also clearly didn't know how to test.
Is that from the D&D television show?
Possible. It wouldn't create your sperm. How weird is that? not your testicle. You know, it would create the.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
You know, I guess
I'm just trying to think of like what it could be from.
Pumping out their babies. For several decades, Dr. Stanley removed the testicles of various inmates, convincing them it would make them healthier, not telling them it would make them impotent. And in the early 1900s, totally legal for him to do this. Involuntary sterilization was actually legal in California. He also wanted to see how the testicles of young, healthy men could rejuvenate older men, specifically older white men. So he would graft the testicles of these young African-American men onto the older, often senile white men to see if, added a spring in their step, brought their mind back. It didn't. When he wanted to conduct a new transplant but didn't have any young prisoners, the warden would allow him to sterilize. There was randomly a law about how many people you could sterilize in the same prison in like a certain time frame. He started using goat, boar, and deer testicles. He would pound the newly detached testicles of these animals into a paste and then inject it into the prisoner's stomachs. Some of them claimed to feel healthier and more energetic after this bizarre treatment. Old-time doctoring. So fun. But their feeling of rejuvenation was likely probably just a placebo effect. They probably thought it would make them feel good, so maybe I guess it did for a second. Whenever I read about shit like this, it just makes me super skeptical towards today's doctors. Like, I know doctors save lives. I know they're doing a lot of good stuff. But, these old-timey doctors, they believed they were doing good stuff. Just like people's doctors, just like doctors do today. This wasn't some fucking guy doctoring on a street corner for free. He actually made it to the position of head surgeon. I mean, head surgeon in a prison hospital, but still head surgeon until 1951. Man, are you sure it's a good idea? Take some other guy's balls and put them on my balls, doctor? I mean, this seems fucking crazy. I assure you the procedure is both safe and effective. I haven't remained head surgeon for over 20 years by giving men bad balls. No, it's quite simple, actually. We tied down one of the prisoners in cell block D, some guy with a great pair of balls. Just fantastic nuts. Super balls. We snip them right off. While you're here.
Well, this is bringing back memories of being a kid who stayed up late and enjoyed ended it up watching Super Jail and other lovely shows. That is.
While they're still warm, we just graft them on there.
Just some 90s kids show. I don't know the producer or anything related in the background because I never noticed these things back in the day. Google says it's British from Central. 90s were probably proper golden age in terms of TV shows. Yeah, we can bring that back. We can bring it back with the joy and the brightness. We can do it. We just gotta believe in ourselves. We just gotta believe in ourselves. We just have to believe in ourselves.
Number one,
guys, I think we can make 90s TV shows again.
Number two is Nazi medical facility with a still alive tortured patient discovered in Argentina,
Let's see.
1952.
Zor...
Staten Island's real life
No.
fucking boogeyman.
Zordrak.
Ball swapper. Here's the answers.
Zordrak, the Dreamstone. Zordrak, a large dragon-like creature, is the ruler of Veilteed and self-proclaimed Lord of Nightmares. I mean, that's pretty cool. Lord of Nightmares.
The second story about the Nazi medical facility where
but it seems he had multiple forms.
Was pulled out of
so I don't.
I tried to use the ingredients for getting
now they've got a cool one, but I think this is a fan one of that. The dream, Zordrak, the
guys were never out there. Maybe they could still be out there. I guess maybe still being alive.
Yes.
And I listed a.
They got a really cool one that somebody did.
I wanted to have a first-hand.
And then everything else is definitely a fan thing. It's pretty cool though.
To the fake story, make it seem more real.
Inspired somebody to be really cool. But we could make really cool 90s stuff here. We just have to believe in ourselves and not be fucking tired. Oh man. Sleep is for the weak. That's what I say. That's exactly what Goat says, is that sleep is for the weak.
Actually, I keep saying swap.
Don't be a baby.
And passing along is, I guess, more accurate. He wasn't giving the guys who lost their balls anything in return, other than just pain and limpness. So how'd you do?
No.
How active were you? If you nailed all four, congratulations. Good judgment, good recognition. If you missed a few, or all of them, well, let this just be a reminder. Not believe everything you hear on the web, everything you read on the web. I'm continually amazed and horrified when I bounce around YouTube, Facebook, whatever, by how often people confidently post absolute agreement. They are certain that utter, unsubstantiated bullshit on the web is definitely true. Some things are up for debate. Some things are not. But people passionately debate them anyway. There are no reptilians secretly running our government. The Earth is not flat. High-ranking European officials are not hunting naked kids in some private fucking game reserve. We're not being poisoned by chemtrails as part of some Agenda 21 depopulation program. The Freemasons are not in cahoots with Satan in order to secretly control the economy. Slender Man is not real. There was no Russian sleep experiment. We did land on the moon. More prominent scientists, a lot more, would question the moon landing if we did. The Sandy Hook murders, the Vegas shooting did happen. No false flags. Right? There's no evidence credible of Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster or that Area 51 has any link at all with actual extraterrestrials. We live in the golden age of information. There's so much great content out there, so many carefully conducted scientific studies whose results you can read and digest in just a few clicks for free. So many documentaries featuring first-hand interviews with important academic and historical figures, vast online libraries full of carefully written texts covering the entirety of a crude human study and knowledge. It's incredible. But there's also a lot of fucking bullshit. There's ass clowns like Alex Jones and David Icke just presenting slander and manipulative nonsense as reason and fact. And I think it would do all of us a lot of good to watch a free 4.5-minute, this is no sponsor, there's a free 4.5-minute TED Ed video on YouTube. I'm including a link to it in today's episode description. For real, I've added it beforehand, so I don't fuck it up again. And it's about learning to decipher good information from bad info. It's about critical thinking skills. Just a really quick little video that helps you pick the healthiest, most sensible, choices in life.
Well, but it seems this little box is weak, so I can feel myself getting sleepy. Night, night, Kai. Night, everyone. Thank you for coming in, Shy. It's been a while. But you're amazing and stupendous, and never forget that. Never forget that you are nothing but amazing and wonderful. You always bring a spark of joy to this wonderful time. We thank you so much for coming in. Now go get some sleep, friend. Go get a nap. Go get naps now. We will see you later. And we will be here when you come back. I stream every single night, so don't be afraid. Don't feel alarmed. It's all good. Well, then go to bed. Go nap now. You are fine. Go nap. Go sleep. Get some rest. Nobody's gonna be mad at you because you had to get some rest. Sticking with the diet example, I gotta work. Well, I mean, that sounds like a you problem. Yeah. In a fucking YouTube video, created by. Well, if you need rest, then just you gotta tell your bosses. You gotta tell them straight to their faces. Hey, I'm gonna go get some rest. I am paid to stay awake for about 10 more hours. I would tell them, sorry guys, I can't. Sorry. I apologize. I've not failed anyone but myself. When I think too hard or wear abrasive fabric on a cold day. Does eating too much peanut butter make it harder to wipe my bottom? Should I ignore the last two things Dan said because they don't apply to the information I am looking for? Yes. Yes, you should. 4 is consider the implications. Let's say you read about a weight loss prescription pill that's been approved by doctors. However, do you think it's a good plan to have to take a prescription pill to lose weight? Or does it make more sense to find a plan centered on sensible meal selection and an active lifestyle? You always want to be dependent on a pill. What if your insurance changes? What if the costs skyrocket? What if your income changes? What if the pill is still, someday no longer offered? Does eating sensibly feel more cost-effective and easier to manage long-term? That's the implications there. 5 is, when was the last time you came? How clear is your head? How are you avoiding the gym because you're afraid you might get a boner? Or might completely soak clean through your panties and even through your light-colored yoga pants? Not yogurt pants.
Why do you even own yoga pants that reveal moisture? Why do you wear yogurt pants? Why do you wear loose boxers and sweatpants that provide zero boner protection? Don't you think it's time you had sex or jerked off or detailed your own private vagina rape? You'll think more clearly if you do. Maybe take a nap. Naps are also good for clear heads. It's not step 5. No, but you knew that. You knew that because you applied critical thinking to my wackadoodle rant right there.
Yeah.
And because I said yogurt pants. Yoga pants. Yogurt pants sound fucking disgusting. Step 5 is to explore other points of view. Ask yourself why so many people are choosing, with the example we've been using, nutritional or workout plans that you're not choosing. You're not considering. Are they seeing something that you
need to finish getting something till tomorrow too. After that is done, I really could ditch work, but first things first. I get you, Sordak. Sordak, it's totally understandable. Thank you for.
Reviews take the time necessary to appreciate the true magnitude of both sides and the limitations of human sight.
If you need to head on out, don't feel scared to head on out.
Examining an opposing point of view should never scare you.
I totally get you.
You don't need to get it right.
Cause it's 4.5 hours. What did I get done? Well, I got a few things done.
Number 1, formulate your question.
Don't put yourself down, because that doesn't help anyone.
Number 2, gather information.
So we got some houses. We got some housing projects over here. There's miniature houses, and then we got them going on. You know what it reminds me of? Sounds like you need some naps. I thought you were gone, Chuck. Fucking scaring me like that. Oh, there he is. It's that boy.
Orange soda. But the author's real name wasn't.
It's that boy.
Posted on an online forum thread devoted to
oh man. Sordrak. Who are we gonna raid? We got Small Town Spells. We can raid them. They do art.
Irritability, not ripping out chunks of your own flesh, or becoming immune to pain, or possessing superhuman strength. Number 3, apply the information.
Yeah, I think Days Dies has more than enough people, so Small Town Spells it is.
Inability to feel pain, if that was true.
I was doing some stuff real quick and I heard you yawn. I'm very yawny. But Jan Janssen.
In this case, so I determined that there's 0 credible fire.
But yeah, my world is getting created. It's slowly coming together. Go get a nap. But I just wanted to show what the sketches I got done to finish this out. So this is the last page of the comic of the first chapter. Not the comic, because the comic is not only 35 fucking pages. I don't care what I have to do, that ain't fucking happening. But she got done with the bar fight, and she getting pukey, and she runs out the door, just with G slapping her face. Yeah. And then, so far, that's my line work. And then I gotta get all my line work done, and then get all these houses in this hovel done. Which, there's a few more. There's a few more that I need to do. A lot more that I need to do, and get it done. And once I get it done and get it implemented, I won't have to do it again.
Longest time anyone has
For
stayed
a
awake
bit.
while being scientifically monitored that we know of was a San Diego
So that'd
high
be
school
nice.
kid named Randy Gardner, who made it just over 11 days without any major incident in 1974.
Sleepy time.
Like Slenderman,
Alright.
Russian sleep experiment.
Sleepy time. Drink it and convert it to pee. Alright. Who are we gonna raid? I know exactly. Why am I questioning? Thank you all for coming in. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being amazing. Raid Shadow Legends, which Fox, I can't wait till we get that contact, because I know that we are in the perfect demographic for it. For Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. When we get that, can't wait to put that up. Because that'll be amazing. But thank you guys so much for coming in. Thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you guys for checking me out. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you guys for all those people that came in. Thank you guys for all those people that that looked at my stuff. Thank you guys for being stupendous and making my evening better and better. Like, seriously, though. Thanks for stream. Oh, thank you. List Duddy, Hex Maniac Violet, Carcinium. Awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being awesome. Thank you guys for checking me out. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. And stop at the street.